What's going on, guys? This is Rob. If you guys enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy voice. Okay, so Dark Days The Forge is amazing. Oh my god, dude, this story, for real and for true, all right, for real and for true, this is the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth. It's absolutely insane. Like, it's such an amazing story because what it does is bring back a lot of characters who have just kind of been missing in action or that fans have wanted to see return to the main DC landscape. And so before we get into this, one of the things that this does is this actually opens up with Carter Hall. And that's actually a pretty big deal because Carter Hall was the post-Crisis on Infinite Earths version of Hawkman. Now, when it came to the Hawkman character, and I've never really covered him because it is an absolute nightmare trying to cover this guy. With Hawkman back in the day, really before Crisis on Infinite Earths, so everything from the 1940s up to the 1980s, it was an absolute mess. I mean, it was just reboot and reboot and reboot, new origin. It was absolutely crazy, and it was almost impossible to keep track of him. Now, all this was taken care of in Hawkman Volume 4, I think, and I want to say Jeff Johns was the one who did it, although I'm not going to swear to that. But what they basically did is they went through all the Golden Age stuff, all the stuff that happened with Hawkman between 1940 and, the 1980s, mid-1980s, and even after the mid-1980s going up to JSA, and said consolidate all this information, clean it all up, and give a definitive origin for his character. And so what we actually have in this particular story is the origin for Hawkman Carter Hall as we know him. And so what this does is it actually removes the New 52 version of himself and says that's no longer part of the equation. This is the Carter Hall that we know of, that we're most familiar with. And what this does is it basically just kind of, again, runs over the origin, that Carter Hall himself was a guy who basically just operated out of Egypt during Ramses, I think it was, and basically came across this ship that was made of nth metal. Now, we'll talk about nth metal here in a second, but after this origin, this quick little 2-page thing is given to us, we immediately jump to the modern day. And that's one of the things that's going to be consistent in this story, is it's going to be a handful of different plot lines coinciding at the same time, but none of it's confusing. Instead, what we're actually going to get when it comes to Hawkman are these little interjections periodically, where we're basically going to see him just kind of chiming in and telling us a little bit more of his story. The issue with this is that we can't really take it in segments, right? Like, we can't jump around the story. Like we did that with Deathstroke, for example. The way that story was written, it was all over the place. And so we split the video in half, and we actually did like one half of the comic and then another half of the comic and took it out of order. We can't do that here. We actually just kind of have to go through everything. But this is pretty straightforward in the sense that there's a guy by the name of Dr. Madison who's working on, in some secret lab based out of a volcano. Things go awry, Batman responds, and Batman tries to get him out. Now, the initial response to this is that Batman, or at least initial indication, is that Batman's trying to save this guy just because of the fact that he's dying. But the question we have to ask is that, how did Batman know about this? How did Batman know this thing was even here? How did he know this guy was stuck in here? Aquaman responds accordingly, and of course we end up having, Batman and Aquaman working together to get Dr. Madison out of there. But what we also find out is this was basically a Black Ops site. No one was supposed to know that it was there. No one was supposed to know that it was that anything was happening here. Of course, we also end up learning they were mining from something, and this is why we ended up covering Scott Snyder's entire run of the New 52 Batman, because all this stuff comes back into the equation. That's why it was so important that we cover all those things, because they all come home to roost. All those chickens come home to roost. And so what this does is it really highlights the idea that Batman's hiding something. Now, again, this is cool because this is Snyder and everybody really going back to the roots of what makes Batman who he is. Historically speaking, Batman's always been this cloak and dagger, enigmatic kind of character, in the sense that after Crisis on Infinite Earths, going into the release of The Dark Knight Returns, that changed the tone of Batman. Prior to The Dark Knight Returns, Batman wasn't like a carefree, happy-go-lucky guy, but he wasn't nearly as dark as he was during that story. In the old original, Batman stories, like the really, really old first appearance of Detective Comics, the first time he got his own solo series, he was pretty dark, but that was par for the course. It wasn't out of the ordinary. Batman killed people. He hung a guy from the Batwing once. Superman killed people, or at least let people die. That was not uncommon. But when the shift began to happen for characters, in the sense that stories were getting a little more upbeat, the characters were being a little less dark, Batman followed that trend. It started moving to the point where he wasn't really dark. Now, we've talked about that before in terms of the basis behind that, the whole idea of the, Comics Code Authority and how Batman almost got canceled. And we've talked about those kinds of things before. But with regards to the character of Bruce Wayne himself, it wasn't until The Dark Knight Returns that he went from, his original appearances being dark, going to more of an upbeat character, and then going back to being dark again. A lot of that was because the Comics Code was being phased out, so it was fun. DC could get away with a lot more stuff in the late 1980s, going into the 1990s than they could back during the 60s and 70s. But with regard regards to the character of Batman, moving towards this darker element, he became a lot more brooding. He became a lot more sinister. In terms of, him hiding things from the Justice League, that was really fleshed out in JLA Tower of Babel. Of course, we covered that story. You'll find that link down in the description. But Tower of Babel basically revealed the idea that Batman had these protocols, more or less, where it was how to defeat the different members of the Justice League should they ever go awry. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that he never told them. And so what it did is it established the idea that Batman doesn't trust anybody. I mean, he doesn't trust the Justice League or anything like that. We knew that for a while, but it was one of those things that was kind of concrete and set in stone that became an intrinsic part of Batman's history. That's why JLA Tower of Babel is such an important story and such a lauded story by a lot of the comic book community, because it's one of those stories that defines, Batman's character within DC Comics. Now, of course, the response to Aquaman is exactly what we would think it would be. When Aquaman is just kind of like, this is a Wayne Enterprises black site. They're drilling for something. What's going on here? Why didn't you tell me? Why aren't I being made aware of this? Ultimately, Batman just kind of dodges the question, just sort of ignores things. And so what we do is we actually pick up with the Green Lanterns. Now, keep in mind, this really kind of coincides with what's going on in Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns right now. So remember, with Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns, when that title first picked up, coming out of the events of Justice League Darkseid War, and even during the whole New 52 run following the events of Flashpoint, what we knew was that, the planet Oa, which was traditionally the home planet of the Guardians of the Universe, had basically been destroyed. Now, this led into a whole litany of events, which we're covering on Sunday, with regards to the entire run of Jeff Johns' Green Lantern going into the New 52, the big reboot and all that kind of good stuff. But it basically left the Green Lanterns having to take up residence on Mogo, who's essentially just a giant Green Lantern planet. That's really all he is. It's really cool, but that's really all he is. But what this is doing is it's basically grabbing all these different plot threads and saying they're all leading to one singular location. In this instance, they're all leading to Batman, because Hal Jordan's actually sent on a mission by the Green Lanterns to go investigate something that's going on at Wayne Manor. Now, of course, this brings Hal Jordan in direct relation to Duke Thomas. And Duke Thomas is one of those weird characters that just really hasn't been fleshed out yet. He was a character that we saw with regards to Scott Snyder's initial Batman run during the events of Endgame, I think it was, and Duke Thomas's parents were subjected to the Joker toxin, and Batman basically had to grab him and whisk him away. But the difference here is that, historically speaking, Batman jumping in and saving some kid's life, if that kid is given special attention, then we know that kid's going to become the next Robin. And that was the case. Duke Thomas received a lot more screen time, so to speak, in the comic than anybody else that Batman had saved. And so we knew that he was going to go on to play a role. Of course, he played a major part in the story We Are Robin, this sort of a teenage vigilante team operating within the realm of Gotham City. But going into DC Rebirth and the launch of All-Star Batman, Duke Thomas was rolled over into the title, and all we knew was that Batman was, quote unquote, trying something different. But we have no idea what that means. We know that Duke Thomas is not Robin. He's not going to be a Robin. It's something different in its entirety. We don't know if he's going to be a replacement. We don't know if he's going to be an equal to Batman. We have no idea what it means for his character. We just know that he's effectively operating alongside Bruce Wayne. The other half of this is that we end up learning that one of the reasons why Hal Jordan has been sent on this mission is because of the fact that there's basically a secret entrance to a cave below the Batcave. Now, again, this is secrets and revelations. These are things that we've never seen before. And it's really cool because this adds this sort of mystery and intrigue to the character of Batman. And it's a really interesting concept when it comes to his character. And the reason why is because it tells us Batman's got secrets. His secrets have secrets. The secrets of his secrets have their own secrets. Like, it's crazy. It's just this constantly falling thing. And that's what made Scott Snyder such a good writer with the beginning of Batman in the New 52, with all those stories we covered, because it was one of those things where it's like, when you think that you know everything, suddenly you learn something new. And that's why this is so cool, is because it tells us there's so much going on with the Batman landscape that's been hidden from us. Now, jumping back to Carter Hall, jumping back to Hawkman, what we end up doing is we pick up with this little bit of a discussion with regards to him and the concept of nth metal. And that's why I wanted to hold off on this a little bit. I wanted to wait until we got to this section of the story to talk about this. When it came to the idea of Hawkman, because of the fact that he'd been changed so often over the years, one of the things that Jeff Johns and those guys did is they basically rolled into the notion, the idea of what Hawkman was about in terms of how they could justify his appearances back in the 1940s and in the 1980s. And so what they did is they fed into the existing idea of Hawkman and his reincarnation. Now, that's something that was already established. It wasn't a brand new thing. It was already, built up. What Johns and them did was just clean clean all that stuff up. And what we ended up learning was that with regards to Carter Hall, of course, him operating as Khufu back during his time in Egypt, he had come across nth metal not knowing what it was. But where he was stabbed by an nth metal blade alongside Shaira, I think it was, I don't remember if she was stabbed or not, essentially what happened is that instead of dying, he would just go through this process of reincarnation, and presumably for eternity, he would face off against his arch nemesis alongside Hawkgirl. Now, in terms of Carter actually donning the Hawkman mantle, that didn't happen until the 1940s. And the reason why is because of the fact that with him as a character, he was going through and he was just dying and then being reborn and dying and being reborn. That was his life. He would just die and then he would reincarnate in a new body. It was a sort of irony just because of the fact that for him, he never really believed in an afterlife. He always believed that when people die, that's it. There's no moving on to eternal splendor or anything like that. His soul would be confined to the earthly plane for all eternity. And so because of this, we ended up having this scenario where once he was basically reincarnated in the 1940s, he picked up the name of Carter Hall and then adopted the mantle of Hawkman after hearkening back to his memories during the time of ancient Egypt when he had seen this ship that crash landed that had this sort of a hawk crest on it. And so that's really where that whole mantle, that whole name came from. Now, following that, what we ended up learning is that he was effectively obsessed with the idea of nth metal, that he just began going through and collecting all these different artifacts everywhere that he could find them. But the problem with this was that he didn't know anything about it. All he knew is that for whatever reason, nth metal seemed to irradiate this kind of energy that nobody seemed to be able to figure out. And what this does is it feeds into the nature of nth metal in the realm of DC Comics. Nth metal was one of these materials that DC had where they were just like, well, you know, it's a metal that lets people do whatever they want to do at any particular point in time. It allowed people to fly by negating gravity. It somehow had magical properties, but it was never fleshed out. It was this super ambiguous, enigmatic thing that nobody ever understood or nobody ever really grasped how it is that it functioned. It's like Thor's hammer, right? Like for years and years and years, it was, well, you know, only those who are worthy can wield Thor's hammer. Well, what makes them worthy? Because bad guys have picked it up and good guys have picked it up. The whole idea was that it kind of, you know, was ambiguous. It was weird. There was no real explanation. But where Jason Aaron fleshed out the hammer of Thor, Scott Snyder is fleshing out the nature of nth metal with regards to Batman metal, or I guess Dark Knight's metal. So that's why this is such a cool and such an interesting story, because we're getting this explanation on this super ambiguous, obscure aspect of DC Comics that has apparently been intertwined in everything. Now, the other half of this is that, again, we start to see the return of characters that we haven't seen for quite some time, or have simply just kind of been shuffled off to no man's land. A perfect case of this is a guy by the name of Michael Holt, also known as Mr. Terrific. Now, Mr. Terrific was, well, he's been around for a long time, but he was a guy who was basically established as being like the third smartest man in the DC universe. For long-standing DC comic readers, that's a well-known fact. They don't really need a whole lot of explanation about that. So we'll really kind of guide this for a lot of the new folks. Mr. Terrific is one of these guys who's super genius and he doesn't have any powers unto himself. Instead, what he has is like 14 PhDs and like his own tech company, and he's like a self-made man, but he also has this nanotech mask in the shape of a T, or at least as close as you can get to the shape of a T while also guarding his entire face. But he also has these T-spheres, I think is what they're called. And the T-spheres serve a wide array of different purposes, holographic projection and all different kinds of things. But Mr. Terrific is one of the guys that you want in your corner when it comes to being intelligent and accessing different areas. The reason for this is because of the fact that one of the benefits of his mask is hiding himself from electronic surveillance. His ability to basically access different areas without being detected makes him essential in a lot of ways for Black Ops work. And so again, with his intelligence, with his ability to access certain areas, what Batman had been doing is he had actually shuffled him off to Earth 2. Now, the reason why this is important is because of the fact that Mr. Terrific was one of a handful of characters, or minor characters anyway, that received their own solo series during the start of New 52. The issue was that it was extremely poor selling. I mean, it didn't sell hardly anything. Like, I don't even know if it broke 20,000 copies, like 20,000 issues. But because of that, DC basically canceled it and they had its characters sent off by sending him over to Earth 2, basically a line of stories that took place in a different universe in DC Comics, kind of a counterpart to the New 52 main universe. Now, the reason why this is important is because it gave Mr. Terrific kind of a role to play, but Earth 2 is really kind of no man's land, just because of the fact that the New 52 52 iteration of it, in the beginning it was a good story, but the traditional superheroes that we were used to were nowhere to be seen. And so the revamped versions that we saw during New 52 just weren't really as good as the classic versions that we saw, back before the New 52 happened. And so because of that, a lot of people looked at the idea of Mr. Terrific and said, okay, he's basically been sent off to the cornfields. We'll probably never see or hear from him again once the Earth 2 line of stories get canceled. The other half of this is we actually learn the reason why he went to Universe was because he was effectively a spy for Batman. And the reason why he was a spy for Batman is because Batman's been collecting artifacts. Batman's been doing the exact same thing that Carter Hall was doing in terms of collecting nth metal. Now, the big question we have to ask is, why is Batman collecting it in the first place? Well, what we end up doing is we end up finding out in this little tail bit of a conversation between Bruce Wayne and Mr. Terrific that Bruce Wayne basically makes this statement and saying, it's time to let him out. This person, we don't really know what it is who he's talking about until he and Mr. Terrific enter a vault of sorts and we find out it's Plastic Man. Now, Plastic Man, Patrick O'Neal, was a really interesting character. He basically got like a reboot in Justice League International #1. Well, kind of a reboot, not really. Justice League International #1, he was referenced as being part of the Justice League International team. JLI was designed to be more of like like the Justice League, but more accessible in the sense that they weren't really like Cloak and Dagger. They weren't like gods. They didn't sit in some, tower out in space somewhere. They could basically be controlled by the government. They wanted to bring Patrick O'Neal in, but they said he was crazy, and that's all we got. We got like a panel. Eventually, they rebooted his origin as part of Forever Evil during Justice League #25, but all it really did is say, here's why this guy is Plastic Man, here's why he's elastic. But this is an instance of DC grabbing fan favorites that have been gone from comic books for quite some time and rolling them in. The reason why this is kind of important though is because Plastic Man in classic DC before the New 52 was like this comedic relief in a lot of different ways. He was the guy that brought a little bit of freshness, some fun, some interest to the comics where, without him, they would have been pretty dark, and pretty drab in a lot of different circumstances. And so it's really just the idea that he's just been kept in stasis, been kept on ice, so to speak, because the weakness of Plastic Man being frozen, for the same reason that if you threw rubber into a fridge, it would probably break. You could take it out once it's frozen and then shatter it or something along those lines. But picking back up with Duke Thomas and Hal Jordan as they're exploring the interior of this cave, this is when we learn everything that's been going on in the sense of what it is that Batman's been doing. And we actually find out that his research into, this nth metal goes all the way back to the original Court of Owls story. Remember, when we covered that original event, one of the things that we established was that the Court of Owls were basically creating talons, which is to say these different agents that would carry out their agenda. The Court of Owls was basically this organization that existed behind the scenes in Gotham City that nobody knew about. They've been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And if somebody stepped into the light that was trying to work against them, or somebody was trying to change the grain of where they wanted things to go, they would send a talon out and the talon would execute them. That was the whole basis behind the Court of Owls rhyme. Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, and so on and so forth. It was a really cool way to kind of reinvigorate the Batman landscape. But what they would do is they would basically go through the group Haley's Circus, which is where the Flying Graysons, Dick Grayson's family, came from, or at least where they gained their most prominence. What they ended up doing is Haley, the guy who was leading Haley's Circus, would basically present what he considered to be the most viable candidate for a talon to the Court of Owls. And if they found it acceptable, they would install inside of that person Electrum, a material that would just sit inside of a tooth. When that person died, they would be exposed to Dionysium, which would more or less bring them back, and then they would operate as an agent of the Court of Owls as a talon. Now, Bruce Wayne figured out what was going on, and he basically saved Dick Grayson from this almost guaranteed threat. But this tooth resides in the Batcave. And what we find out is that this material, what the Court of Owls has been calling Electrum, is actually nth metal. Not only that, there's a litany of different things throughout the cave that are composed of nth metal. All these different things that are out there are all just nth metal materials, and we just never ever knew the entire time. Not only that, Hal Jordan and Duke Thomas stumble upon the Justice League of America team, this Black Ops team that Batman's formed. So this tells us, of course, that it presumably takes place after the inaugural issue of Justice League of America Rebirth #1. So again, they're basically learning all these different things. Now, something to point out is they're basically receiving all this information from some disembodied voice, from some third party that they can't explain. Not only that, every time Hal Jordan tries to use his ring to force this person to reveal themselves, every time he tries to use this ring to find out who this person is that they're speaking to, the ring can't tell him. There's some kind of interference blocking the way. So again, things are very cloak and dagger. They're very mysterious, but damn it if this is not a a good story. And so from this point, we jump over to Bruce Wayne and the reborn Superman. One of the most common questions that I saw came on Twitter, and it was people asking, is the Superman in Dark Days, is that the New 52 Superman or the Superman Reborn Superman? This is the Superman Reborn Superman. So this is basically the Superman after the events of Superman Reborn. That's who this is right now that Bruce Wayne's talking to. Now, what we end up finding out is somewhere along the line between the time that the classic Superman stepped into the role after the death of New 52 Superman and this story, Bruce Wayne had asked him for a favor, basically asked him for a hidden vault inside the Fortress of Solitude. We didn't know this happened. This was presumably something that happened off panel. The issue with this is that Batman knew that if this vault exists, there's a key for it as well. And so where Superman created this vault for Batman and then gave him the only key to access it, Batman threw the key into the sun, because for him, he didn't want anybody to be able to access whatever it was that was sitting inside this vault. And so what we end up doing is we actually end up invoking scot-free Mr. Miracle. Now, Mr. Miracle, we haven't seen hide nor hair from this guy. He has vanished. And Mr. Miracle feeds into the whole notion of the new gods, of Darkseid and, New Genesis and Apocalypse and Highfather and all that kind of good stuff. But basically, Scot-Free is the biological son of Highfather, but was raised by Darkseid. Remember, that was a whole aspect of the truce that was struck between the two of them. Highfather and Darkseid were just these two representing factions of good and evil, and they were just destined to fight for all eternity. And so in order to stage a truce, this sort of, I guess, universal chronicler, this guy that traveled around the universe, the multiverse, and chronicled everything he saw, storing it in his Mobius chair, a guy by the name of Metron, brokered a truce and saying that Highfather and Darkseid will swap sons. And so basically Darkseid will raise the son of Highfather, and Highfather will raise the son of Darkseid. And so with Darkseid raising Scot-Free, all he really did is just keep him in a prison cell. That was it. Like, he just kept him locked away the entire time. Now, this allowed Scot-Free to basically become an expert at breaking out of locks, just because of the fact that Apocalypse had some of the best secure locks ever, because when you're a prison planet, you got to make sure that people stay in prison. But the fact remains, this led to Scot-Free adopting the mantle of Mr. Miracle and basically becoming the best person in the universe for accessing locks, for breaking in and out of virtually anything. Now, of course, what ends up happening is with Mr. Miracle being invoked, he of course unlocks this lock at the request of Batman, which is basically revealed to us to be the Tower of the Anti-Monitor from Infinite Crisis. And so I don't even know where to begin with this piece of information. I have no idea how to explain this. I don't know where it came from. I don't know how Batman got it. I don't know if the events of Infinite Crisis are official. I have no earthly clue, but this is huge, because one of the things that we talked about with Infinite Crisis was that with that whole story, Alexander Luthor, which we're not even going to get into that because that goes into a whole nother confusing kettle of beans about the post-crisis landscape. Suffice it to say, the Tower of the Anti-Monitor was basically used to vibrate these frequencies. And what these frequencies would do is it would basically mimic different universes and recreate them, like recreate these different Earths. And so it was by way of the frequencies this tower sent off that you could recreate Earth 2 and Earth 3 and Earth 4 and Earth 5. And so while I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a reboot, what I would go as far as to say is that using this tower, Batman could bring back universes that have long since been gone, universes that DC got rid of when they launched the New 52. So again, this is a really, really huge piece of information, because what this is doing is yet again grabbing things from before the New 52, from classic DC, and rolling them into New 52. Again, the whole idea of DC basically blending the New 52 reboot into the classic DC universe and returning a lot of the things that have been gone for quite some time. And so ultimately we end up having Hal Jordan and Duke basically open this giant vault door that they've approached after being told by this disembodied voice. And when Hal Jordan kind of muses to himself about what it is that Batman's gotten himself into, what we find out is that inside this vault is the Joker. Rob Corman. I don't know how he got here. I assume it'll be explained during the events of the War of Jokes and Riddles. I have no idea how he got here. I don't know if he put himself here. I don't know if Batman locked him away in here. I don't know. Like, he's just here. And I have no idea how that happened. Damn it, this is a good story. Oh my God. Dude, I saw this and I was just like, what? My mind was blown. I was totally baffled. I was like, this is crazy, because we have no idea I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue. You guys have answers or have questions? I do not have answers. I cannot explain this. Comics cannot explain this to you. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. But I am excited. I am so hyped up. Oh my God, I'm so excited for this. Okay, so we are covering Dark Days, the casting, as part of our lead up to Dark Nights Metal. Now, for those of you guys who want to get caught up, or those of you guys who feel a little left out, or you're trying to figure out everything that's going on, if you're new here to my channel, you will find down in the description a playlist that will have most everything you need to be able to understand everything that's going on right now with regards to Dark Days and Dark Nights Metal and all that kind of good stuff. And I'll also post that playlist at the top of the front of my YouTube channel, so you guys shouldn't have a hard time finding it. But the story, the casting is huge. And here's the crazy thing. Reading this story, I felt a lot like Alice in Wonderland, tumbling down the rabbit hole. And that's what this story feels like to me, because if you understand what you're looking for, or if you've been reading DC for a pretty good amount of time, there are a lot of Easter eggs in this story, Dark Days, the casting, none more so than what we get right off the bat. Remember, in our video on the Forge, we had talked about how the Forge story basically just introduced the notion of nth metal, or at least it expanded on it. Nth metal had been around for a long time, but it was never really anything DC had delved into. They never really offered an explanation on it. It was just a metal that exists out there, and it was as ambiguous as it was obscure in the realm of DC Comics. And so the result is that Dark Days the Forge began to expand on this, and it started following the story of a guy named Carter Hall. But Carter Hall was the original Hawkman all the way back in the day, way back when the character first showed up. And over the course of DC's publication history, his stories waxed and waned, but the idea is that Hawkman basically is reborn in a new body every time he dies. And so because of that, what the Forge did is it came back and it introduced the idea that Carter Hall had basically been introduced to nth metal, this basis behind the various powers that he has and what he's capable of doing. But it also sent him tumbling down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out what nth metal was, why it was powerful, why aliens had crash landed on his on their home planet, introducing nth metal in the first place. And so what this does is it basically creates a gathering of sorts. Now this happens near the dawn of the 20th century, and something that I hope you notice here is that the descriptions that we get identify with the individuals who are here. For example, the rhyming demon of Camelot, that's Etrigan from the DC, sorceries and all that kind of stuff. The brothers who keep secrets and mysteries, that's Cain and Abel. And that's huge because Cain and Abel are part of the religious pantheon. They're part of Vertigo. When it comes to things like A Man as Old as America, that's Uncle Sam. He's a character that hasn't appeared, at least not that I'm aware of, since before the New 52, since just after, Infinite Crisis and so on. The sorcerers, Shining Knights, the cavemen, that's a reference to the Immortal Man and Vandal Savage, Phantom Strangers. This is basically a veritable who's who of individuals who have been brought together by Carter Hall. And the reason for this is because of the fact that Carter Hall's trying to get an answer to the question, what is nth metal and why is it so powerful? We also end up seeing things like the dagger of Shazam. We'll actually see that, a little more here in a bit once we get into that discussion. But the other half of this is that where the whole aspect of Carter Hall trying to track down the basis and the nature of nth metal takes place in the distant past, or in the relatively distant past. In the present moment right now in DC Comics, Batman is trying to figure out what's going on with nth metal. And the cool thing about this is that we had seen things in the Forge, like the return of the Anti-Monitor Tower, basically, that we saw during Infinite Crisis. We don't know where it came from. We don't know how Batman got it. It's just there. And it was one of those huge reveals from Dark Days the Forge that was never really expanded on. Presumably it'll be expanded on during the actual Dark Nights Metal storyline, but for right now, we have no answers to that question. But in his pursuit to figure out what's going on, he ends up catching up with Wonder Woman. Now, something to keep in mind here is that Wonder Woman makes reference to the idea that the gods have long since abandoned Earth because a war is coming. And that was covered in Greg Rucka's Wonder Woman, the idea that she's never been back to Themyscira. And all the times that Wonder Woman had left Themyscira and all the times that she had gone back to visit, she was never going there. She was basically in her own mind. She was retreating into her own head. It was really the biggest reveal of the Greg Rucka run, essentially saying that she's been in the DC universe the entire time and was never able to go home. But one of the things about the idea with regards to these gods effectively abandoning humanity comes in the form of her, presenting Batman with the last of the great weapons of the gods, which is basically a sword of Apollo, which, is essentially just this weapon that's called the Sunblade, and it's wildly powerful in terms of what it can do, but we won't actually see it put to any good use. Instead, we transition over to the Joker. Now remember, in Dark Days the Forge, the tail end of that story, the very, last page reveal was the idea that the Joker was still alive. But remember, following the events of Darkseid War, there's 3 Jokers out there, and we don't know which one this is, but it's one down and 2 to go. And so because of that, we know this is the Joker from like Endgame and from Death of the Family and so on and so forth. But a lot of people were asking the question when I was going through those early New 52 runs, which again, you'll find in that playlist that we have down in the description. A lot of people were asking the question, how did the Joker come back? If the Joker was basically dead, if the Joker had been killed off, how did he return? The great thing about this is that the Joker gives us this answer. As part of, Scott Snyder's New 52 Batman run with the Court of Owls and different things like that, he introduced a substance called Dionysium. And Dionysium was basically this liquid, more or less, that allowed people to tap into it and in turn either experience immortality or at the very least to prolong their lives. But how long their longevity lasted depended on how pure the Dionysium was. For someone like Vandal Savage, he had basically tasted of the Dionysium in its most pure form. For someone like the Joker, it's diluted, it's just kind of eroded over the ages or something along those lines. But the result is that the Joker is not truly immortal. Instead, the Dionysium served the purpose of basically engulfing the Joker's body and effectively healing him, allowing him to return. Now, the other half of this is also the character of Duke Thomas, and that's one of the big things that Scott Snyder has really just been kind of, keeping on the back burner the entire time in All-Star Batman. Duke Thomas was a character who appeared all the way back during the events of Endgame, but Endgame was basically the story was Duke Thomas's parents being forced to succumb to the exact same thing as Bruce Wayne's parents, in the sense that the Joker basically took Duke Thomas and he kidnapped him, and he took his parents, and then he was going to have his parents killed by Joe Chill, the same person who killed Batman's parents. But the question was, why Duke Thomas? Why is Duke Thomas so special? Well, the Joker ends up answering that question here in a little bit. What we end up doing at the moment is we actually transition back over to Carter Hall. And again, this is just kind of an investigation, just kind of poking around, looking at all these different things that go on with regards to, this investigation, trying to understand how it all works. And of course, using technology to his advantage and essentially opening this dimensional rift of sorts and peering in, all he sees on the other side is just darkness, death, a hunger, a desire to destroy all things. And that's what's kind of cool about this, is because it's Scott Snyder drawing on the nature of when you stare at the abyss stares back. Then we end up seeing characters who are brought in, like Dublex. When Batman transitions back over to the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, he ends up running into Dublex. Well, as far as I'm aware, we haven't seen Dublex for quite some time, but he was originally a character, I believe, that was introduced in the 1970s by Jack Kirby, and he was just part of Project Cadmus, which at the time, and really, continues to be this sort of scientific arm in the realm of DC Comics. But Dublex was basically a guy who was cloned using metahuman powers, and he's an incredible telepath and illusion caster. But the fact remains, where he's effectively overcome by his inability to keep these illusions up. Ultimately, once he collapses, we're basically revealed to Talia al Ghul. Now, why Talia al Ghul is here, we're not really given an in-depth explanation. All we're told is that somewhere along the line, Ra's al Ghul had access to an extremely powerful weapon, and he's been trying to get it back ever since. And the implication here is that the weapon that Ra's al Ghul had at one point is in fact this Sunblade, but it's not explicitly stated. It's just a weapon that existed somewhere along the line. And so what happens is that because this Sunblade is made of 8th metal, which seems to be a metal that's maybe weaker than nth metal, the higher the number, the more durable the material. We're not really told explicitly, but a trade is basically offered here in the sense that Batman offers up the Sunblade in response for the dagger of Shazam. Now, this brings into question, where is Shazam? What is he doing? I keep seeing this question all the time in the comments. Everybody's asking, Rob, where's Shazam? Tell us where Shazam is. As if I somehow have secret, super inside information on the comic book industry. But Shazam has only appeared one time in DC Rebirth, and that was for a couple pages in Hellblazer Rebirth in the first volume. And it's when John Constantine basically returns back to New York, all hell breaks loose. Wonder Woman asks Shazam, should we get involved? And ultimately it's, no, we'll just wait and we'll see what happens. If things pop off, we'll get involved. If not, we'll just let Constantine do his own thing. And that's the last time that we see him. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that Jeff Johns, the guy who's basically spearheading the whole DC Rebirth thing, did an interview during San Diego Comic-Con in 2016, I think it was, and he was asked the same question, where is Shazam? And the statement that he made is that Shazam will have a huge role to play, especially when it comes to the events of the Watchmen getting involved in the DC universe. At least I'm pretty sure that's what he said. So Shazam's not being written out. He's not being ignored. He's not being thrown on the back burner, never to be seen or heard from again. He's basically being held because he's going to have an extremely important role later on. But the idea is that, the Joker effectively, transitioning back to Duke and Green Lantern, the Joker starts tearing up this machine that Batman had built. But we didn't really know why. All we knew is that this machine was basically created during the events of Super Heavy, which was a Batman story arc that was done as part of Scott Snyder's final run, the last little tidbits that he did before the whole events of DC Rebirth kind of setting off. But all we really knew about this machine was that it was designed for the purpose to guarantee that there would always be a Batman. The Batman would be able to essentially come back if he ever were to die. Now, the other half of this is that the Joker is not playing the role of a bad guy here. He's not playing the role of a villain. And that's why this is so big, because remember, the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, is not here of his own volition. He's not here because he was stumbling across Gotham City one day and said, I wonder what Batman's doing. He was sent here by the Guardians of the Universe. And so what this means is that whatever it is that's going on in this Batcave, whatever it is that Batman's doing, is big enough to draw the attention of the Guardians of the Universe, which is a pretty huge deal. Now, once, Green Lantern is effectively taken out, or at least knocked out temporarily by the Joker immediately turns his attention to Duke Thomas. And that's when we basically get this entire revamp of the concept of metahuman in the world of DC Comics. Because for years and years and years and years, metahumans, basically evolved or arrived in DC Comics through one of two means. Either it was genetic or the powers were bestowed upon them. And that's a universal constant in the realm of comics. Either people are born with powers or powers are given to them. With regards to the Joker, in terms of how he relates to Duke Thomas, what he basically says is this. In the early days, back at a point when technology wasn't nearly as advanced as it is right now, there wasn't the ability to easily say this person is a metahuman, that person is a metahuman. Instead, it was a very primitive system. It was a very primitive basis. The idea behind this was that when a person was basically born, there would be a test that would be done on them. But the only way to verify this was to send up a flag to basically say, yes, this person has powers, this person doesn't. But they were only given 4 letters that they could possibly use. And so instead of, saying superpowers, crazy abilities, telepath, telekinesis, or whatever, the 4 letters were META, meta. However, that's not what they were testing for. They were not testing for powers specifically. They were testing for the basis behind powers. What was being scanned for was metal. They were scanning for a particular substance in the blood of the person who was born. If that person had this metal in their veins, they would just put up a flag that says meta, which is short for metal. And so what this does, or at least what this means, is DC's essentially coming back and saying that the term metahuman derived from the fact that these individuals who were born with powers had this nth metal in their blood. And the result is that when they were born, this flag was sent up to indicate that. What it seems to be happening here is that anybody who's born of the earth, anybody who is not Superman or Wonder Woman or something along those lines, basically gains their abilities because they have nth metal in their blood. Now, what this also does is it introduces the notion of why people are able to gain powers. Take, for example, somebody like the Flash, Barry Allen. The Flash, Barry Allen, was not born with powers. He was not born with the ability to move extremely fast. But the question was always asked, how is it that Barry Allen was doused in chemicals and struck by lightning and not melted into sludge after it all happened? The answer that's being given here is nth metal. He had nth metal in his veins. And so because of that, instead of killing him, it gave him powers. Now, how this is going to play out, we don't truly know. But what this does mean is it offers an explanation as to why people have abilities in the realm of DC Comics. What this also does is it presents the notion that if somebody can figure out a way to tap into that whole thing, they can in turn give people powers. And so that creates some pretty interesting scenarios, because what happens if the Watchmen are fighting the Justice League and Rorschach has somehow managed to return from the dead and has a grudge against Dr. Manhattan? Well, here comes Batman injecting Rorschach with the powers of Superman. And suddenly you've got Rorschach fighting Dr. Manhattan. And so again, there's all kinds of different things that could come out of this and all kinds of different scenarios that could unfold here. And so ultimately what we end up having in the middle of this whole thing, where the Joker is able to, temporarily subdue Duke Thomas, only for, Hal Jordan to basically emerge here and to reveal, hey, look, I'm a pilot. You literally threw me into the hangar of Batman, and more or less bring the Joker down. What's also being done here is it's revealing the fact that Duke Thomas himself is a metahuman. Duke Thomas has powers, and that's why the Joker chose him. The Joker started doing some investigation. He started doing some poking around. It tells us what the Joker was doing between the events of Batman Death of the Family and Batman Endgame. That instead of just sitting around and trying to figure out a way to poison the Justice League with Joker toxin, that he was doing his homework. He was studying everything that was going on behind the scenes. And what he ended up coming to the realization of of was that if Batman were able to basically use this machine and was able to tap into some other dimension or something along those lines, he would bring ruin to everything. And so in this story, the Joker's the good guy. That's the craziest thing about this. The Joker is the hero in this story because he's trying to stop Batman from engaging in universal calamity. Now, the other thing to keep in mind here is that Batman doesn't realize what it is that he's doing. He's not aware of the fact that he's engaging in universal calamity. In Batman's perspective, he's trying to figure out what in the world is going on here. And so ultimately what ends up happening is we basically have Duke Thomas manifesting his powers and essentially being given a name, the Signal. And so what seems to be going on with regards to Duke is he can essentially take something that previously existed and then in turn show what it used to look like. The implication here is that he can see how things are supposed to work. And so of course with Hal Jordan giving him a lantern ring, in turn he's able to basically conjure a construct that represents or looks exactly the way the machine used to look. And so what this does is it allows Batman to basically get this machine together and start functioning and start using it, and in turn peering into this interdimensional portal. Now of course the response that he gives is that there's nothing there. All he saw was darkness. And the cool thing about this is that we end up finding out at the end of the story that this darkness that Batman sees was designed to be that way. That there are these individuals whom we know nothing about and that we've never seen before who reside 3,000 miles below Gotham City, who are basically under this pit of Dionysium far below the Batcave. And the implication here is that they basically forced Batman to see darkness. He didn't actually see them. He didn't see what was going on. And so what seems to have happened is that Batman, peering into the darkness, basically saw all these different versions of himself who were inherently evil, and this father of all Batman, which is to say the Batman that seems to have come before or something along those lines. Ultimately Batman was kept from seeing that, but that's what awaited him on the other side. And so that's what Dark Knight Metal seems to be. It's all of these invasions, you know, of all these evil alternatives to Batman himself. And so again, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be absolutely bonkers. So Batman Red Death is really cool for a couple of reasons. The idea of Batman being like an evil version of the Flash is cool, but it's also, it seems like some of the rules that DC's creating when it comes to these various, you know, alternate universes is really what this is. Now, it's very Cloak and Dagger in terms of how this whole concept exists, right? Because it's not fully fleshed out. I mean, we're still learning about Dark Knight's Metal, and presumably this will have lasting effects that will go forward into DC Rebirth. The indication from me is that this is basically an opposite multiverse, in the sense that in DC Comics, you've got the multiverse, right? And it's just 52 Earths. That's it. I mean, you've got like gods and you've got realms and spheres and different things like that, but there's only 52 Earths that exist out there in the multiverse. Now, there's also the idea that there's like multiple multiverses, but we don't need to get into that. That's more of like an omniverse than anything else. But that within the new 52 branding, so to speak, there's only 52 Earths. Then there's the opposite side. You know, there is two sides of the same coin, basically. Heads is all the good Earths, where Batman became Green Lantern, different things like that. The bottom side is 52 different Earths, where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. Now, this is kind of a crazy scenario because what this initially does is it actually just sort of picks up with Batman chasing after Barry Allen. And it's kind of cool here because again, this hits into the whole like intelligence of Bruce Wayne. With enough prep time, he can do anything. But you also have to remember, this is more of an ally as opposed to like a straight up enemy. Not only that, Batman's actually using a lot of the villains of the various rogues that exist out there, but so is Flash. Like Barry Allen is literally throwing like Mirror Master tricks and so on and so forth. But this also has a very Dark Knight Returns-esque feel to it. And the reason why I say that is back before Batman was outselling Superman, he was just a guy whose book was on the verge of cancellation. Frank Miller wrote The Dark Knight Returns, and that's why it is that Batman fought Superman for the very first time, and they've been fighting ever since. I mean, they fight all the time now. I mean, you get all these stories where they battle one another because people really love it. Now, anything in excess is never a good thing, but, you know, it is cool to see those conflicts take place. However, Dark Knight Returns gave us this kind of dystopian future where like the entire Bat family was gone. Bruce Wayne had basically just sort of retired. There was really no one defending Gotham. It had just kind of run amok. Eventually he came out of retirement, went back to saving Gotham, fought Superman, beat him. There were a lot of other things that were going on with regards to that story, but this is much the same way. And the reason for this is because within this universe, the entire Bat family is basically dead. Batgirl, Dick Grayson, Damian Wayne, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, they're all gone. Now, we don't know who killed them. We don't know what it was that killed them. We're just kind of left to presume from the wording of Batman that they were quote unquote consumed by Gotham. And all that really means is they were probably just killed by miscellaneous villains over the course of however long. You know, Jason Todd was probably killed by the Joker, just like the way he was in the original Death of the Family story. Tim Drake, Barbara Gordon, different things like that. They just fell somewhere along the line. And what this has done is it's put Batman in this mindset where he almost seems totally irrational. And that's why I say this is kind of like the opposite of the way the multiverse is supposed to be, because usually Batman is like the most level-headed. Batman is really like the least emotional and the most logical. When everybody else is running around fighting and beating things up, Batman's doing the same thing, but he's calculating all the variables. He's calculating all the constants, all the odds. What do we need to do in order to ensure that we come out on this conflict, as opposed to just hoping we do by Superman and Wonder Woman's strength and speed and so on. With this scenario, he is logical, but he's basically insane. The idea here is that with the Speed Force, Barry Allen can basically use its power to run back and forth through time. And the idea of Bruce Wayne is that he wants to essentially steal the Speed Force power or use it to go back in time and save people's lives. And that's why things get kind of crazy, because what we learned with Flashpoint is that there's always consequences, right? With the Flashpoint story, Barry Allen went back in time and saved his mom from being killed by, Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne. The result is that he spawned the Flashpoint universe, where Bruce Wayne died instead of Thomas and Martha Wayne. Thomas Wayne became Batman, Martha Wayne became the Joker. The Atlanteans and the Amazons were at war with one another. Aquaman and Wonder Woman were trying to kill each other. Superman had never been discovered by the Kents. He crash landed on Earth. He was immediately grabbed by the government and stuck in a bunker underground. I mean, there were all these massive changes that went on, and they were huge in terms of how they unfolded. So Barry Allen said, okay, this is totally wrong. He goes back in time, he lets his mom die, and then he wakes up in a different universe, in the New 52. You can never go back to the way things used to be, that no matter what change you make, it changes things forever. And Barry Allen has learned that lesson time and time again, either by watching others do it or by doing it himself. And so in this scenario, the logic that he spills to Bruce Wayne is, if you go back in time and you save the life of Barbara Gordon and Dick Grayson and Jason Todd and Tim Drake and Damian Wayne, there's no telling what the universe will be like. It could be that you save their lives, but in that moment when you were not there for them, or whatever the case may be, they just develop this insane hatred for you. And the result is that you basically show up in a universe where you're supposed to be dead because they killed you, and they've basically taken over the world. They killed all the superheroes. Any number of things could happen, but it's the fact that you don't know what the outcome will be that makes time travel so dangerous. Now, the other half of this is the way the Speed Force works, because it's kind of a funny scenario. If we go back and we read Flash Born to Run, I think it was, where the Flash Wally West outran the universe. He ran from the edge of the universe all the way to Earth in like almost a split second. One of the things that we're told is that the Speed Force is infinite. There's no limit to the Speed Force. But if we go and reread Jeff Johns' Flash Rebirth, we're told the Speed Force is finite, that only so many speedsters can tap into the Speed Force. If you read Flashpoint, it's the exact same thing. Barry Allen needs to travel back into the past, but he can't because Eobard Thawne is using the Speed Force, and because they're both using it at the same time, there's not enough energy for Barry Allen to travel back into the past. So it depends on what writer it is that we're talking about. But regardless of how the Speed Force is depicted, with regards to this scenario here, what we know is that only people who have a connection to the Speed Force can basically enter it. The Speed Force is a locked door. The only people with the keys are speedsters. Now, this is just like any other locked door, right? If you know the person with a key, you put a gun to their back, make them walk up to the door and unlock it. And that's what Batman does here. Batman literally knocks out Barry Allen after manipulating his speed powers, tricking him, essentially messing with his mind, and then in turn straps him to the front of the Batmobile and races him into the Speed Force. Now, under normal circumstances, our initial thought would be, okay, so Barry Allen enters the Speed Force and then Batman enters and dies. That's not true. Remember, we've seen instances where people who are not part of the Flash family, which is to say, who are not speedsters, have been thrust and locked into the Speed Force. Case in point, Superboy Prime. We saw that during Infinite Crisis. Superboy Prime was grabbed by the speedsters, he was raced into the Speed Force, Barry Allen grabbed him and pulled him in, and he was basically locked there for however long. Now, of course, he re-emerged and then just absolutely massacred the Earth superheroes, but up until that point, we had never really seen a lot of instances where a person who was not a speedster had been locked in the Speed Force. We'd seen it before, but Superboy Prime is the most popular example, and that's why I use that. But the idea here is that with Batman going into the Speed Force and basically merging himself with Barry Allen, what he ends up doing is stepping out as the Red Death. Now, this is kind of an interesting situation because the implication here is that there's one of two scenarios going on. The first scenario is that this guy, Bruce Wayne, is just now an evil bad guy. Like, he's just a villain. That's it. He's just an evil dude, and there's no way for him to come back from this. The other half of that is that Bruce Wayne is not entirely lost. Now, the way in which this happens is that when he steps out of the Speed Force and his world is basically crashing down around him, that there's almost like this inner turmoil, right? Like, Barry Allen speaks to Bruce Wayne and says, look, you're not a bad guy, you can go back and you can fix this, and there's a brief moment of hesitance. Now, it also seems like this power has basically run to Bruce Wayne's head. Maybe he's possibly even possessed. We don't know that for an absolute truth. All we know is this guy, Red Death, refers to himself as Bruce Wayne. And so the implication is that it is Bruce Wayne acting of his own accord. He doubts himself a bit, but it doesn't matter. The other thing here is that with this universe basically crashing down, or with this Earth basically being destroyed, what this seems to do is hit home at the idea of rules within the multiverse. When it comes to the multiverse in DC Comics, for the most part, their depiction of how the various worlds exist has really just kind of been free reign, right? Like, I mean, Infinite Crisis introduced like the monitors, different things like that. Final Crisis gave us the monitors again, and so on. And it was this idea that the monitors serve the purpose of making sure that the Earth's heroes never crossed over, that Earth 1 didn't show up on Earth 2, Earth 2 didn't show up on Earth 3, and that was about it. After that, it was whatever goes on in those worlds goes on in those worlds. Just do what you want to, just make sure, you don't show up in somebody else's house. And so it was really that the monitors were more of like prison guards, as opposed to actually people who were maintaining, the house and so on and so forth. They weren't really landlords. But in this instance, what this seems to do is it hits home at these finite rules. Things are supposed to happen a certain way. Certain characters are always supposed to live. If they die, it quote unquote breaks things. For example, let's take like this scenario with the Bat family. We don't know if it was the death of the Bat family that triggered this. We don't know if it was Bruce Wayne making the decision to go after the Flash that triggered this. All we know is that this world is just crumbling to pieces. It's basically falling apart. And the implication seems to be it's because Bruce Wayne is playing a character he's not supposed to be. He's breaking the rules of the multiverse. He's breaking the rules of this universe. Now, if this is true, because at this point, this is just speculation on my part. It's not being told that it's true. It's just kind of my guess. But if this is true, it would change everything. Because what it does is it basically takes this whole idea of in every universe, there's a Batman. In every universe, there's a Superman. In every universe, there's a Flash, there's a Wonder Woman, so on and so forth. It takes that from the realm of being, well, that's just kind of how things worked out, to being, this is the way it always is. There's always a Flash in every universe. There's always a Batman. There's always a Justice League. There's always these superheroes, and they always exist, because if they don't, the world simply just can't exist for whatever reason. Now, something else that ends up happening here is that this Red Death actually displays a power that we've never seen before. When it comes to speedsters stealing the abilities or stealing the speeds of other powers or other characters, usually it is an extension of themselves, in the sense that they have to like run up on them, they have to touch them, something along those lines. It's not really like a telekinetic or a telepathic thing. In this instance, Red Death is like accompanied by these bats, which is super cool. And when he shows up in the New 52 Earth, these bats immediately attack like the other, the other New 52 Wally West, and like drain him of his Speed Force powers, to the point that he basically just grows super old. And it gets crazy because then Barry Allen shows up. Of course, this Flash from Earth Zero shows up and simply says, like, you are not going to face off against my guys, you're not going to attack my friends, yada, yada, yada. But before he can step in and before he can actually fight Red Death, what we end up finding out is that his Speed Force powers are basically being siphoned. They're being taken away. Now, again, in the middle of all this, Dr. Fate grabs him and whisks him away. And that's a big deal, because with Dr. Fate showing up, he is the predecessor to Doctor Strange, right? Like Dr. Fate existed long before Doctor Strange, but he's a guy that DC does not invoke very often. But when they do, it means things are about to pop off. Usually whenever Dr. Fate intervenes, it means that the universe is moving in a direction to where if those who are not whisked away to a quote-unquote safe place, if that's not actually done, they'll basically die. It's essentially DC coming in and saying the universe, the prime DC universe is now on a collision course. Dr. Fate is literally running around and grabbing these guys up because they're the only ones who are going to be able to stave off against the coming threat. What it also seems to indicate is that if Barry Allen and if Red Death were to actually face one another, Barry Allen would die. He would be killed. Now again, that's why Dr. Fate intervenes. Otherwise, he would have just waited, and then Flash would have killed Red Death and that would have been it. And so it's an interesting situation because again, it really hits home at this idea that there's a much bigger picture here, that all these universes are crashing down, all these universes are ending because things are not right with them. And the things that are not right are contextual based on the origin stories of each character that we'll see. Again, a lot of this is really mysterious. We don't know what direction things are heading in. We don't know what's going to happen. We can just kind of look at it, guess, and hope we understand. What's going on, guys? We are covering Batman the Dawnbreaker, the story where Batman kills the DC universe. This is absolutely bonkers, but this is the first audio that I'm recording after we got back from New York Comic Con. Man, all the members of the Rob Corps who showed up, dude, okay, check out this video. Check out this video real quick of like everybody, like the huge crowd that we got for the panel. Anyway, the cool thing about this is that initially, like when we first got up to the room, I saw like maybe 10 people and I was like, okay, I mean, that's cool. Like we have fans that show up and as long as I get to hang out with fans, I don't really care how many show up. And then like I turn a corner and there's like 200 people lined up and it was bonkers because they all start chanting like Rob Corps, Rob Corps. It was one of the coolest things. So we've got like the Comic Storian Corps, we've got the Rob Corps, we've got the population from Comic Pop all just gathered together in this massive room. And like it was so cool. Like it's so humbling to see so many fans show up. It's God, I never get past that and I hope I never do. I love meeting and just like talking to fans like a regular comic book person, like just a regular comic book fan. Ethan Van Sciver, the guy who draws Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps, is part of the Rob Corps. He got a Rob Corps ring. Like I gave him one. He told me to save one for him. I was like, what? No way. God, I love you guys so much. I love hanging out with you guys. It's like meeting you guys is like the coolest thing ever. It's so awesome. Like you guys get excited to meet me because you guys are fans of me. I love meeting you guys because I'm fans of you. So, or I'm a fan of you guys. It's always fun to hang out with you guys, to meet you guys. But anyway, on to the story, on to the whole thing. So Batman the Dawnbreaker is one of these stories where it almost draws on like the idea of Parallax, the old school Hal Jordan character, while at the same time changing things up a little bit differently. But initially what this does, the way it's written by Sam Humphries, is it takes the most logical course. It goes all the way back to Joe Chill, some guy who basically shot Bruce Wayne's parents in a dark alley and a mugging gone wrong. And then Bruce Wayne, instead of just kind of sitting there crying and then being discovered by the police, feels like absolutely nothing. He has no emotion whatsoever. He falls fully into this role of just being a sociopath. He doesn't feel anger, he doesn't feel rage, he doesn't feel fear. He feels completely and totally hollow. And in this lack of feeling, he's suddenly met with a Green Lantern ring, which simply just comes along and says, you have the ability to overcome great fear. Now, this is the caveat of the Lantern rings. The Lantern rings do not take your entire emotional spectrum into account. It's not like you have the ability to overcome great fear, but you're kind of crazy. So like, we're not going to give you a ring. It doesn't work that way. You have the ability to overcome great fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. That's the only stipulation you need. Now, immediately grabbing this ring and trying to kill Joe Chill, this is where things go bonkers because remember, the first rule of the Green Lantern Corps is you cannot kill. And that's initially what holds Bruce Wayne back. You are not allowed to kill anybody. Lethal force is not permitted and the ring stops him. Bruce Wayne's will overpowers the programming of the Green Lantern ring. Now, I cannot even begin to tell you guys how huge this is. This is when we start getting into Parallax. As far as I'm aware, the programming of the ring not allowing its wielder to kill people was a Jeff Johns creation, but it's designed to ensure the Green Lantern Corps exists as a peacekeeping force. Now, those of you guys who read Jeff Johns' run, which again, you'll find all those videos down in the playlist, we cover them every Sunday, one of the things that was established was a Sinestro Corps war. The Sinestro Corps, led by Thal Sinestro, waged war against the Green Lanterns. In response, the Guardians of the Universe, the creators of the Green Lantern rings, removed this rule and it allowed Green Lanterns to kill. In this universe, that doesn't ever seem to have happened. Bruce Wayne totally dominates the Will's programming, literally makes the ring his own, and in turn destroys Joe Chill. Now, it's not the first time that we've seen a person overpower a Green Lantern ring. We saw that with Hal Jordan. Now, the way it was for years and years and years, really before Geoff Johns took over the title, it was just the idea that Coast City was destroyed, and then Hal Jordan basically just freaked out. He lost his mind. He just started calling himself Parallax, and in return, he just obliterated the Green Lantern Corps, killed all the Guardians of the Universe except for Ganthet, who in turn took the ring of Hal Jordan and then gave it to Kyle Rayner, and that's how Kyle Rayner became a Green Lantern. In the Geoff Johns run, however, what we ended up finding out is that when Hal Jordan started calling himself Parallax, it's because he was infected by the Parallax entity. When Coast City had basically been destroyed, he felt fear, and fear was able to overcome his willpower. And because fear overcame his willpower, it opened the door for the Parallax entity to go into and to possess Hal Jordan, which is why he started calling himself Parallax. It was a huge retcon, but it worked really, really well in terms of how Parallax existed and so on. In this instance, Bruce Wayne is not possessed by the Parallax entity. Bruce Wayne is not controlled by this living embodiment of fear. Bruce Wayne is just a kid who's grieving over the death of his parents. And that's why this is so cool, is because there was an argument that took place between Batman and Superman in the Injustice comics. And Superman basically made the case, no matter what Batman does, no matter what Bruce Wayne does, no matter what he says, no matter what steps he takes to make Gotham a better place, in every single circumstance, Bruce Wayne is basically just still this little kid crying in a dark alley because his parents are dead. This hits home to that. You sit down and you read a Batman comic, and you think about that for a second, and you realize when he's fighting the Joker, when he's fighting the Penguin, when Jason Todd is killed by the Joker, when Tim Drake becomes Robin, when Nightwing takes off and says, I'm becoming my own character now, no matter what it is that happens, every instance of Bruce Wayne getting angry whenever he's fighting as a hero, he's still just this little kid crying over the death of his parents, because that's the motivation for him. Now, the other half of this is that Sam Humphries kind of teases this extreme power of Bruce Wayne with a Green Lantern ring, because what he ends up doing is actually resurrecting his parents from the dead. Now, of course, they immediately go back to being dead after he realizes he can't return them to the way they were, but we've never seen an instance where a Green Lantern ring has been able to resurrect somebody from the dead. We've never seen a person who is able to dominate the extreme power of a Green Lantern ring and in turn resurrect the dead. Now, what this does is it basically hits home and it offers an indirect bolstering to the power of the Green Lanterns. And again, that's how these stories work. A person who was never originally part of the Green Lantern Corps, a person who does not exist in the main DC universe, a person in some story off out in the middle of nowhere will suddenly get a Green Lantern ring, and they'll do something with that ring that we've never seen done before. And then suddenly that becomes the standard. Suddenly it becomes, well, maybe somebody could do that later on down the line. If this creates a precedent, then it means that now in the main DC line of stories, we could suddenly see Hal Jordan just continue to advance his own willpower to the point that he can resurrect people from the dead. Again, getting back into the story, the whole idea is that with Bruce Wayne having a Green Lantern ring, suddenly he just begins dominating and killing every single villain he comes across. Now, this is one of the things that I like about this version of Bruce Wayne. What all these villains have shown is that they're incorrigible. They're unwilling to change. The things they do result in the deaths of countless people, whether it's through peddling substances, robberies, different things like that, or just having people taken out because they're opposition. Whatever the case may be, he just keeps going through and taking all these guys out. Now, we see these as somewhat of a flashback when he kills Scarecrow, when he kills the Penguin. We see these as flashbacks because he's literally talking to Jim Gordon. And while the Gotham Police Department is terrified of this teenage Bruce Wayne, what they basically come to terms with is the idea that people are missing around Gotham City. Criminals are just vanishing left and right, and no one knows why. But Jim Gordon suspects that Bruce Wayne is the one who's doing it. And that's what he does. He confronts him with this information and says, why are you doing this? Now, the other half of this is the other part of the power that Bruce Wayne's created for himself. Again, when it comes to the Green Lantern mythos, their ability to create constructs is directly proportional to how confident they are in themselves, as well as their ability to control the green part of the emotional spectrum, the will aspect of the emotional spectrum. And so with Bruce Wayne, because his will is so extreme, he in turn is not only able to create constructs, he actually creates constructs that are part of himself. Now again, this is a stark difference from what we've seen before, because we've seen Batman with a Green Lantern ring before. Hal Jordan gives Bruce Wayne his Green Lantern ring and says, just use it, see if you can pull it off. And in this story, Batman uses the ring and is able to conjure larger constructs of his parents, but it's wildly difficult to do. But in this instance, in this alternate universe story, when he's younger, when he's a kid, in the emotion of his parents dying, the total sadness that he feels, his willpower to basically fix everything is extreme. And the reason why is because this hits at how Bruce Wayne used to be versus how he is now. Over the years, Bruce Wayne, the way he functions is a reflection of his wisdom. It's a reflection of the fact that sometimes you can't just go in guns blazing. Sometimes it's more about politics than it is about running in and just beating up the bad guy. Now, over the years, he's learned finesse. He's learned that you have to have a little bit of guile if you want to achieve your goals. In this instance, he is a teenager. He's a young man whose parents were killed as a kid. He was basically given this godly power, and in turn, between his imagination, between the fact that he wants everyone to suffer the way he does, he literally takes this emotional spectrum and just kind of merges it with his own soul. And he creates these sort of hybrid constructs where it's basically referred to as the darkness, but it's the darkness in Batman's soul. And so it's almost asking the question, what would happen if Bruce Wayne's hollow nature were to pollute the emotional spectrum? Then what would take place? Well, that question is answered when, after it is that he kills Commissioner Gordon, he's immediately met by the Guardians of the Universe and the Green Lantern Corps. And what he does is literally just initiate this blackout. And these constructs that he's created in this void of his own soul are virtually indestructible. It's almost like whisking a person off to another dimension. And it's absolutely insane because while we don't necessarily see what happens, we basically end up finding out that these constructs he's created obliterate the Guardians of the Universe. They obliterate the Green Lantern Corps. Everyone is completely destroyed. And so going forward, he simply just starts calling himself the Dawnbreaker. Now, this is crazy because the Guardians of the Universe are insanely powerful. I mean, they are some of the most powerful beings in existence. It would literally take somebody channeling the entirety of the emotional spectrum in order to be able to take them out. And that's what Bruce Wayne's doing. Again, the idea here, the statement made by the Guardians of the Universe is you have to stop. What you're doing is polluting the emotional spectrum. And that's exactly what he's done. It's taking ink and putting it in, putting a drop of it in a beaker of water. It's just going to spread. It's just going to go everywhere. Eventually, it's just going to be nothing but darkness inside that beaker. That ink will basically taint that water forevermore. And that's what they're saying here is that he's just polluting that aspect of the emotional spectrum. He's going to destroy everything. Now, of course, this coincides with the beginning of the destruction of his own Earth. And this is when we basically start hitting into this idea that when it comes to these alternate reality versions of Batman, their universes are being totally obliterated for reasons that we haven't fully fleshed out yet. It's believed that these finite laws of the universe are being broken, that the destruction of these universes are because of the fact that these different versions of Bruce Wayne are doing things they're not supposed to. And so again, it's kind of cool, but we actually end up picking up with the Man Who Laughs, this Jokerized version of Batman. He looks amazing. I just want to say that he looks so awesome. He looks so cool here, but it's basically this idea of saying, I am recruiting people for Barbados, building up the ranks, building up all these different folks. Now, again, this seems to have taken place long before the events of Dark Knight's Forge, the casting, but building up these rosters literally leads to Dawnbreaker Batman showing up in the DC universe. Now, one of the other things that I wanted to hold off until this very point are the nature of these worlds that these evil versions of Batman are coming from. Think about the DC multiverse in terms of just the numbering. Think about it as like a number chart, right? You've got 0 in the middle, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 going to the positive side, and then you've got -1, -2, -3, -4 going to the negative side. But what DC's doing is they're building up Earth Prime in the DC universe, which is to say the stories you've been reading since the New 52 first started. They're building that up is like the center point of the entire multiverse. It is the singular middle point at which everything branches out. And so what it does is it would literally allow a person to enter into this world and then by extension enter into other worlds. So it's like walking into a room with a room full of doors. It's interesting in terms of how that happens. But the idea here is that him facing off against Hal Jordan shows him arriving with powers that Hal Jordan's never seen before and that the ring cannot interpret. The knowledge of a Green Lantern ring is contextual and is basically limited to the universe in which that Green Lantern ring was created. And so because of that, the Green Lantern ring that Hal Jordan wields does not know anything about the constructs that Bruce Wayne wields because they're not from the universe where Hal Jordan's ring came from. And so again, that's why this works, because it basically hits home with this idea that now it's going to be this mad dash to figure out exactly how his constructs work, what the weakness of his constructs are, and how those constructs can be defeated. But again, it's basically this Green Lantern Batman from an alternate reality popping up in the DC Rebirth universe and then just immediately dominating Hal Jordan. But again, much like we saw with Red Death, Dr. Fate pops up and whisks him away. Now keep in mind, Dr. Fate is like the Doctor Strange, so to speak, of the DC universe. I mean, Dr. Fate predates Doctor Strange. But in terms of the roles they play, Dr. Fate is really more of these guys where he just kind of watches everything unfold and then simply says, okay, either I'm going to intervene on behalf of the Fates, or I'm not going to intervene because the Fates don't want me to. But in this instance, it's him basically whisking Hal Jordan away and saying, yes, you're gonna have to live through the destruction of Coast City all over again, but you are needed elsewhere. What this does is it teases the possibility of the return of Parallax Hal Jordan. Because remember, the original Parallax Hal Jordan popped up because of the fact that Coast City was destroyed. If DC ends up deciding to just like make Parallax Hal Jordan, this would be the time to do it. Now, I don't see DC doing the same gag twice. I mean, it's just wishful thinking on my part. I really wish it would happen. But the cool thing is here in this instance is basically the entirety of Coast City being covered in darkness, basically being whisked away to this dimension Dawnbreaker Batman had created in his own universe. So again, it's pretty wild. Dark Knight's Metal, man, best thing to come out of DC Rebirth. It is amazing. Okay, so getting into Dark Knight's Metal #1, this is proving itself to be a really cool story. It's a very elaborate story, but Scott Snyder's stories are always that way. I mean, it took him the better part of like 4 story arcs to build up to the reveal of the Joker. So it's pretty interesting in terms of how he does his stories. But the whole idea is that this opens up with basically this sort of story that's given to us from Carter Hall. Remember, Carter Hall is basically Hawkman, and Hawkman is this guy that has this origin story where he's effectively destined to die and be reborn time and time again. The same thing goes for Kendra Saunders. They're effectively lovers, that they'll always die and they'll always be reborn. They won't know who the other is. And their story is to basically find and encounter one another to essentially be at the other side until they die, and the process repeats itself. But the idea of Dark Knight's Metal is to introduce this concept of nth metal. And what it does, or at least what it did for Carter Hall and for Kendra Saunders, is it basically said that somewhere along the line in the origin of their lives, back before they started this process of death and rebirth, they encountered nth metal from just some, alien civilization somewhere. And the idea was that when they were stabbed by a blade that was made of nth metal, it set them on the process of dying and being reborn, presumably for all eternity. The whole idea of the diary of Carter Hall, so to speak, with regards to Dark Knight's Metal, is that he was on a quest to find out what nth metal was and why it caused him to live this process of death and rebirth over and over and over again. But because of the fact that he dates back to the earliest days of civilization, he's seen a multitude of things take place. And so this story basically opens up with references to 3 different tribes. The first is the tribe of the wolf, the second is the tribe of the bear, and the third is the tribe of the bird. Now the first 2 are pretty straightforward. The third is a little bit kind of weird, and it really requires a little bit of speculation on our part. The tribe of the wolf is basically the tribe of Vandal Savage. The tribe of the bear is the tribe of the Immortal Man, and the tribe of the bird might be like the Court of Owls, but it's most likely Hawkman himself. Now, with the tribe of the wolf, with regards to Vandal Savage, he is a guy who is basically immortal. Now, the way it originally happened in DC's storytelling is that the Immortal Man and Vandal Savage both basically gained their immortality from a meteorite, more or less. This meteorite crash landed on Earth. Vandal Savage discovered it in the earliest days of, caveman history. It basically imbued him with legitimate immortality, so he could never really die. The Immortal Man made an amulet out of the meteorite, and his exposure to the amulet over time is what gave him his immortality. Now, in the New 52, when DC basically started retelling the stories of Batman, when we got into things like the Court of Owls and the Night of Owls and Batman Endgame and Death of the Family, all those stories written by Scott Snyder, the origin of Vandal Savage was completely reworked. And what Scott Snyder established is that there's actually this substance on Earth called Dionysium. And Dionysium in its most pure form was first encountered by Vandal Savage, and that's how he became immortal. It was later encountered by the Joker, but the Joker encountered an impure form, and the result was that he constantly had to go back and expose himself to Dionysium in order to maintain his longevity. It was really Scott Snyder teasing this idea that so long as Dionysium was present and accessible by the Joker, he would effectively be immortal. Now, in the New 52, we have no references to the Immortal Man. This is the first time we get it. There's been nothing to indicate the Immortal Man exists. This seems to be the first time that we're actually having his character rolled in. And of course, the tribe of the bird, really looking at the idea of Hawkman, this basically indicates that because he was stabbed with nth metal in the early days of his existence, his tribe, he really just kind of had a group of his own and different things like that, and somehow or another he just came to be represented with regards to these different tribes. But again, it's a very short little story here, because what this does is it says that these 3 tribes are now being greeted with a 4th tribe, the tribe of effectively the Dark Knights of Barbados. Now, with regards to the modern day, what this does is it picks up with Mongol. Now, this is kind of cool because this actually comes out of what I believe is a 3-part story. Maybe it's a 2-part story in Superman Batman issues 5 and 6 from the New 52. And this dealt with the idea of a character by the name of Toyman, some kid named Hiro, who was basically like this super smart engineer of sorts based out of Japan. And he had actually designed a video game system that eventually turned into a real life system, in the sense that it was designed to allow people to jump into this sort of virtual reality world and engage in combat, but it eventually manifested to the point that they were controlling actual people, specifically Batman and Superman. So it was an interesting little bit of storytelling at the time. It was really DC just kind of experimenting with what people would be interested in with regards to the launch of the New 52, but it also drew the attention of Mongul. And so this is why Mongul has kidnapped Hiro, because the two of them are basically familiar with each other, in the sense that Hiro is the New 52 iteration of Toyman. Under control of Mongul, he's basically kidnapped the Justice League, thrown them on this new War Moon, which is basically Mongul's war world, and it results in the Justice League being held prisoner using a multitude of different devices and contraptions. For example, crystallized red kryptonite, which keeps Superman's powers from manifesting, boots that basically increase gravity that keep the Flash from just running super fast, different things like that. I mean, it's just really just a way to kind of keep them in place. Now, of course, this goes by pretty fast. There's a new device that's been created by Toyman. The Justice League are forced to fight it. Ultimately, Batman realizes that there's basically these little symbols inside of the machine itself that Hiro left there, so Batman and the Justice League would figure out how to actually turn this machine into a giant Voltron, more or less is what everybody's calling it. A giant mecha of sorts, which they can all pilot. It's a Zord. It's the Megazord. They're all just kind of piloting it, and of course they use it to basically overpower Mongul and make their escape, and that's really about it. I mean, there's not much going on here. Why it was added in, I honestly have no earthly clue, but I guess it really is kind of answered in the fact that when they return home, there's this giant mountain that's been erected in the middle of Gotham City, which of course has sent people fleeing for their lives. Now, of course, once the Justice League actually gets up to it, they get inside the mountain, they start investigating around. What we end up getting is this sort of resonance energy that runs directly in line with the energy that Hal Jordan felt from Dark Days, The Forge, and The Casting. And what I mean by that is, if you guys remember in those two stories, which you'll find down in the Dark Knights Metal playlist, there was basically this machine of sorts that Batman had constructed, which ultimately had just been torn to pieces by the Joker. And the idea was that Batman, alongside the Signal, Duke Thomas, the newest addition to the Bat family, had used his powers to essentially sort of rebuild this thing, in addition to Green Lantern using his ring to recreate the machine, so to speak, and it resulted in them working on it. But the harmonic frequency that this machine put off as it was designed by Batman is exactly what they're feeling here, but it's basically encasing some sort of pod of sorts. And so in the middle of all this, before they can actually crack it open, they're basically met with the arrival of Kendra Saunders. Now again, this is a bit of an interesting scenario, because it basically treats Kendra Saunders as if nobody knows who she is and she's never existed in the New 52, which is kind of interesting here, because it's like this wholly new introduction of a concept within DC. I mean, it's not, but DC kind of treats it that way with regards to this story. But what it does is it begins hitting at the nature of what's going on with Carter Hall. And again, that's why all this basically comes together, in the sense that Nth Metal came from a place that nobody really understands and nobody knows anything about it. Now, we know just by virtue of the tie-ins that Nth Metal comes from the Dark Multiverse, but no one seems to know that. Instead, what Kendra Saunders does is basically tell the various superheroes here that when Carter Hall was going around and investigating the various issues that were going on with Nth Metal, the idea of Nth Metal itself, where initially the investigation in its earliest days was just him, as time progressed and people like Vandal Savage began to rise in prominence, people like the Immortal Man began to rise in prominence, you know, heroes like Red Tornado, who was really a really cool character from before New 52, as these various heroes began to rise in prominence, Carter Hall basically began recruiting them to his cause. And it was essentially anybody who could help in any form or fashion, whether they were scientists, engineers, whatever the case may be. As long as they were intelligent, they were basically put to task trying to figure out what Nth Metal is. Now, what Kendra also does is say that just by virtue of his own investigations, Carter Hall became aware of the multiverse. Now, we don't know how. She essentially says this is the multiverse as it exists, and it's essentially the multiversal map from Final Crisis going into the New 52. The Final Crisis aspect I'd like you to also keep in the back of your head for a second, but the whole idea is that when the question was asked where Nth Metal came from, the vibrational frequency that it emits does not come from any one particular universe. Now, we've talked about this with regards to our tie-ins for Dark Knight's Metal, so if you've heard those, bear with me for a second. But in DC Comics, when it comes to different universes, every universe has a unique energy signature. So think of the energy signature like colors. Every universe is its own distinct color. If you can become that color, you can enter that universe by saying that simply if you can vibrate at the correct frequency, you can enter that alternate universe. That's how the Flash was able to jump from reality to reality in the early days of DC's creation of the multiverse back back in 1961. It was the idea that the Flash inadvertently vibrated at the right frequency to enter an alternate reality. Now, once it was that he realized what he had done, then it basically became this scenario where DC simply said the Flash can go into any universe he wants to as long as he vibrates at the right frequency. He has to know what the frequency is, but once he learns, he can vibrate that way and travel from one universe to another. The issue here is that with each one of these universes having its own unique frequency, the frequency the nth metal puts off is not attuned to any one of those universes. And so the question that Kendra Saunders asks, and the question that Carter Hall had asked, is if it doesn't come from this multiverse, then where does it come from? And this is one of the interesting scenarios that DC's toying around with, that there is the multiverse as it exists in the main DC line of stories, then there's the dark multiverse. And so the overall idea here is that they are effectively saying that this dark multiverse is composed of dark matter and dark energy. And it's actually kind of interesting because the whole principle behind this is basically saying that in the main DC universe, everything is made up of like atoms. 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom give you H2O, they give you water. But in terms of the atomic level, it's largely empty space. That empty space is composed of dark matter and dark energy. And so what they're effectively saying is that this dark multiverse as it exists is far larger than the main DC multiverse itself, but they don't know how big. The other thing to keep in mind here is that this is all speculation. There's no absolute answers here. It's literally Kendra Saunders and everybody trying to figure out what's going on, trying to understand what's happening. At the same time, as they began going through and as she began researching what she could find from Carter Hall anyway, before he had disappeared into presumably the dark multiverse, is that along the line, the character of Barbados, this godly being from the dark multiverse, had looked to cross over into the main DC universe by way of Batman. And that's the whole basis behind this. Now, of course, in the middle of this whole investigation, things really just kind of pick up when Red Tornado suddenly wakes up. Now, it's a little bit of a sidetrack here because we'll jump back into that Batman thing here in a second. But the whole idea behind this is that Red Tornado is effectively this android that can manipulate winds of sorts, different things like that. DC tried to experiment and turn him into an elemental of sorts, but he was basically a member of the Justice League for quite some time, Justice League International, played some pretty cool roles here and there, but he's one of those characters that a lot of older fans were excited to see. He's really niche, but it's basically DC rolling his character back into the modern day continuity. Now, how he got here, we don't know. We simply know that Kendra Saunders and the Blackhawks have been holding him captive this entire time. But one of the things that I want you guys to notice is that with him basically dominating like Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Superman, he's certainly a force to be reckoned with in terms of what he's capable of. But what he keeps shouting is that they opened the door and that he warned them not to open the door. Now, this is a direct reference to the events of Dark Knight's The Forge and the casting when Batman activated the device that opened the door to the dark multiverse, not realizing that he did it. And that brings us back to the continuation of this circumstance, because one of the people that Carter Hall had sent in to investigate the dark multiverse was Red Tornado. Red Tornado, of course, basically returned. But the idea is that Red Tornado is aware of the fact that if the door is open to the dark multiverse, all it's going to do is let in absolute evil. So again, not a lot of straight answers coming from Scott Snyder, and that's standard when it comes to his storytelling. He gives us a lot of mysterious, a lot of clues, a lot of these, well, what do you think will happen next for the first, 2 or 3 issues? And then he actually gets into the meat and potatoes of it later on. Now, of course, in all the panic, Batman basically bails out, makes his escape, because the only reason he was even there in the first place was to see how much Kendra Saunders and the Blackhawks knew. Now, a lot of that goes into the All-Star Batman Rebirth line of stories, in the sense that Batman was aware of Kendra Saunders, he was aware of the Blackhawks. The whole point was to get there, see what they know about this mysterious nth metal, this material that he's been researching all this time. And once he found out they had a sample of it, his goal was to get in there, take it, and leave. And this gets us into the whole idea of Batman and the events of Final Crisis. And that's one of the reasons why we covered the Final Crisis story in the first place, is because what Kendra Saunders basically says is that going through the various wordings of, Carter Hall himself, ultimately the person that is responsible for allowing the dark multiverse into the main DC universe is Batman himself, going by the, traditional idea of the word Wayne as it's been translated over the years. Now, what the Journal of Carter Hall basically says here is that initially Barbados didn't know anything about the positive multiverse. It wasn't until the events of Final Crisis when Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction by Darkseid and sent all the way back into the distant past of humanity's history that Barbados became aware of the positive multiverse. When Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction and sent into the past, it sent shockwaves throughout throughout both the dark multiverse and the positive multiverse. And with that shockwave crossing the dark multiverse, Barbatos basically woke up. He had this, light bulb in his head and realized the positive multiverse exists. And so the goal was to pass through Earth Zero, the main DC universe, and then go directly into the positive multiverse. And so that's how it is that Final Crisis ties into this story. And that's the significance of Batman. When Scott Snyder and these guys say Batman is the means by which the dark multiverse will be let in, it's because one, he was sent into the past in Final Crisis. Shockwaves were sent throughout both sides of the positive and negative multiverse. And he basically created the device, and he had the device designed that would open a portal to the dark multiverse, not really knowing what it was that he was doing. And so in the middle of all this, when he basically begins to realize that all of this is true, he's basically met with a being called Dream, who's part of a group called the Endless. Now, the Endless are a really, really, really cool concept in the realm of DC Comics, and we've never talked about them. We've never even referenced the Endless once, so I'm going to give you guys a crash course in what the Endless are. The Endless originally appeared in the second volume of Neil Gaiman's Sandman series, and the Sandman series largely dealt with the idea of just a guy who would get these sort of prophetic dreams. But the Endless are somewhat like DC's answer to Marvel's cosmic entities, but not exactly. The idea is that in the Marvel universe, the cosmic entities are sort of this representation of concepts within the realm of Marvel. Eternity represents time and infinity represents space, or something along those lines. The Endless in DC's comics are not a representation of different things. They simply are those things. So when it comes to like the dream of the Endless, it is basically the concept of people dreaming. When you lay down, you go to sleep and you dream about whatever, that one girl that you really want to get with, or the one guy you really want to get with, or getting a Rob Corps ring. Whatever it is that you dream about, Endless is that, the amalgamation of your dreams, more or less. But the reason why this matters is because when it comes to the Endless, there's something like 7 of them, I think. I think it's Destiny, Destruction, Death, Dream. I want to say Delirium, Despair, and Desire, I think is what they're called. I'm not super familiar on the Endless, so I apologize if I got those wrong. But for the most part, we don't really see them all that often in DC, or at least not in the main DC line of stories. But the whole idea is that the arrival of Dream specifically is done for a purpose. It really seems to be, in the eyes of Scott Snyder, an explanation of what the dark multiverse is. The indication here is that the dark multiverse is not necessarily a place where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. It's a place that was created by virtue of a nightmarish situation. It's basically a multiverse that exists of all the worst things that can happen because people dreamed them up. It's like where people's nightmares go, coalesce, and then presumably took form. The problem with this, and the reason why we really have to wait for definitive answer from Scott Snyder, is because in this story, it's basically established that the dark multiverse predates the main DC multiverse by quite a while. So if it predates the existing multiverse, people couldn't have dreamt it up because they weren't alive to dream it. Again, that's why it gets into kind of a weird boat in a weird situation, because we're just sort of left to try to figure out what's going on. But the very presence of one of the Endless here is a huge deal, because it's the equivalent of, in Marvel Comics, if some event takes place and Eternity shows up and says, hey man, we got to talk about what's happening. That's when you know things are really getting to pop off. Things are really beginning to get serious, because we have basically these immortal, immutable constructs showing up and telling Batman things are about to get pretty dire. Okay, so we are in the second part of our discussion on Dark Knight's Metal, which is kind of crazy. But one of the things I want to do here, before we really jump into this, is I want to talk about the Endless for a second, because this was a debate that started in this video, or in the last video that we did in part 1, spilled over into the Green Lantern video, and then I imagine is probably gonna be back in this one again. I watched a video that Imaginary Access has on the Endless, and I don't know if you guys have seen it. I'll post a link down in the description. I watch Imaginary Access all the time. It's one of my favorite channels to check out. But the whole idea of the Endless is that people kind of look at them in weird ways. Take, for example, the concept of death of the Endless. A lot of people look at death of the Endless and say that is the end-all be-all definitive representation of death, more or less. Death of the Endless is death. And a lot of people usually cite the Sandman series. That's where the Endless originated, and so it makes sense to say whatever the Sandman series says is what's absolutely true, which is not an unreasonable stance to take. If you read Sandman issue number 48, for example, you'll see the statement that the Endless are their embodiments. Dream is the embodiment of dreaming. Death is is the embodiment of death, and so on and so forth. But if you go and you read Captain Atom number 42, they'll basically say that's not necessarily true, that you have Death of the Endless, and then you have like Black Racer, which represents the death for speedsters, and then you have Necron, who represents death for the Green Lanterns, and they all just are equal. They're just personifications of death. Different people see it different ways. As far as I'm aware, DC's never come out and definitively said, nope, the way that Neil Gaiman explains it is absolutely right. That's the way death works. You have Death of the Endless. Everybody else is just an expression of the Endless. So, it's just a personification of death, is a part of him or something along those lines. And that's it. DC's never done that before. So it's really just kind of whatever you want it to be. When it comes to the concept of Dream of the Endless, I do not believe there is another counterpart to that version in DC Comics. So that creates kind of a weird scenario because there really isn't anybody out there, but it is somewhat of an interesting scenario because it's just one of these circumstances where you have multiple entities representing the same thing, and then DC doesn't really take any steps to consolidate it. But the fact remains, in the last video, we basically left off with the idea that there was this explanation of the Dark Multiverse. There is the main DC multiverse, and then on the backside, there's the Dark Multiverse, but we don't really know anything about it. The only thing we know is that there is a substance called nth metal, and this nth metal is effectively a key that unlocks the door and allows a person to enter the Dark Multiverse, or if a person in possession of nth metal in the Dark Multiverse, it would allow them to enter the positive multiverse, basically the main DC multiverse. And so the idea is that when this whole explanation was happening, Batman did what Batman does. And he stole that little fragment of nth metal and took off. Now again, this kind of makes sense, but keep in mind, this whole story is really in a lot of ways designed to feed into the existing status quo of Bruce Wayne. Batman usually keeps things to himself. He's one of those guys where he basically comes along and says, no one is as smart as me. I'm not cocky about it. I'm not arrogant about it. It's just the way things are. And so with that being the case, I'm the person best suited to pursue this goal and to figure out what it is that's going on. In truth, it's a lack of trust on Batman's behalf towards the other members of the Justice League and everybody who's involved. But keep in mind, we also have things like government agencies who are involved. And Batman knows really better than anybody else that those government agencies can't be trusted. If nth metal is this wildly powerful material that can give people powers, and it fell into the hands of like Amanda Waller of the Suicide Squad, that would be a terrible scenario for almost anybody. And so in Batman's mind, if all this stems back to the idea that there's some sort of untold evil out there that exists outside the multiverse, and nth metal is the key to unlocking it, he's the best person to figure out how it works. And so in the aftermath of Batman stealing this little shard of nth metal, the last shard in existence, and then racing off, it's this massive pursuit by the various members of the Justice League to track him down. And again, this is really kind of interesting here, but it also shows the cunning nature of the Bat family in the sense that you've got everybody hunting for Batman. You've got Superman, you've got Green Arrow, you've got John Constantine and Zatanna, you've got all kinds of characters hunting for Batman. When it comes to the character of Bruce Wayne, he's seen and done it all. This, in conjunction with how intelligent he is, means that there would be almost no way to stop him if he decided he wanted to disappear. And so they're hunting in every conceivable place that Batman would go to. Not only that, because of the fact that this spills out into almost every conceivable facet of the DC universe, they effectively seem to trace Batman down to the Amazon rainforest. And this is cool because you basically got Damian Wayne driving this vehicle and just like talking trash to Wonder Woman. This is why I love Damian Wayne. You know what? Rant time. I love Damian Wayne. I don't care if people hate him. Damian Wayne's one of the best characters in the DC universe, and there's no arguing that point. That's just the way it is. He's like this little kid who is one of the best assassins in the world and doesn't take any lip off anybody. And it's amazing. I absolutely love Damian Wayne. But the other half of this is that as they go through and they start tracking down Batman, or at least believe they've tracked down Batman, you've got Aquaman, you've got all these characters popping up out of the woodwork, you've got the Flash chasing him down, only for us to begin finding out these versions of Batman are not Bruce Wayne. And that's why it is that I love Scott Snyder's writing, is because when it's basically revealed that the version of Batman they see is actually Nightwing, it basically goes all the way back to the very opening story of the Court of Owls in Scott Snyder's run, this hologram technology that Dick Grayson uses. But it's the exact same hologram technology he uses when it came to the opening story for Court of Owls when he looked like the Joker. And so with this happening, once they enter into a realm where there's nothing but trees and all these different Batmen are captured, Dick Grayson pulls out a little piece, just this little bitty flower, this little bitty thing that basically has a name that translates into the Terrible Green Beatdown. Everybody panics. Everybody freaks out. Wonder Woman's first response is, oh my God, where are we at? And then, Cyborg responds by, "We gotta go." And the reason why is because of the fact that they're in the Parliament of Trees. They're in the realm of Swamp Thing. Now remember, Swamp Thing is one of the more popular characters when it comes to DC Comics, even if in name only. I mean, people know of the name Swamp Thing. They may not know the intricacies of his character, but they do know of the concept. But the largest reinvention of sorts when it came to Swamp Thing actually took place during the run of Alan Moore. He basically established this idea that there had been a litany of Swamp Things before, the Alec Holland version that people were reading at the time. And there was this concept called the Parliament of Trees. Now, the very idea here is that there is basically this giant hive mind, more or less, of plant life across the planet Earth. And the Parliament of Trees selects a person every generation to basically be its protector. And that's what Swamp Thing is. Swamp Thing is a protector of sorts when it comes to the plant life that exists on Earth. The fact remains here, when it comes to Swamp Thing, he is almost this totally indestructible force and largely considered to be one of the most powerful characters that exists out there, in the sense that if you were to destroy the Swamp Thing's physical form, so long as plant life exists on the planet he's on, he can reconstitute himself. Not only that, his strength is pretty extreme, it's pretty intense. He's extremely capable in terms of what he's able to do, and he actually incapacitates the entirety of the Justice League. Not only that, we end up finding out that with Superman kind of being the last man standing, that what ends up taking place here is he deduces where Batman is, in the sense that with everybody disguising themselves as Batman, the real Batman is actually in the back of the truck being driven by Damian Wayne. Now, this is one of the coolest parts of the story because, of course, Superman swoops in and basically grabs Batman and whisks him off, but we get this really, really cool explanation in terms of what's going on. And this is why I say Scott Snyder's Batman is so cohesive, because it's this whole run at the beginning of New 52, running all the way up to Endgame, and then a few of the stories afterwards, and then it's basically this tying all of that together. For those of you guys who saw my New 52 run, the videos that we did on Batman, bear with me because there's probably a lot of people who haven't. And if you haven't seen those, I highly suggest you go back and watch them because this ties into everything. What's basically explained here is that there's something that's going to take place called a mantling, or at least it has been taking place. And this all ties back into Final Crisis. During the Final Crisis event, when Batman was hit with the Omega Sanction of Darkseid and he was sent all the way back to the early days of humanity, the character of Barbados first saw him. He first witnessed Bruce Wayne. What ended up happening is that with Barbados basically witnessing Bruce Wayne, what he did is set in motion a series of events that would ultimately culminate in this particular scenario. And so it's basically Barbados playing this game that was designed to span thousands and thousands and thousands of years, basically resulting in this particular situation. But a brunt of the scenarios that took place didn't happen except for within the last few years. The first part was during the events of Court of Owls. During the events of Court of Owls, when Bruce Wayne was trying to figure out who the court was and ultimately learned that the court had existed for eons and was basically turning people who had died into their own personal servants, their own personal assassins, Bruce Wayne was captured by the court and subjected to their labyrinth. In doing so, he had consumed some of the water in order to keep himself from going crazy. This water contained something called electrum. Now, we know from the Court of Owls that electrum basically existed alongside Dionysium. Dionysium was a substance that could basically give people longevity. It could allow them to live for an extremely long amount of time. Dionysium itself was established as a chemical that existed on Earth, and in its most pure form was first met by Vandal Savage, basically an immortal man who consumed Dionysium, making himself immortal. Along the way, Dionysium basically became impure. The Joker eventually encountered it, and so long as the Joker went back and consumed Dionysium, he would always live and he would always recover from his wounds. During the events of Batman Endgame, when Batman was believed to have died at the hands of the Joker, he had basically consumed Dionysium to bring himself back. This ran into Promethium, which allowed him to return as Batman following the events of the Batman Endgame storyline, and then that ultimately ran into Nth Metal when he exposed himself to it in creating his device that was basically used at the start of the whole Dark Knight's Metal and the casting and the Forge. But the whole idea here is that over the course of the last several years, however many years that may be, Batman has been systematically exposed to these different metals, to 4 particular metals, to Electrum, to Dionysium, to Promethium, and then eventually to Nth Metal. All these metals have existed in DC Comics over the years. It's DC basically grabbing these materials, adding a couple new ones, and then consolidating them all together and saying they're not just arbitrary metals that exist out there, they are important. And so Batman's biggest concern is that there is a 5th metal, and if he's exposed to it, he will become the doorway. He will become the means by which Barbados and all of his forces will be teleported to the positive multiverse. But Batman doesn't know how to stop it. The problem is that in the middle of this whole thing, Superman punches a hole through Batman. It's crazy. He punches a hole right through him when Wonder Woman shows up and says he's basically just stalling. And that's when we find out this is not Batman. This is Clayface. And that's why I say this is so cool. All these little twists and turns and all these little curves that sort of come out of nowhere, right? You're just like, oh my God, Superman killed Batman. Batman said something to piss him off and Superman just punched a hole in his chest. I mean, that's the initial thought here. And then you find out that it's just Clayface. Now, the reason why is because Superman, distracted in the moment, believing this is Batman, basically just kind of jumped onto it. But remember, Superman memorized Batman's heartbeat. It's one of the kind of things the two of them have in common, in the sense that over the course of DC's publication history, while Superman and Batman have fought each other largely really only after the events of Dark Knight Returns, they had been friends for years and years and years. And while this version of Superman and this version of Batman are basically discovering each other for the first time, the fact remains that they are forming a friendship. And in order to make sure that one of his closest friends is always safe, Superman always knows the heartbeat of Batman. He can always hear it, in the same way he can always hear the heartbeat of Lois Lane and his son Jonathan Kent. And so in this moment, what ends up happening is we basically transition off to Batman once he's actually in the tomb of Khufu, in the Valley of Kings, more or less. Of course, Khufu basically being Hawkman, but the goal of Batman is to grab the mace of Hawkman, grab the mace of Carter Hall, owing to the idea that Barbados had at some point along the line walked the earth. Presumably something happened and he was cast into the dark multiverse. We don't know what that event was, we just know that it happened. The rationale of Bruce Wayne here is that if Barbados was basically defeated by the mace of Carter Hall, which presumably is what sent Barbados to the dark multiverse, then the idea of Batman is to travel all the way back to the early days when he first arrived in the past during the events of Final Crisis, find Barbados, use the mace, and kill him before all of this can happen. It's the only thing Batman knows to do. This is irrational. It's unreasonable. It's not normally something Batman would do. And what this is designed to do is highlight the desperation of Bruce Wayne. The other half of this is Batman intends to basically jump back into the past using the Omega Sanction of Darkseid. Now again, what this is designed to do is hit back to the events of Darkseid War. Remember, Darkseid War was basically the last Justice League story, and it dealt with the idea of Darkseid going head to head with the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid himself dying and then being reborn as a baby, after which he was taken by his daughter Grail. So what this is designed to say is DC hasn't forgotten about that stuff. All that's still in continuity, and we'll probably see all that unfold somewhere along the line. The problem with this is that in the middle of this massive set of events, we end up having this revelation that the Temple of Khufu had long since been destroyed, and they're not actually there. This is all just one giant ruse, and the ruse has been set up by the Court of Owls. This all goes back to the very beginning of Scott Snyder's run, which is why I say you should definitely check out all those videos. When the Court of Owls first popped up in DC Comics, when Scott Snyder first made them, it was basically just this clandestine organization that was just bent on dominating the world and ruling things from behind the scenes, always being in control. What we end up learning here is that somewhere along the line, there was the Parliament of Owls, a group that worshiped birds, and then another group broke off. Another aspect of the Parliament of Owls broke away and started worshiping Barbados. And so in response to this, because of the fact that Barbados had set in motion the idea that Bruce Wayne would eventually be the gateway by which he could enter the main DC universe, the Court of Owls that worship Barbados began setting all these things in motion. They began carrying out the grand plans of Barbados himself. And so they're the ones who have been working behind the scenes. What this means is that everything that's happened in a story that's been written about Batman by Scott Snyder has all served the purpose of the Court of Owls working behind the scenes to make sure that Batman would become the gateway after being exposed to these 5 metals to allow Barbados to enter the positive multiverse. It's a huge revelation. I mean, this is massive in scale. And so ultimately what we learn is this last metal is called Batmanium. Now this is actually kind of cool and it's an interesting name, but the idea of it being called Batmanium is not new. This goes all the way back to Batman number 45 with the New 52. And the way that I understand it, the idea was that there was a woman called Jerry Powers, and she had basically created this collider. And the idea was that there was the periodic table and the metals within it, but the goal of the collider was to basically just start smashing atoms together for the purpose of creating new elements. And where the Court of Owls was aware of what it was that she was doing, they basically let it happen. And the reason why was because inevitably she would basically create Batmanium. She would create this last metal that would be needed in order to basically bring Barbados into the positive multiverse. And so with Batman basically being exposed to Batmanium, all 5 metals have been exposed directly to him. He is now the gateway. And as a result, he's basically teleported away to the dark multiverse, and in his place comes Barbatos and all of his forces. The whole idea, the whole question that people have is, who's Barbatos as a character? What's going on with him? What's he capable of? And why is he here? The sheer power that Barbatos possesses is brought to bear when he confronts Superman and Wonder Woman. What he does is touch them, and when he does that, he begins draining the life energy directly out of them. This is an insane level of power. This is a level of power on par with gods. If their power can be drained away in that capacity, what does that say about the Flash? What does it say about the Green Lantern? What does it say about all these other superheroes out there? Do they stand a chance? And that's the question the story is asking once we get to the end. If this guy can show up and take two of the most powerful pieces off the chessboard, what hope does anybody else stand? Okay, so picking up with Dark Knight's Metal the Merciless, I actually forgot about this, which I was looking through the comments for the one about Doomsday, basically, and a lot of people were just like, hey, when are you gonna do Merciless? Like, when do we get Merciless? And I was like, oh, snap. We totally forgot about it. So the cool thing about the Merciless origin story is that unlike the other origin stories we've seen so far, at least the ones that have come out, this one does not directly deal with superheroes. Instead, this one deals with the government, and it's actually a really good breakaway from things because it really kind of highlights the difference, or at least one of the major differences between Marvel and DC. When it comes to Marvel Comics and DC Comics, you have governmental organizations, but with Marvel, you don't really see them all that often. They're not as prominent. While those organizations are there, and while you know about them, you don't see them all the time. You see like Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. all the time, and you might see like Abigail Brand of S.W.O.R.D. all the time. The organization won't be as prominent. In DC, they're always there. Like, you see them a lot. You see them pop up quite a bit. In this particular story, it's an all hands on deck kind of thing, because remember, a lot of this is all happening at the same time. And we talked about that in previous videos. We talked about how the arrival of these Dark Knights, you know, the fact that this giant mountain just kind of popped up in the middle of Gotham City, that when this happened, the superheroes were racing around trying to figure out what was going on. But you also had a lot of these different organizations that were trying to figure out what was going on too, under the banner of the federal government. Now, at this particular point in time, you have Argus, which is the Advanced Research Group Uniting Superhumans. You've got the Suicide Squad, which is pretty straightforward. The DEO, which I think is Department of Extra-Normal Operations, and then SHADE, which is the Superhuman Advanced Defense Executive, I think. But the whole idea here is that these are basically groups that in some form or fashion either work alongside superheroes, or in the case of Suicide Squad, use people with superpowers. So it's kind of interesting to see them all working together, but they're here because things are popping off. It is mass panic. It is mass pandemonium. All these different organizations working together is basically coming to one absolute conclusion. They cannot rely on Earth's superheroes in order to save them. And so because of this, it is an effort to basically say, if we can't rely on the superheroes, we have to do this on our own. We're gonna have to push the button we never wanted to push. We're gonna have to basically turn to nuclear options. And this is a big deal because what they've basically done is they have put together a weapon called Valhalla, which is a nuclear option that also takes advantage of red solar radiation. And this is important because in DC Comics, Superman is largely considered to be the most powerful being on Earth. And so in order to basically defeat Superman, should he ever have gone awry, it was to use nuclear weapons combined with red solar radiation, as well as Kryptonian particles that would basically strip Superman of his powers, and then the fallout would either kill him or he'd die in the explosion. But it's basically a last-ditch effort to destroy someone like Superman. Now, in this instance, this kind of gives us perspective in terms of the various backup plans, Plan B, the fail-safes that the government has in the works in case something were to go awry with Superman or someone like him. So the problem with this is that while this is going on in Langley, they're suddenly met by the Merciless, basically Batman, who's become the god of war. Now keep in mind, when it comes to Ares, Ares goes where conflict is. And in DC, the role of Ares has been done in different ways. Some writers say that, you know, Ares is basically a byproduct of war, meaning he naturally gravitates to it. There are others who say that Ares basically causes war. DC's leaning towards the idea that wherever the god of war goes, he basically drives people to engage in conflict with one another. And that's exactly what happens with him showing up here. Suddenly people begin to lose their reason and their sanity. You have guys like Steve Trevor who are basically attacking various other people. Everybody else who's there, they just immediately start engaging in war with one another. They all just start fighting each other as best they can. And so what this does is it switches back to Earth -12. And all we're really told here is that somewhere along the line, there was a conflict with regards to Ares as god of war and these other superheroes and so on and so forth. But Batman was in a relationship with Wonder Woman. And the problem with this was that Batman had actually taken the helmet of Ares and put it on. And so what that meant is that this version of Batman basically became the god of war. He became the new version of the god of war himself. Now this is pretty interesting because within this Earth -12 universe, the Helmet of Ares was designed for the purpose of amplifying the power of Ares, amplifying the power of the god of war. And so with Batman throwing the helmet on, he effectively took out Ares and became the new god. Batman is a character driven by grief, and that's something that I hope you guys notice in this. We talked about this, in the Doomsday video, the idea that Bruce Wayne has consistently experienced tragedy, and that's something that's always brought up in these origin stories, that in these alternate universes, in these negative universes, that Bruce Wayne's parents still died when he was a kid. That's the reason why he became Batman. It's etched in stone. It is a guaranteed part of Bruce Wayne's origin. How the events unfolded after his parents died is subjective based on the universe that he's in, but his parents always died. And in these instances, whether it's because his parents died and he became the Dawnbreaker, basically an evil Green Lantern, whether it's because his parents died and all his members of the Bat family died and he more or less lost his mind, stole the powers of the Flash, whether it's because his parents died and then he was betrayed by Superman later on down the line and became Doomsday, it's always the same. He experiences one too many tragedies. And this is interesting because this doesn't happen to the main DC universe Batman. Batman lost his parents and then he lost Jason Todd, yet he never became an evil version of himself. This basically shows us that Batman can be pushed to the brink if things get bad enough. And so again, switching back to this moment right now, with regards to this universe, the whole idea is that with merciless Batman showing up and seeding these conflicts, pushing people continually to the brink of destruction in his own universe after he became the god of war, he was basically just enamored by conflict. It was uncontrollable. It was an urge that he had to maintain. He couldn't just take the helmet off because the urge was to keep it on and to keep being the god of war. And so it's almost like Batman is as much of a victim as anybody else. The problem with this is that after killing Ares, everywhere he went, he just continued to perpetuate war. And so eventually the Earth itself fell into almost complete and total destruction, during which time he's met by the Batman who laughs. Now that's the way this always goes. Batman basically loses his mind, whatever the case may be. Along the line, he's met by the Batman who laughs, basically this #1 agent, so to speak, of Barbados, this Grand Poobah Uber Batman. To me, it's essentially this idea that the Batman who laughs always feeds on the nature of the Batman that he encounters. When it comes to Doomsday Batman, he basically became that way because he was betrayed by Superman and wanted to show the world what Superman was really like. When his world was being destroyed, the Batman who laughs shows up and says, hey, I know of a world where they don't know what you know about Superman, but we can show them. And that brought Devastator Batman to the side of the Batman who laughs, and they showed up in the main DC universe. With this scenario, it's much the same way. I can bring you to a world that doesn't know war on the scale that you want it to. And so if I bring you here, you can join our cause and you can contribute to the complete and total continuation of this war. Now, this is important because merciless Batman shows himself to be apologetic towards Wonder Woman, and we'll find out why. But the Wonder Woman in his own reality, she is basically dead. And the whole idea is, you warned me, don't put on the helmet. You warned this, you warned that. But I always ended up becoming this guy. That's who it is that I am now. And so ultimately, it's basically saying you can continue this war if you want to, just do it in the main DC universe as part of our Dark Knights. And that's cool because he joins up with their forces. Not only that, in Dark Knights Metal #2, when we officially had Barbados, and all these Dark Knights enter the main DC universe, where the others were basically relishing in the death of the members of the Court of Owls, where they were relishing in the defeat of Superman and Wonder Woman, merciless Batman turned away from Wonder Woman, couldn't stand the idea of seeing her incapacitated. And so this hits at the idea that there's still humanity in him. He's not entirely lost, that he could potentially be the turning point. Also keep in mind that those individuals who become Ares the god of war are insanely powerful. Strength, speed, durability, so on and so forth. They're not someone easily toppled. And so because of this, I would say Merciless could prove to be one of the most important allies because he basically could use his powers to drive individuals to attack each other. And so instead, what he ends up doing is taking up residence where this bomb is going to be dropped. And instead of this bomb, going off and killing everybody and so on and so forth, Merciless Batman absorbs the energy of this bomb into himself. And in doing so, basically stands up and says, I am going to continue this war. The world will fall beneath my foot and everybody will know conflict. And so it's cool because the other half of this is we actually learn that where, Merciless Batman became the god of war, that where he believed Wonder Woman in his own universe was dead, she wasn't. She was knocked out. And when she came to, she begged him to take the helmet off. You cannot become the god of war. She tried to stop him and he killed her. And that's why it's crazy, is because he basically engineered his own situation. He became the god of war, believing that Wonder Woman in his own universe, his girl at the time, was dead. She wasn't dead. She came to, she tried to stop him, and he killed her in response. response. It's Batman at his most vicious, but it's almost like crossing a line that he can't come back from. That's one of the things that Merciless talks about. He talks about how Batman in this main DC universe is a half measure. He's fighting a war against criminals, but not willing to take the next step. But that's the beauty of it. And that's the cool thing about this, is because I would surmise Merciless Batman, as evil as he is actually Batman at his best, because he does what needs to be done. It's the perfect example. Is the Joker's life so valuable? Is the life so important that everybody's life is sacred? If everybody's life is sacred, how does Batman justify the Joker killing people and keeping him alive? Now, if the whole idea is that the Joker is going to escape and kill 15 people and all life is sacred, then 15 lives is more sacred than one life. It's a classic example of utilitarianism. It makes more sense to kill the Joker and let those 15 people live, as opposed to leave the Joker alive and allow however many more people to die. And that's the cool thing, is because Merciless Batman says the main DC Universe Batman is a half measure. He's a coward. He's not willing to pull the trigger when it needs to be done. People will say, but that's the hallmark of Batman. And maybe it is. But if Batman's trying to make Gotham City a better place, and Batman's not willing to do what needs to be done in order to make Gotham City a better place, then Batman's not making it better. He's basically a cog in the wheel of a system where the wheels just keep on turning. It's super cool in terms of how that unfolds and how it really gives us this perception of Bruce Wayne. But the fact remains, Merciless Batman is pretty cool. Again, not the best origin story ever, but it is cool to see a version of Batman who becomes the god of war and the steps he's willing to take to basically carry out his campaign. Not to mention, he looks amazing. Can we all just agree that like an old grizzled Batman with a scarred eye and like this amazing suit looks super cool? He looks pretty beast. Okay, so Batman Lost from Dark Nights Metal is probably one of the best stories in Dark Nights Metal. It is absolutely amazing because it's almost like this love letter from like Snyder and James Tynion and all these guys to the Batman mythos, because we basically see a lot of these things that have happened over the course of Batman's history thrown into the story. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that, remember, this is basically just Batman in the Dark Multiverse. That's all this is. But this is super cool because this story reminds me of the episode Tempest from Outer Limits. I don't know how many of you guys ever saw that, but it was a super cool episode. Now, we'll talk about that once we get to the end of the video, but the cool thing about this is that for those of you guys who are just now joining us, remember, all we really knew was that for some reason or another, Batman was the vessel, the means by which Barbados would come into the main DC universe, and that was it. I mean, of course, a lot of that stuff's still being fleshed out. This gives us a lot of the answers to the questions that we've been asking. But the funny thing is that once we get to the end, it'll basically say, are these true or are they false? Are they real answers or are they fake answers? And that's what's so cool about all this. So the funny thing is that with Batman having been transported to the Dark Multiverse when Barbados and his forces entered, again, that was the nature of it. It was the idea Batman would be the vessel. He would go to the Dark Multiverse and Barbados and the Dark Knights would come to the positive DC multiverse, basically to Earth Zero. And so this picks up with that whole scenario. But crazily enough, it picks up with Bruce Wayne when he's 78 years old. And that's the crazy thing about this, is because it's like his granddaughter sitting on his lap, right? You know, and she's like, hey, tell me another story. I want a real story, something that actually happened. And it's kind of funny here because what Bruce Wayne does, or at least what his granddaughter does, is pull down a book, or at least one of the cases that Batman went over, called The Case of the Chemical Syndicate. Now, this is really, really, really awesome for a couple reasons. The first is because of the fact that one of the things that Bruce Wayne says here, and one of the things that DC's saying basically, is that all the stories that we've ever read about Batman actually happened. They might contradict each other, but they all happened. The other half is that The Case of the Chemical Syndicate, that was the first story Batman ever appeared in Detective Comics number 27 back in 1939. That was his first story. Now, the funny thing is that they start from the beginning, right? Like Batman starts the beginning of the story, you know, and says, well, I mean, you know, I was picking up with this guy, I was meeting with, you know, Lambert Jr., you know, because of the fact that he'd been framed for his father's murder. But right off the bat, if you ever read Detective Comics number 27, right off the bat, this is not the way it went. That's not the way the story opened. The story opened with Commissioner Gordon running over the events of the entire story with Bruce Wayne. Commissioner Gordon didn't know Bruce Wayne was Batman, and the reader didn't know Bruce Wayne was Batman until the end of the original story. But in this scenario, Bruce basically tracks down Lambert Jr., the son of a guy named Lambert. In the original stories, we were never given his first name. His son was the one who was framed for his murder. And Batman's immediate response is, well, I know it wasn't you. I mean, you were the one who basically picked the knife out of your father's body. That's why your fingerprints were on it. But in the original Detective Comics number 27 story, Lambert Jr. was picked up by the cops, and he was basically questioned by the cops, and that's where this all came in. And that's why it's cool, because then he starts saying saying things like, well, there's always blood on this window. There's always birds that are crashing into it because the way the window's angled, the birds can't see that there's window panes there. But right off the bat, Bruce Wayne basically says, this isn't right. This is not how this story unfolded, because it's not. It's not the way the original Detective Comics number 27 story unfolded. And that's important to remember here, because what's going to happen is that as we go through this, all these moments in Batman's history are going to crop up, but none of them are going to be the way they originally were. The next thing that ends up happening here is we basically jump to Grant Morrison's Batman, The Return of Bruce Wayne. Now, the cool thing about this is that when it came to The Return of Bruce Wayne, this was the storyline that followed the events of Final Crisis, where Darkseid's Omega Sanction killed every single person that was ever hit with it. With Bruce Wayne, it sent him back in time because, DC can't kill his character off. He sells too many comics. So as a result, he was basically time displaced. He was sent into the distant past. And what The Return of Bruce Wayne did was basically chronicle Bruce Wayne from the very distant past all the way up until the point when he was finally discovered by the Justice League and brought back to the modern day. But what this does is it basically grabs all the concepts of Dark Knight's metal and rolls them into this whole thing. Remember, with regards to Barbados, all we knew was that he had walked the earth somewhere along the line and he had been defeated by Hawkman, and that was really about it. We didn't really know anything about it. What we end up finding out is that much like Grant Morrison established, when Batman was transported back to the distant past, he began basically drawing bat symbols on walls to remind himself of who he was. The problem with this is that the bat is the symbol of Barbados. Bruce Wayne didn't know this. All he knew was that he was just trying to remind himself of who he was. But by drawing this bat symbol on a wall, it basically led to the formation of the Tribe of the Bat, i.e. these people who lived in the main DC universe and effectively allied themselves with Barbados, never knowing that they were actually doing that. And that's why this is important, is because when Hathset basically became the leader of this Bat tribe and went to war against the Bird tribe, that what this meant was that it allowed Barbados an opening of sorts, in the sense that Barbados basically seemed to grab Nth Metal, throw it to Hathset and say, here's your weapon to defeat the Bird tribe. In turn, Hathset used that against the Bird tribe, Carter Hall. In the process, Carter Hall was basically killed and then began going through this whole process of death and resurrection at Hawkman. But all this stems back to the actions of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne was sent to the distant past by Darkseid. Bruce Wayne drew a bat symbol. Bruce Wayne inspired the formation of the Bat tribe. Because of the fact that Bruce Wayne was sent into the distant past, Barbados saw Bruce Wayne for the first time and just watched him, just started watching things unfold. And when people began swearing allegiance to the Bat tribe, which was basically just something that kind of came into existence because of Bruce Wayne's cave drawings, Barbados came to the realization he could use that as a means to have that tribe follow his belief system and then use that tribe to bring himself into the main DC universe. That's the crazy thing about all this, is because he's basically the one that set all this stuff in motion. The problem is that, again, somewhere along the line, Barbados managed to make his way into the actual DC universe. He was defeated by the Bird tribe after Hathset was defeated, and he was confined back. And that's when Barbados came to realize that it's not enough for people to just worship him and him to step into their realm. What he needs is an anchor. He needs someone who sort of represents this kind of ethereal connection, some sort of intangible connection that hasn't been explained yet, that can basically be a quote-unquote vessel for him that will allow him to step into the main DC universe, so long as that person goes into the dark multiverse. And that's the nature of Bruce Wayne. Now, how it is that we got from point A to point B, that's what's explained here. All these moments really just sort of pick up Damian Wayne from Batman in Bethlehem, the future version of Damian Wayne who's just cold-blooded, the newest version of Batman, all these different versions basically just start kind of cropping up. But it's these perverted iterations, these stories that DC's written over the years that are twisted, that are screwed up, that are not the way that they're supposed to be. Even with the character of Thomas Wayne, as far as Bruce Wayne's concerned, Thomas Wayne is this sort of upstanding guy. He's his father. He's the man that always did the right thing. And a lot of the moral viewpoints that Bruce Wayne has, he got from his father. What seems to happen here is that as he's sort of just jumping through all these different points in his life, past and present, and even a life that he never lived, he basically sort of picks up as Thomas Wayne, only to find out that Thomas Wayne was part of the Bat tribe. And Thomas Wayne was one of the people who served the purpose of trying to bring Barbados into the main DC universe. Now, where the other members of the Bat tribe aren't really ready for that kind of an act to basically condemn this girl to death, Thomas Wayne seems like he is, and he immediately goes to sort of turn the knife on this girl. Now, of course, all the other guys run out, and everything begins to go crazy and the place starts burning down, but then this girl seems to suddenly transform into Catwoman, or at the very least looks like Selena Kyle, and basically begins describing exactly how everything played out, the way it originally took place, in the sense that, well, she's basically locked inside this room, she'll eventually burn alive, and that will be it. The purpose of this tribe will be to bring bring Barbados into the DC universe, only to find out they can't. After that, he's immediately sent to another place in time where the Joker has become mayor. Now, this seems to hit at the idea of like Batman Endgame. During Scott Snyder's run in Batman Endgame, the Joker basically exposed the entire city of Gotham to the Joker toxin, and everybody went crazy. But then suddenly it flips on its head. And what we end up finding out is that in this particular universe that exists out there, that people got tired of superheroes, and instead they allied themselves with the bad guys. The average person going to their 9-to-5 job, the average mom, the average dad, they got tired of everything Batman stood for and chose the Joker. They chose all the villains. The villains took this opportunity to rise up to prominence and basically conquer the world, tracking down every single superhero they could find and basically killing them. At this point, it immediately jumps again, and we pick up with Alan Wayne. And this one, Alan Wayne is kind of like this perversion of the way his character was originally depicted. Remember, in Scott Snyder's run of Batman, Alan Wayne was established as the guy who had basically gone through and spearheaded the elevation of Gotham from being just this sort of small town into being this massive metropolitan area. He started all these different foundations, but Alan Wayne was the first one to realize the Court of Owls was real, this clandestine organization that lived within Gotham City that was composed of the rich and powerful people who were trying to basically control the city itself. With regards to this, in terms of how it compares to Dark Knight's Metal, we're not given an explanation of that. We're kind of left to believe that Alan Wayne figured out that the Court of Owls, because they serve the purpose of ensuring that some future person of the Wayne family would basically be exposed to all these metals, which would turn him into a vessel that could lead to Barbados's return, where Alan Wayne seems to be the one to realize that all these different buildings have been basically composed or been doused with these, particular metals that the Court of Owl used, with nth metal more or less, that he's immediately killed by a talent. And then it picks up with him running through the street. In Scott Snyder's run, it didn't play out that way. In Scott Snyder's run, it was basically just Alan Wayne being the guy to figure out that the Court of Owls existed. He had no idea what they were about, but he knew that they had sinister plans. He ran through the street, screaming like a lunatic, came across some cops. Some cops said, "Hey man, hold on for a second." Then he was yanked into a sewer by the Talon, the assassin of the Court of Owls, and that was it. But it's basically grabbing these ideas and it's rolling them in, giving us alternate reality depictions of these characters. And so then we end up jumping back to the original Case of the Chemical Syndicate, and it's basically Batman realizing the significance of these birds, that he surrounds himself with birds in order to always remember who he is. And this is where the symbolism begins to come into play when we end up seeing Superman and Nightwing. And so the implication here means one of two things. Either it means people who can fly, it means Robins, or it means both. And so because of that, it's basically Batman surrounding himself with people who are tried and true, so that Batman can always basically maintain this ideology that sometimes he does what they wouldn't do, that he's got a heavier hand, that he may stumble, he may fall, and there's a possibility he might lose his way. But in order to make sure he doesn't, he anchors himself to people who in a lot of ways are morally greater than he is. And that's why this is so cool. But it's also the idea with regards to these birds, is Batman kind of saying, hey, look, birds are attracted to like strange metals, different things like that. If the birds are flying into this window, they're heading for something in particular, which means had they gone through this window, where would they have landed? And that's what leads him to this trap door. Well, then switching back to him as an old man telling this story, suddenly it's, his granddaughter freaking out and acting all, demonic. But it's also because of the fact that this 78-year-old Bruce Wayne also knows that something's not right here. That all these moments, quote unquote, in his life, all these experiences that he's gone through, all these stories that he's told, all this history that he's aware of happened a way that he remembers. But the way that he's recounting it to his granddaughter, it never happened that way. It's all wrong somehow. And that's the idea of Barbados popping up. This is where we start to get into all these different questions and all these different answers, and the question of whether or not any of them are legit. What Barbados basically says is your life is the way it is because I made it that way, because I've made you the person that you are. Every single circumstance that you've gone through in your life, every case you've solved, every clue that's been there, I've been there to make sure that you turn out that way. And he even goes as far as to display the entire dark multiverse. He says, look, my Dark Knights represent a handful of them. The stories that you've jumped through, these alternate reality events that have taken place where things have been darker, they've been more screwed up, that's only a handful. You've seen at most maybe a little less than a dozen, but there are thousands of these worlds where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. And I have the power to grab these worlds and bring them in to the main DC universe, to bring everything you know and love crashing down around you. And that's when he starts showing him all the Dark Knights who are taking out the superheroes. Flash facing off against Red Death in this alternate story. Batman becomes a god of war. All the origin stories that we've seen so far, that's all of them that are here. And it's him saying, I have all these universes where everyone you know and everyone you love love is dead because of you. You killed them. You destroyed each and every one of these universes. And that hits home at the nature of this comic. And it hits home at Batman's absolute greatest fear. The fact that he will fail, that he'll lose everything he loves because he'll inevitably screw up. It's Batman feeling a sense of hopelessness. But that's where the question suddenly gets yanked away. Because where we feel like we finally have an answer to this, where we feel like we finally have an origin to who it is that Barbatos is, we suddenly yank back to the beginning of the comic and the cycle repeats itself. And that's why this is so cool, because again, this reminds me of the whole Tempest story. If you guys never saw that episode from the Outer Limits, it was super cool. It's like this captain of a ship is basically trying to get back to his home colony on some other planet after having arrived on Earth to get a cure for some illness called Elysia C, which causes hallucinations. Along the way, they fly through like a gravity well or something along those lines, but they end up on like some weird derelict planet where like they get stuck inside some living being or something like that. Their ship is swallowed or something along those lines. But when they go to investigate what it is, the captain's bit by like one of these weird spiders, and then suddenly there's like two alternate scenarios that are taking place. He's hallucinating events. In one event, he successfully made it back and he saved the people on his colony, but he's suffering the effects of Elysia C, where he's basically experiencing hallucinations. In the other event, he's still on the ship and he's experiencing hallucinations because of the spider bite. But with regards to both stories, in the story where he made it back to his own world, where he made it back to his own colony, they say, well, the images you're seeing, the story that you're seeing about you experiencing the spider bite and suffering hallucinations, that's a hallucination. But when he's on the ship, they say, well, the spider bite's giving you a hallucination that you made it back to your colony. At the end of the episode, you find out neither one of those stories is true. That instead, he was bitten by one of the spiders and he's basically living a series of hallucinations, and so is everybody else on the ship. And they're basically just being consumed alive by these spiders, and they're stuck in an endless loop of hallucinations. But that's what this reminds me of, is because it's basically Batman stuck inside the dark multiverse. He's locked in a dream. It's almost Matrix-esque in terms of how it unfolds. There's no legitimate escape here for him. And what he's experiencing are all these terrible scenarios in his subconscious. And that's why I say, we don't know if Barbatos appearing to him and saying, there's thousands of all these worlds that have these terrible scenarios, we don't know if that's true. That's the cool thing about this, is that for every answer that we're given, we're basically asked the question, is this answer true or is this answer false? Okay, so continuing our coverage on Dark Nights Metal, we get into the origin of the Devastator Batman, basically Doomsday Batman. And it's really, really cool. And keep in mind, all these origin stories, and you'll notice this with the playlist down in the description, all the stories or all these origins basically come out of issues number 2 and number 3. But it is still pretty cool to see all this stuff unfold, because when it comes to the Devastator, it's just this Doomsday-based Batman is really all it is. But it's really cool because it asks the question, what would happen if Batman became Doomsday? Now keep in mind, in like the casting in The Forge, one of the things that DC established is that the tuning fork from Infinite Crisis was still there. A little bit of history, guys. When it came to Infinite Crisis, it was basically the rebirth of the multiverse, is really all it was. But the way in which this was done was by a version of Lex Luthor from a different universe, basically constructing these sort of tuning forks, which is to say these pillars that would lead to the creation of the multiverse by harnessing like cosmic energies, more or less. Now it dealt with like the Anti-Monitor, different things like that. But the whole idea was that after Infinite Crisis was over and the tuning fork was destroyed, we never really saw it again. There was no reason to believe that it ever existed. It just kind of seemed like a one-time, device that was there that served a particular purpose, and that was it. What the casting in The Forge revealed was that the tuning fork was still around, that Batman had taken it or something along those lines, and it was being held in the Fortress of Solitude. The tuning fork basically allows its wielder to channel all these different cosmic entities of a higher being into the fork itself, and then control the very nature of reality to do virtually anything they want to with it. And so what this does is it comes out of the task assigned to Devastator Batman by Barbatos to basically travel to this tuning fork and to capture it, to essentially take it and bring it directly to Barbatos himself so he can channel all of his energies into recreating the multiverse as he sees fit. Now, on the surface, it seems pretty straightforward, right? Like on the surface, it seems like all these different Batman come from the dark multiverse and their goal is to basically corrupt the positive multiverse and make it just like their own. But because of the fact that it was basically all hands on deck in response to the fact that we had all these different versions of the Dark Knights showing up and attacking virtually everybody, almost every single superhero responded. The Justice League of America, Batman's own Justice League team, the main Justice League itself, the Flash, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, the whole 9 yards, they all basically responded as best they could. Now in Justice League of America, which is actually a series that we haven't really covered yet, save for the prelude issues, basically the one-shots of the characters who were brought into the team, Lobo is part of that team. And Lobo is a really cool character. He was kind of like DC's answer to Wolverine, in the sense that Lobo was designed to be over the top. He was designed to be crazy and goofy and just this super hardcore guy. You could imagine him just riding around in space on his motorcycle blasting Metallica. So I mean, it was kind of cool. But the whole idea is that he is a character who in a lot of ways is on par with Superman. He's a powerhouse. He was designed to be the sort of muscle of the Justice League of America team, in the sense that when Batman and his group show up to a conflict and it requires just brute force to overcome an enemy, Lobo's the guy you send in. But him going against Devastator Batman is a pretty interesting scenario, because as far as I'm aware, I do not believe we've seen a story where Lobo has fought Doomsday one-on-one. In fact, I don't know if they've ever fought. I'm not going to swear to that. If there is a story, let me know, because we'll cover it. But nonetheless, this is an interesting scenario. But the other half of this is that it also gives us this idea that Devastator is able to overcome some of the most powerful beings that are in the DC universe. And so in a lot of ways, he's the powerhouse of the Dark Knights, of Barbados's forces. And so what we end up doing is we actually pick up about a day before in Metropolis itself, and we actually end up joining Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane. And this is kind of funny exchange here, because Jimmy Olsen's been reading like all these conspiracy theories in terms of what's going on, all these Dark Knights popping up, things like that. Lois Lane's response: stop reading the internet. You know, I guess never go to internet.com. I have no idea. But the internet is a dangerous place. But it's one of these funny little scenarios, because when it comes to the character of Jimmy Olsen, while I wouldn't necessarily say that Lois Lane sees him as a son, in a lot of ways, she plays like a motherly role to him. I mean, not in the sense that like she took him to raise. She doesn't, feed him and different things like that, but she does look out for him. And it's always been that way. Ever since Jimmy Olsen was first introduced to DC Comics, it took time, it took several years for that sort of scenario to unfold, but it's always been that way to a degree. And so it's kind of cool to see how this exchange is still maintained. But the other half is, you have to remember, Lois Lane is struggling. We talked about how during the events of Dark Knight's Metal 2, that Superman and Wonder Woman had shown up to try to confront Batman and stop him from going through this whole process of trying to find a way to defeat Barbados, only to have Barbados enter their realm anyway. And as soon as that happened, Superman and Wonder Woman were basically stripped of their life force and reduced down to almost a catatonic state, and then sent to be held prisoners in the center of the Dark Multiverse. And so as far as Lois Lane is aware, her husband's just gone. But the fact remains, in the middle of her just kind of, heading out and doing whatever it is that Lois Lane does, she's met by this Devastator Batman. And this is cool, because this gives us a side of his powers that we don't normally see. By and large, when it comes to these Dark Knights of Barbados, despite the fact that they are basically some version of Batman from an alternate dimension, they have been modified both in terms of their powers and in terms of their physical appearance to differentiate them and make them a little more menacing too. But we couldn't help but believe when the mask comes off Red Death, he looks like Bruce Wayne. When the helmet comes off of, the Drowned, she looks like, what Bruce Wayne would look like as a chick. When these different outfits and these different uniforms come off, they will look like Bruce Wayne. And it makes sense that Devastator Batman is more of a transitionary character, which is to say Bruce Wayne can become the Devastator as opposed to him being stuck that way. And so it is kind of interesting, because what we end up finding out is this really cool origin story, in the sense that in Earth -1, somewhere along the line, Superman just lost it. And we don't know why. We don't know what caused this. And even within the story, there's no answer given here. Devastator Batman says we don't know what it was. We don't know if it was Lex Luthor who exposed Superman to some version of red kryptonite that mutated him in an uncontrollable way. We don't know if it was like Brainiac who seized control of him. We have no clue what it was, but for some reason or another, Superman snapped and basically turned on Batman and all the members of the Justice League. Now, again, much like the other stories that we've seen, we're not really told what happened to the other members of the Justice League. We're largely left to believe that Superman killed him and he really saved Batman for last, but this is a massive betrayal on the side of Bruce Wayne in this -1 universe. Because remember, regardless of what universe we're talking about, regardless of what story we're referencing, for years and years and years, Batman and Superman were the best of friends. It wasn't until the Dark Knight Returns that Batman and Superman fought for the first time, and that became an on-running theme of their stories whenever there's some kind of a reboot, or whenever DC wants to just hype up sales and they have the two of them fight each other. But when the New 52 first cropped up, it was the two of them getting to know each other. When DC Rebirth happened, it was the new Superman getting to know Bruce Wayne. It was always this idea that as time progresses, whenever they first encounter each other, it takes time for their friendship to grow. But when it does, they become the best of friends. And so when you're Bruce Wayne and you know your parents parents were killed when a mugging gone wrong in Crime Alley in Gotham City, and you've been dealing with that your entire life, and then you find probably the closest friend you're ever gonna have who just suddenly ups one day and betrays you and the rest of the Justice League, there's almost no coming back from that. It's a psychological break that takes place in the mind, because it's really Bruce Wayne who looks around and says, I can really find no happiness in this world. And so it's sort of ironic, because while he does have a kryptonite spear, and while that wouldn't necessarily be able to take out Superman, it's actually a genius turn of events, because for the most part, that's really the only thing Batman fans do have when it comes to like Batman beating Superman. Like, well, you know, Batman would fight Superman and they would just keep going, but then Superman would just punch his head off, or he would punch a hole in him, or he would throw him in the sun, and then it's, well, not if Batman had kryptonite. And so it becomes this sort of running gag. It becomes this idea of what use is Batman against Superman if he doesn't have kryptonite on his side. And so this takes that entire argument and flips it on his head. And what ended up happening is somewhere along the line, Batman basically created or in some form adapted the Doomsday Strain. Now this requires a little bit of conjecture and sort of haphazard guessing on our part, in the sense that we can more or less assume that the events of like the death of Superman probably happened in this -1 universe, which is to say Doomsday was created on Krypton eons before Kryptonians arrived and became super smart, and then just kind of, you know, fell in stasis, was sent to Earth and lived on Earth, or basically was buried under the ground for, you know, however many billions of years or something along those lines. Eventually wakes up, he and Superman fight, both Superman and Doomsday die, and then that's really about it. We can assume that happened. We can just basically sort of make that claim. But regardless, the events unfolded a little bit differently, in the sense that following this presumed death of Superman, Batman basically duplicated the Doomsday Strain. Now again, there's a lot of other scenarios that could have unfolded here. It could have been that Batman discovered Doomsday, that maybe Doomsday never did kill Superman. Everybody else, you know, basically fought alongside Superman and killed Doomsday. But regardless of the reason, Batman basically took the Doomsday Strain and blended it with his own body. And what this does is it turned him into this literal wrecking machine that can destroy, you know, Superman. Being able to sort of expunge this kryptonite gas of sorts, takes Superman out, it weakens him, it allows Batman to kill him. And from this point, that's when the psychological snap basically crosses a line that Bruce Wayne can't come back from. But here's the funny thing about this. We get a lot more of an expose from like the Dark Knight or the Batman Who Laughs than we do from anybody else. And this is cool because we haven't really seen that too often, right? Like when it comes to this mysterious version of the Batman Who Laughs, probably the most popular character of Dark Knight's Metal, and the one character everybody wants an origin story for, he's basically just popped up at the end of the story. We get this whole origin story of this character, some events take place, you know, and then this version of Batman pops up and says, hey, what if I could present you with a world where everything is, you know, opposite of this, and where you can achieve the one goal you've been wanting to achieve, and, you know, so on and so forth, basically tapping into the desires of these evil versions of Batman. In this scenario, Devastator sees him and immediately calls him out as the Joker, and like the Batman Who Laughs doesn't deny it. And that's the cool thing about this, is because we get these little tidbits, these little goodies that kind of go into the story itself, and they sort of help to like push forward all these theories that people have, all these ideas that people have on who the Batman Who Laughs is. I mean, I think personally that it's basically Batman from The Killing Joke. I think that it's a version of Batman who killed the Joker at the end of the story and then became the Joker, or it's Joker who killed Batman and then became Batman because Joker realizes he needs Batman. I have no idea what the case may be, but it is kind of cool to basically speculate and to experiment, and these little bitty conversations that are extended by a couple lines kind of give us this little bit of beefing up of information, and again, it allows our wildest curiosities to run awry. And so again, much like the other Batman who were out there, because of the fact that Devastator is basically disillusioned with Superman, in the sense that he came to the belief that Superman basically told everybody, I will be your savior, I will be your bright shining star, I will be the being that will help lead you into a better tomorrow. Because of the fact that he's become disillusioned with that, with Superman becoming a bad guy, the Batman Who Laughs basically says, what if I told you there's a universe where people don't know how evil Superman is? They don't know what you know, but we can go there and we can make them know. We can show them who Superman really is. It's tapping into the hatred for Superman that the Devastator has. And so what this does is it basically has Devastator align himself immediately with the Batman Who Laughs, joining the forces of Barbados and then invading Earth-Zero during the events of Dark Knight's Metal 2. So again, that's how all this stuff sort of wraps around and comes back together again. The difference here is that when Devastator Batman effectively shook the hand of Lois Lane, what he did is he infected her with this sort of doomsday virus, in the sense that what she's begun doing is she turned herself into a carrier. And as a result, she's basically spreading this virus throughout the city, not realizing it. It's an airborne strain. Everybody who she comes into contact with infects everybody else. And because it's the city of New York, and because it's such a high population density, as she breathes, she infects other people who in turn infect other people. And so it's just this strain that basically multiplies exponentially and just spreads throughout the city of New York like a wildfire. Now, you also have the arrival of like Kara Zor-El and, Lana Lang. You have these members of the Superman family who show up in their efforts to try to defeat Devastator Batman, but they're no match against him. I mean, they can't take him on, just because of the fact that he is so incredibly strong and incredibly powerful. The funny thing about this, though, is it also sees the involvement of Jonathan Kent. Now, when I read this, Lois Lane runs back into their home. She's like, okay, we got to activate the safe room, but the safe room won't activate because the patio door's open, and Jonathan Kent's hovering out there and intends to jump into the fight. Now, let me tell you something. I don't know how I would react if Jonathan Kent died. I would probably cry. I love Jonathan Kent as a character. He's one of my favorite characters from DC Rebirth. Kid Superman, Superboy, he's so vibrant and he's so fun and he's learning about what it means to be a hero. And it's so funny to see him react, with like Damian Wayne, different things like that. Thankfully for us, this doesn't happen. Lois Lane grabs his son, yanks him back in, throws him in the panic room, and locks the door because she herself is starting to manifest into Doomsday. Now, keep in mind, the reason why this matters is because it seems as though Devastator Batman is unique unto himself. Doomsday is basically a being built for death and destruction. That's all he is. That's all he wants to do. And so the implication here is that where Bruce Wayne has this Doomsday strain injected into himself, it allows him to control it. For anybody else who becomes Doomsday, they won't be that lucky. They'll basically just become a variant of Doomsday, and all they're going to do is just tear things to pieces. But this is crazy because it's basically this idea that Devastator Batman says that's the point of all this. Grabbing this tuning fork, whisking it off to Barbados, it's him essentially saying this world is going to come to grips with the fact that Superman is not their savior, because what's going to happen is while all this is going on, while all these people are being transformed, while the world is burning down around them, they're all going to look up and they're going to say, where's Superman? And with Superman nowhere to be found, they're going to lose hope. They're going to lose faith. And so when Superman returns, assuming that everything goes back to normal, they'll turn their backs on him. That's what Devastator Batman is hoping for. And so again, it's interesting and it's really intriguing because what happens is that at the end of this origin, this runs directly into Dark Knight's Metal 3, 4, 5, and 6. It runs into this idea of the events that follow with Barbados having this tuning fork and using his cosmic energies to achieve whatever it is that ends up coming next. Okay, so The Drowned is one of the coolest stories from Dark Knight's Metal. All these one-shots are so amazing in terms of like giving us these evil versions of Batman. So the cool thing about this is that this centers on what's actually Batwoman, and it's a person by the name of Bryce Wayne. And so it's kind of interesting because what this does is it initially picks up with the idea that Bryce was in a relationship with a person named Sylvester Kyle. Now, we're not explicitly told who Sylvester Kyle is. We're just kind of told that this person was the love interest of Bryce Wayne at the time. But unlike the other, one-shots that we've seen so far, this one actually picks up after Bryce has already arrived in the main DC universe. Now, one thing to keep in mind is all of these one-shots spin out of Dark Knight's Metal number 2, which is one of the things that we're going to reference once we cover that story. But the origin story is still standalone. But her arriving in Amnesty Bay, which is basically one of the home bases of operations of Arthur Curry of Aquaman, leads her into direct conflict with Aquaman and with Mera. Now, we will get the whole backstory, but one thing that I want to talk about here for a second is the nature of Amnesty Bay. When it comes to the Aquaman mythos, there is Atlantis and then there's Amnesty Bay. Atlantis is the kingdom of Atlantis. It's basically Aquaman's birthright for the most part, in the sense that he was born as the heir to Atlantis itself. However, he was raised in Amnesty Bay, and that's why he has this sort of dichotomy between a loyalty to the Justice League and somewhat to the protection of the world overall, but loyalty to Atlantis, because for him, it's very much like Thor. Thor's like, okay, look, yes, I'm an Avenger, yada, 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 but Asgard first, everything else second. If it comes down to it, I will abandon Earth and I will go only to Asgard and rule as king because that's my job. That's what I do first. Aquaman's much the same way. The other half of that is that Aquaman will protect both with an absolute fury. Woe betide the poor soul who shows up in Atlantis starting trouble. But the whole backstory to this comes by way of the explanation of Bryce Wayne herself, in the sense that somewhere along the line, the various metahumans on Earth -11 in her own reality in the Dark Multiverse, somewhere along the line, they had killed Sylvester Kyle. Now, we don't know why. We're kind of left to believe maybe that they were criminals or something along those lines, because the implication is that Bryce, as Batwoman, was a crime fighter. She fought bad guys. And so the implication is that in this scenario, Sylvester was killed by some rogue metas, and in her vengeance and in her mourning, she killed everyone. And so it's basically the Batman comparison. Bruce Wayne lost his parents, she lost her husband. And so it's cool to see those two things go alongside each other because it shows the nature of grief itself. herself. Now, the other half of this is following the death of Sylvester and the deaths of all these metahumans at the hands of Bryce herself. About 18 months after this had happened, Aquawoman had effectively just shown up. All the metahumans are dead. We want to have peace talks. We want to come to peace with the service world itself. Now, again, this is another aspect that we're not really given. In the main DC universe, Atlanteans aren't really like xenophobic so much as they are retreatists, in the sense that they're basically like, you stay away, we stay away, everything will be fine. But for Bryce, because of the fact that she had experienced such a traumatic loss, much like Batman, who doesn't trust anybody but himself, she doesn't trust anybody but herself. And in her mind, she believed that Atlantis was pulling a ruse, that Atlantis had seen the deaths of all the metahumans and then said, hearken alas, no one can protect the surface from us if we choose to invade. But if we just jump in and immediately start going to war, there'll be casualties on both sides. So we'll play it diplomatic at first, and then when they're at their weakest, we'll conquer them. Bryce believed that was the case. And so in her anger, ultimately the peace talks fell to pieces, and then Bryce chose the surface world and waged war against Atlantis, and in doing so, killed Aquawoman with her own trident. Now, following this, because of the fact that the response of the Atlanteans to the death of their queen was to drown the entirety of Gotham City, this pushed Bryce even further. And so I hope you guys are starting to see a pattern here. This scenario where Bryce lost someone she cared about to one or more metahumans. In response, in her wrath and in her anger and in her mourning, she killed them all. This in turn led to Atlantis stepping in and saying, let's have peace talks. The peace talks fell apart. And again, in her just altered state of mind, not rationally thinking, she just waged war against everybody. And so ultimately this leads to her modifying her body on the genetic level, giving herself all kinds of alterations, basically making herself an Atlantean, but in turn modifying her existing abilities. For example, when it comes to the concept of Batman, we're largely left to believe that he's just a really, really good fighter. I mean, that's really what Batman is. He's a normal guy that's just really good at fighting. He knows all these different martial arts, things like that. With Bryce, we're left to believe that's the same way. We're just kind of left to believe that she's just a woman who's really capable. Making these modifications to her body means she's taking the war directly to Atlantis, and when she does, she has to be able to fight on their battlefield. It's the perfect complement to Sun Tzu's The Art of War. If you have to wage a war on your terms. But if you have to wage a war on their terms, be prepared. And that's exactly what she does. She basically starts modifying her body with these genetic modifications. She gives herself the ability to breathe underwater. She can move faster than any of the Atlanteans. She's pushed herself to the absolute brink. And so when the time comes, not only was she able to wage war against Atlantis and basically kill all the Atlanteans, she had done so with the help of what's called the Deadwater, basically her own genetically modified forces that can in turn serve on her behalf. Now, the implication here and the way this seems to be pointed is that somewhere along the line, she had basically started capturing forces, bolstering her numbers, and then modifying them genetically. We're not explicitly told that, but it looks like these are just twisted versions of Atlanteans. And so the result is that she basically used Atlanteans, assuming that she did anyway, to destroy Atlanteans, ultimately killing off the entire Atlantic community and then taking up residence in Atlantis herself. Following this, she drowned the entire world, killed everybody on Earth, just destroyed everybody on Earth. It's absolutely bonkers in terms of how it comes out. And so in response to this, should there have been anybody out there who was wayward, anybody out there who was looking for solace, she put up a beacon in the sky to show them where to go. Now, this gets into the true and really the terrifying nature of Bryce herself, in the sense that that beacon was not done for altruistic purposes. She did that so that anybody who came across her path, they would be added to her roster of soldiers. They would become another member of her army. They would be genetically modified and they would be transformed into one of her own. But in the middle of all this, and at some point later on down the line, the beacon suddenly went off. And when it did, she was met with the Man Who Laughs. Now, the Man Who Laughs, in my opinion, is one of the most anticipated origin stories in all of Dark Knight's Metal. I am so looking forward to that. And I think a lot of people are. Like, a lot of people are really excited for the Man Who Laughs. And there's so many theories, because the best theory I've seen so far is that the Man Who Laughs comes from a universe where Batman actually killed the Joker during the events of the Killing Joke, and then Batman became the Joker. That's the best theory that I've heard. I think it's the most popular one going around the internet right now. But, you know, very rarely do I ever see a theory take hold like this. I saw it with Mr. Oz, saw it with The Watchmen. DC Rebirth is just setting the world on fire with the stories they're writing. Jesus Christ. It's amazing. But the fact remains here, with regards to Bryce showing up and facing off against Aquaman and Mera, you have Mera with her, aquakinesis, the ability to manipulate water using her mind. But it's almost like the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet versus Thanos with the Heart of the Universe concept, in the sense that with the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos was manipulating the universe itself. With the Heart of the Universe, he was the universe. And that's exactly what's happening here. Where Mera is able to, psychically manipulate the water, Bryce is the water. Like, she just controls it. It's like an arm or a leg. It's an inherent part of who she is. Now, all this is designed to do is basically say that Bryce's control over water is stronger than Mera's control over water. That's all that means. I mean, it doesn't mean that Bryce is actually made of water. It just means that her control is far more powerful than Mera's is. But the significance of this is that it gives us a character that overpowers both Aquaman and Mera. And this is a big deal because remember, when it comes to Aquaman, he can stand toe-to-toe to Superman. I mean, we saw that in Aquaman Rebirth. Like, we saw that in that first story. He went toe-to-toe with Superman and held his own. So it's not like Aquaman's just a really strong guy who talks to fish. Not at all. This guy is a wrecking crew. He's a one-man army. And so to have someone from, to have this Bryce chick genetically modify herself and then show up and not only beat a guy who amounts to an underwater version of Superman and then crush his wife who controls water is insane, because it means this person is not someone to be trifled with. Not only that, the idea of a person becoming a Deadwater is basically an action that's undertaken by Bryce herself when she physically transforms the body of Mera. Now, I would argue this is not a permanent thing, that the process can most likely be reversed, especially if it's just an alteration to the chemical structure of the body. But the fact remains, Mera is effectively a henchman of Bryce now, and that's how this unfolds, is because it leads to Aquaman seeming to be the last man standing in the face of Bryce, all her Deadwater soldiers, and Mera having been transformed into one, which leads, as it always does with these one-shots, with Dr. Fate intervening. Now again, Dr. Fate is a character that predates Doctor Strange by quite a bit, but the characters are effectively one and the same in terms of how they function and what they do. What Dr. Fate is doing here is really more akin to like what Doctor Strange was doing during Infinity Gauntlet, but the fact remains that Dr. Fate's basically grabbing these various heroes who are encountering these dark knights of Barbatos and then whisking them away to a safe place so they can remuster their forces and then go back into the onslaught again to plan ahead. And so that's effectively what happens. This symbol is sent out into the sky by Bryce in order to attract anybody who's either curious or looking for some kind of refuge of some sort, and then ultimately bolster her own army using those individuals. So again, another origin story, another Dark Knight cropping up, another character with an extreme level of power who's basically able to dominate some of the most powerful heroes in DC Comics. And so again, it's cool. If I can get my hands on a copy of the cover that's big enough, or if I can like blow it up in Photoshop without losing too much quality, I think I'm gonna make posters out of the covers for the Dark Knights Metal tie-ins, because these are amazing. Oh my God, dude. Murder Machine, man, dude, it is. God, it's beast. This is an amazing story. Okay, so like all the other Dark Knights Metal tie-ins that we've done, this comes out of issue number 2. Issue number 1 and issue number 2. But the stories themselves, the origins themselves, are still standalone in the sense that they're basically just the stories of how these evil versions of Batman came to be. But the whole idea here is that this centers on this amazing version of Batman. So this initially picks up with Victor Stone, right, with Cyborg. And the only thing this really ties into in terms of the Dark Knights Metal is just the idea that Victor Stone's father is really just kind of analyzing this idea of this nth metal. Again, this metal that everybody's aware of, or everybody's basically learning about, that kind of resonates with another plane of existence. Now, in the middle of Vic basically talking with his dad, he's suddenly met by the arrival of Murder Machine. And that's kind of the cool thing about this, is unlike the other origin stories so far, for the most part, they follow a linear progression. You have like one of these evil versions of Batman that shows up and then fights someone, and then you jump into the origin story. With this one, it actually kind of bounces back and forth in between the two. But the way that this works is that this version of Batman hails from Earth -44 in the Dark Multiverse. And it's this idea that in this reality, that the various villains of Batman's rogues gallery, Killer Croc and Harley Quinn and, Two-Face, were basically all led by Bane in a campaign to find out where Batman was. They effectively broke into the Batcave and then just tortured Alfred and then eventually killed him. Keep in mind, Alfred's not just a butler for the Wayne family. Alfred is Bruce Wayne's surrogate father. That's the role he's always played when it came to the various stories of Batman, whether it's an alternate reality story, whether it's the main DC universe. It's always been Batman's parents were shot in a dark alley in a mugging gone wrong, and Alfred basically raised him as a son. And so to have Alfred stripped away from Batman, he effectively crosses this line he can't come back from psychologically, because for Batman, for Bruce Wayne, he lost his biological father, which motivated him to become Batman. Then he loses Alfred, his surrogate father. What comes next? Well, you do the only thing you can do. You try to find a way to cope. And with the idea of Bruce Wayne, what he did is he basically went to Cyborg and said, I backed up Alfred's mind once upon a time, and I would like to turn him into an AI because I can't do it on my own. Now, this is just Bruce Wayne grieving, right? I mean, that's the beauty of this whole thing. It is him basically reliving his own father's death, but there's an out. That's the beauty of it. He's like, there's a way for me to save Alfred. And it's not Bruce Wayne doing it because he's just like, oh, I'm so used to Alfred, I have to have him around. It's basically his dad. It's his surrogate father. Alfred is the voice of reason. Alfred is the one Bruce Wayne goes to when he throws his hands in the air and says, I don't know what to do next. Am I really even making any progress saving Gotham City? Alfred is the reassurance. Alfred is the one that says, all you can do is the best you can. And as long as you think that you're doing things the right way, as long as you are living up to what your father would believe is an admirable role, then follow the path that you're currently on. Alfred is the bedrock by which the entire moral compass of Bruce Wayne is built. To have that taken away, and then to have a momentary second where he can get that back, he'll do anything to make that happen. And that's what we end up finding out. In this massive fight between, Victor Stone and Murder Machine, between Cyborg and Murder Machine, the entire time, it's basically Murder Machine saying, in my universe, you're the one that made it possible. You're the one that helped me to become who I am. But what we end up learning is that when the AI, or when the Alfred AI was completed, the AI immediately went Skynet. It just went off Skynet. It lost its mind. Alfred becomes Skynet. What a title. But the whole idea is that the Alfred AI basically went awry. It went nuts, and it started going through creating physical copies of itself, or at least these kind of nanotech copies of itself, and started hunting down every single member of Batman's rogues gallery, every single enemy that he has. It started eliminating all of them. This is a beautiful scenario to behold. I mean, not the death of Bane. I mean, it's not, a beautiful thing that he was killed by the AI, but the logic behind it is what's so beautiful about it. Batman is by definition about as logical and reasonable as a being can get in the DC universe. Batman, I wouldn't say is devoid of emotion, but the emotions he has, he keeps at bay. And so I would make a legitimate argument that Batman is actually more machine than man, just because of the fact that he seems so emotionless, he's so cold and calculating. But in this instance, it's his emotions come to bear, his desire to get his surrogate father back. When Cyborg of Earth -44 shows up and says, this AI is going crazy and it's killing people, we have to shut it down, Batman's response is, no, we can make it better. We can make it work. We can make it do what it's supposed to. And that's the beauty of all this. It's because it's him essentially sitting down and saying, I don't want to let him go. The other half of this is that the AI itself is basically programming. The AI is not inherently evil. It is an artificial intelligence that's built on ones and zeros. In this particular instance, the AI was programmed to carry out the desires of Alfred. Alfred's most base desire was to keep Bruce Wayne safe. And so the programming is doing the most logical thing, keep Bruce Wayne safe. Well, the most dangerous thing to Bruce Wayne are his enemies. Bane broke his back in Nightfall. All the enemies that Batman has seek to eliminate him. So the most logical thing to do to protect Bruce Wayne is to get rid of his enemies. It makes perfect sense if you're a computer. And that's the basis behind this. Alfred was effectively brought back by Bruce Wayne. Alfred was resurrected in the form of an artificial intelligence. But the one thing that the Alfred AI doesn't have that differentiates a machine from a human is a soul. The ability to understand that things are not ones and zeros, that they're nuanced, that there is no such thing as black and white, that there's black and white and then a zillion shades of gray. And so because of that, because of the fact that this AI doesn't grasp that, at the end of the day, it does what's logical and it does what's reasonable. But for Bruce Wayne himself, he's emotional. Under normal circumstances, any reasonable person who was as logical as this computer system would say, well, no, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, this computer is, executing people and Batman doesn't abide by that. Batman doesn't tolerate that. We have to shut it down. Bruce Wayne's response of saying, we can fix it. We can make it better, faster than it was before. It's his emotions, but there's no guarantee that this will work. But that's the beauty of it, is because while the Dark Multiverse is the opposite of what we would expect from the main DC universe, it's opposite in both its physical structure and it's opposite in terms of how the characters function. And so in this instance, we end up finding out that the goal of Cyborg was to shut down the AI before it can spread any further. Bruce Wayne wanted to fix it. Letting it into the Batcave, the AI immediately latched itself onto Bruce Wayne and started modifying his genetic structure, effectively turning him into a machine, turning him into a robot. And that's kind of the irony of all this, is because it's not until Batman in the Earth -44 universe becomes this villain that exists according to codes and machines that he becomes almost identical to his version in the main DC universe. And it hits home to the idea that Batman's almost inhuman in terms of how cold and calculating that he is. But in response to the Earth -44 Batman merging with the Alfred AI and basically going on this rampage, it results in Cyborg gathering the Justice League and then Murder Machine killing them all. Every last one. The Green Lantern, the Flash, Wonder Woman, Superman, the whole 9 yards. Every last one of them falls, with this Murder Machine making all these duplicate copies of himself, attacking cities until Cyborg's the only one left. And where Cyborg in the Earth -44 universe simply responds by saying, I know there's still some human part of you that's in there. I know there's still some part of you that feels emotion, that's still reasonable. You have to listen. We can bring you back. Murder Machine Batman's response is, but why though? Like, I'm happy where I am. I'll never have to worry about losing Alfred again. He and I are one. We're combined into the same mind. We function according to the same whims and wants. I've gotten what I wanted out of this. Now, that's the cool thing about that, is because this juxtaposes directly to the main DC Universe Batman. One of the biggest issues that like the various members of the Bat family bring up time and time again that the writers always focus on is it's his way or the highway. It's what he wants to do, and then nothing else matters as long as he gets what it is that he wants. Superheroes have that issue with Batman. We saw that in terms of all the secrecy. We saw that in terms of all the cloak and dagger stuff that he pulls in the Tower of Babel, when we learned that Batman had this database on how to defeat the members of the Justice League and never told them about it. And so again, this whole idea of Batman being dark, being twisted, being sinister in this capacity is almost like an outward manifestation of who he really is in the main DC universe. And so that's why that's so cool. And so ultimately, he kills the Earth -44 version of Cyborg, which results in, of course, the Man Who Laughs popping up and simply saying, we can make everything better. Your Earth is falling apart. Your universe is coming to an end. But I know a place, I know of a universe where we can basically take over everything. We can conquer it and move in an outward direction. Of course, all of this basically being done at the request of Barbados. So it's really Murder Machine Batman being recruited, like all the others, by the Man Who Laughs at the request of Barbados. It's super cool in terms of how all this comes together and how it functions. But notice this, where, you know, this version of Cyborg from the main DC universe is just easily taken out by all these different versions of Batman. It's cool to see this happen because at the end of the day, Cyborg isn't whisked away by Dr. Fate. He's not suddenly yanked out and say, oh man, we need you. He's basically left there. Now, of course, he's taken prisoner by the Dark Knights of Barbados and probably going to be used for some future project. But again, this is probably one of the best origin stories that I've seen come out of Dark Knight's Metal. It is nothing short of spectacular. My God, this is one of the best stories I ever read. There's no two ways about it. There's no arguing with that point. This is amazing. It's hands down one of the absolute best stories I've ever read. I mean, you guys need to go out and buy this because it is super good. Man, let me tell you something, dude. The Batman Who Laughs. Dude, this story. Dude, this story. Man, this story is so good. You know, every once in a while you come across a Batman story. James Tynion's. Man, dude, this guy. Man, dude, man. Okay, let's get into this. Let's explain the Batman Who Laughs. All right. First things first, y'all need to go out to the store and buy this comic because it's like $3. Dude, it's crazy how good this comic is. You guys got to go buy this thing because it's absolutely insane. Like it is definitely one of my favorites. But the cool thing about this is that this opens up with the Batman Who Laughs himself. The Batman Who Laughs is jumping into like tarot card reading. But the cool thing is that the way that it's done, you know, with my lack of knowledge about tarots, the way that it's done is it highlights the nature of the Joker, right? About how the Joker is insane. The Joker's crazy, but the Joker's always, you know, also one of those wild cards that can shift up everything in its entirety. And so what it does is it switches to Earth -22, which is, you know, quite some time ago. And the cool thing about this is Joker has Batman captive. Now, we've seen this a million times before. That's one of the crazy things about this is a lot of the stuff that unfolds here, for the most part, it's par for the course. It's just Batman defeating the Joker. The crazy thing about this is the Joker in this universe seems to be experiencing a level of insanity that we've never seen before. And the reason I mean that is because in truth, like historically speaking, if you look at the history of the Joker in in DC Comics. He's basically waxed and waned over the years. When he first popped up in DC, he was really dark, he was really sinister. The old Bob Kane, Bill Finger Joker was super sadistic. Then the Comics Code kicked in, and for something like, 60 years, the Joker was basically toned down and goofy. There was a point where he came back and he was a little dark for a while, maybe in like the 60s or 70s. That was about it. I mean, when you go and read most Joker comics, he's nonsensical, he's goofy. The Joker that we got in Scott Snyder's New 52 run of Batman, Death of the Family, Endgame, though that's the Joker that's just reminiscent to the old school Joker that we saw way back in, the 1930s. But the crazy thing about this is that with Joker having seemed to emotionally snapped, not only has he captured Batman, he kills the family of a girl and then in turn exposes the girl to the Joker toxin. So it's pretty intense because it's basically his goons, his henchmen that have all these families lined up in Gotham City waiting for the Joker to do them in, because all the Joker's doing is repeating Batman's history. Now, there's something that I hope you notice about this. The kind of things that Joker says, I can break anybody, I realized what was going on one day. Jim Gordon tried to get into the way, and then of course I made Jim Gordon break. This is very reminiscent of The Killing Joke. For those of you guys who never read The Killing Joke, that was a story where it was the whole point Joker was making was that all it takes is one bad day. One bad day and a person can be broken. That was the origin story of the Joker back in the day. And a lot of people still say it is the Joker's origin because DC has really kind of hinted at that being the case for the most part over the years. But the whole idea was that the Joker was just a guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He'd lost his job, he fell in with some mobsters who promised easy money. He had a wife and a kid on the way, so the temptation for that easy money was very, very high. He ultimately agreed to the demands only to be set up as the fall guy. He ended up in a fight with Batman, he fell into a vat, and when he emerged, his hair was green, his face was white, and his lips were red, and he lost his mind. And that's the point of The Killing Joke. All it ever takes is one bad day. And the goal of the Joker was to break Commissioner Gordon by basically injuring his daughter, and then in turn subjecting him to photos of her while he was sending Jim Gordon through this horrific roller coaster, and then to try to do the same thing with Batman. The story ended ambiguously. It ended with the question, did Batman kill the Joker? Did Batman let him go? Grant Morrison argued that Batman killed the Joker, I think it was, but the writer Alan Moore has never said either way. And so in truth, there's no definitive answer. It's just whatever answer it is that people want to choose to believe, which is why The Killing Joke's one of the best stories out there, because the nature of the story, the ending creates this massive argument between fans over what happened between Batman and the Joker. Batman just starts laughing, and then it says the laughing dies, and that's it. And so we don't know what ends up happening in that story. The interesting thing about this is that it is, again, an attempt of the Joker to break Batman. And it's almost like Batman's this immutable force, because where Batman says you have to stop, you have to quit, Joker's response is never. I will never, ever, ever stop. All the things that we've seen over the years, especially recently when it came to the Joker's story, in New 52, the Joker and Batman are two sides of the same coin in a lot of ways. One represents order, one represents chaos. One can't live without the other, whether it's because Batman needs the Joker in order to believe he's making some measure of progress, whether it's the Joker because he just needs order in order to inflict chaos. Whatever the case may be, they essentially need each other. And that's one of the reasons why the Joker has always been kind of a mainstay. It's like this meta commentary on the nature of good and evil. You can't have one without the other. And so in this instance, Batman manages to overpower the Joker, and in doing so, breaks his neck. He kills him. And so what this does, it just kind of allows a little bit of this Joker toxin to basically make its way out, and that's really about it. Nothing really seems to come of the death of the Joker. And so what we do from here is we pick up with this aftermath. Batman talking to Superman, the idea that a lot of these kids who had been subjected to Joker's toxin and really just kind of had their minds broken, that there may not be any way to bring them back. And that's the case that Batman makes. There's no coming back from this. For these kids, there's probably no way to cure them. Now, of course, Superman being hopeful basically says, look, there has to be a way. We have to find a way. What this does is it picks up about 3 days later with the Bat family, Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon and so on and so forth, and they're basically just training. And it's kind of cool because they're facing off against robots, but again, this is one of the interesting scenarios because they make the comment that it's been years since they've experienced this. And in truth, it's been years since we've seen it in the Batman comics, because remember, that's the way Batman works. Batman brings in these kids, he brings in Barbara Gordon, he brings in Dick Grayson, he brings in Jason Todd. Over the course of his existence as Batman, Bruce Wayne brings these characters in for a multitude of different reasons. Sometimes it's because, they lost their parents in the same way Bruce Wayne did, and so he basically adopts them, trains them to learn how to get revenge to a degree, but to also how to stop crime, make Gotham a safer city. It's Batman surrounding himself with possible replacements should anything ever happen to him. It's one of the reasons why every single one of the members of the Bat family have been trained in a way that makes them almost as good as Batman is in terms of a detective, almost as good as a fighter, the whole 9 yards. Because of that, the whole thing begins to sort of unwind when Dick Grayson makes the comment, things aren't right, because it's been years since they've been subjected to, to training, by Batman in their whole, training room. And it's also been a while since Batman's basically communicated directly with them. For the most part, the indication here is that it's all been behind like screens or it's been smoke and mirrors. And when they sit down and they talk with Batman, Batman's answer is, when Joker died, he infected me with something. He infected me with a perfect strain of the Joker toxin. Now, this is the cool thing about this, because remember, on the surface, the Joker seems to be nonsense. For example, Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight Returns made the comment, "I'm not a man with a plan. I'm a man who just does things. I'm a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do if I got it." And so, depending on who's writing the Joker at the time, either he is that way where he's just goofy, comedic, he has no real plan, he wants to copyright fish, different things like that. Or if you're reading Scott Snyder's Joker in New 52, he does have a plan. He has this great big huge laid out plan on what he wants to do. And everything that happens seems to be chaotic, but it goes towards an ideology. How do you separate the nonsense from the truth? Because the truth will lead you to the plan, but it's so surrounded and so clouded with absolute nonsense, there's no way to really know which is true and which is a lie. That's what makes the Joker so difficult to find. Not only that, where Batman explains this to the Batman family, their response is, look, we'll find a way. We'll find a way to cure you. Batman's statement is, the reason why I brought you here is because you guys would be the first ones to know if there was anything wrong with me. And if you told, if you found out there was anything wrong with me, you would tell people, and I can't allow that. So he kills them all. He kills every last member of the Bat family. Dude, you guys never saw that coming, did you? He kills them all. Red Hood, he kills Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, the whole 9 yards. They all get done in. From there, he takes it to the Justice League. Now, the Justice League happens off panel. We don't actually see it take place, but it is crazy to see it happen because basically everybody's been taken out by Batman except for like Superman. He's like the last man standing. Now, because of the fact that Batman Who Laughs, because this version of Batman is really more attuned to the Joker as opposed to Bruce Wayne himself, it's not just about defeating superheroes. It's also about inflicting as much mental anguish as he possibly can. And so what happens is he actually brings the family of Superman in, Jonathan Kent and Lois Lane. What he does in turn is he not only taunts Superman, he exposes him to Black Kryptonite. Now, Black Kryptonite's one of those weird scenarios. Really, Black Kryptonite made its debut in comic book form in Supergirl #2 in 2005. But if you go and you look at the history of Black Kryptonite, as far as I'm aware, it originally appeared in Smallville. Now, Black Kryptonite in Smallville was a plot device more than anything else. And what they did is it basically established that you can split a being in two, one good, one evil, basically split their personas in half. With regards to the DC Comics landscape, if you read Supergirl #2 from 2005, sure, it'll split people in half, one good, one evil. If you read All-Star Superman, it inverts the moral compass of the Kryptonian that it's used on, and then basically decreases their mental faculties. So they basically become an evil version who's stupid. And so that's exactly what happens with Superman. With Batman exposing Superman to a modified strain of Black Kryptonite, it adjusts its traditional properties of splitting a being in two and instead inverts Superman to make him a villain, who in turn takes out Jonathan and he takes out Lois. And that's insane. And that's the crazy thing about this, because remember, it's not just about taking down Superman. It's about inflicting moral harm on Superman's psyche. Now, presumably, Superman will never be able to recover from this. He won't be able to come back from this. We never actually find out what happens. We're kind of left to believe that the Batman Who Laughs takes him out, but all the other superheroes who unite against him, all the other governments who unite against him, the whole of humanity for the most part, is all taken out and subdued by the Batman Who Laughs. We don't know how, but what DC seems to be doing is grabbing this concept of Bruce Wayne, who's pragmatic, who is analytical, who goes through and analyzes every single situation, and then combined it with the chaotic nature of the Joker, brought those two together and unleashed an absolute nightmare on humanity, which in turn led to the end of humanity almost in its entirety. Now, because of the fact that the Batman Who Laughs is so extreme, and because of the fact that he is sort of this amazing combination of the Joker and Batman merged into a singular being, he's the first to be approached by Barbados. Now again, we don't know exactly when this happens, we just know it happens before the origin stories of all the other members that we've seen of Barbados's Dark Knights and the origin stories we've covered so far. So we'll probably throw this one at the beginning of all those. The whole idea is that because the Batman Who Laughs has this mind of Bruce Wayne and this chaos of the Joker, he's basically shown all these different universes out there, these different Earths where Batman still exists, or where the Earth hasn't experienced the kind of destruction and the kind of chaos the Batman Who Laughs wants to bring to it. Because remember, the goal of the Joker is to just spread fear and chaos. And so with Barbados coming along and giving him the opportunity and saying, hey, look, if you go there, there's absolute pandemonium and destruction, then it gives the Batman Who Laughs exactly what he's looking for. And so what he began to do is basically travel around and find all these Dark Knights that exist out there, the Red Death and the Devastator and Dawnbreaker and so on and so forth. All these different members of the Dark Knights, bind them together and then bring them in. And so what we end up doing is finding out that the
Joker is talking to an unnamed guy, to a guy who's basically wrapped in bandages. The guy, I don't think we ever find out who he is. I'm not 100% sure, but the whole idea here is that he basically says, look, the nature of the Joker is such that it has no real power. The Joker's inspired by fear, right? Like the Joker uses fear to basically get people to do what he wants them to do. He's very much the same as Batman in that regard. But where Batman is a fighter and he's a detective and he has all these different things at his disposal, the Joker has whatever is around him at the time, whatever henchmen he can use, whatever money he can amass, and that's really about it. He's got no real power unto himself. The Batman, however, is the king of his castle. The Batman has it all. The Batman has all the tools that he needs to be able to pull off everything that he wants to do. And so if you take those two things and you combine them together and you make the king into the Joker, then suddenly he is the king of everything. He's basically this uncontrollable force of nature, this being that does nothing more than use his intellect to bring about as much chaos as he possibly can. And that's when he says, if you believe that what you've seen here is the pinnacle, if you believe what you've seen here is as bad as it gets, then I promise you it will only get worse, because there's all these different iterations of Batman, and not just Batman, all these different iterations of the Earth's superheroes that exist out there. A version of Darkseid who's Superman, Flash with the body of a spider. I mean, all these just crazy contrapted things, these versions of Superman and all these versions of Batman, these versions of Wonder Woman, the Flash, the Green Lantern, all these versions exist out there. All these characters exist out there. And again, we learned that from the last story that we covered. When Barbatos forced Batman to see all these crazy things, he's like, I've shown you three worlds where things are awry, where things are crazy, where they're absolutely chaotic. But that's 3 worlds. There are thousands of worlds like this, where things are just absolute pandemonium, they're screwed up, all the characters are bad guys. If it's just the worst nightmares you could possibly imagine taking form in the dark multiverse, then there are thousands of these nightmares running around. And so again, it's crazy, because the prospect is, should this invasion go off without a hitch, then it means some of the worst nightmares in existence, the worst monstrosities of the characters that we know, their worst versions, their worst selves, all come flowing out of this dark multiverse into the main DC universe, and everything goes to pieces after that. Okay, so continuing on with our discussion about Dark Knight's Metal, we pick up with part 3. And this is really cool, because what this does is it gives us the origin of the dark multiverse. And it's really, really interesting. Plus, it's also like Superman versus the Dark Knights. But remember, the whole idea of Dark Knight's Metal is it's kind of like this worst case scenario in a lot of ways. While we're not necessarily given a time frame of exactly when Dark Knight's Metal happens, that is to say, where it happens in relation to like the Justice League or something like that, for the most part, it kind of focuses on the individual character's solo series in terms of placements about when different things happen, see Superman number such and such, see Action Comics, whatever. The whole idea is that where a lot of events that have been written in like Justice League so far, things like that, are really kind of dark and drabby, this takes it to a whole new level, because in the last videos, we talked about how Batman was the key, that the idea here was that there were these metals that existed inside the DC universe, and originally they were just believed to have just been metals that were powerful for whatever reason, nth metal, promethium, dionysium, different things like that. But what this story revealed is that all those metals basically served as a kind of proving material, in the sense that when Batman was doused in all those metals, it basically allowed the evil Batman from the dark multiverse to enter the positive multiverse of DC, and for Batman to be sent to the dark multiverse. It basically opened a gateway. And so the whole idea here, the whole concept is, what's the next step? If the goal is to bring darkness into the positive multiverse, to basically initiate the plan of Barbatos to bring everything crashing down, then there has to be an energy source for this. And the cool thing is that it was always believed to be Batman. That's everything we've seen so far. And so what this does is it initially picks up in Smallville, Kansas, which is cool, because we've got Superboy, we've got Damian Wayne, and they're just kind of putting on a concert for like Lois and Wonder Woman and Batman and Superman, and it's cool because they're waiting on all the other superheroes to get there. Bruce goes on this whole diatribe about, hey guys, look, after this war we've won against Barbatos, I'm so glad that we managed to pull this off. And it's interesting because this is the aftermath for Dark Knight's Metal. And so with this battle having been won against Barbatos, with the Dark Knights having been defeated, life basically goes back to its own place. It goes back to regularity. And this is cool because this is one of the things you don't really see from Snyder. You don't really see this sort of peacetime situation. Instead, for the most part, you see the conflict situation. That is until Batman starts bleeding out of his chest in the form of a bat. And, and this starts freaking people out because in these moments when Bruce Wayne basically starts to die, he simply just says, carpe diem, and then he's gone. In his place comes Barbados, and Barbados just kind of emerges, and Superman's kind of in shock and awe because in his mind, they won the conflict. It was all done. It was over. And Barbados simply says, that's because I let you believe that. Every road you take, it always leads to me. It always leads to darkness. And that's a cool thing because when the Dark Knights start showing up and they start, just eliminating like Lois Lane and Wonder Woman and all these different characters, Superman's just sort of forced to sit there and witness it. And so what ends up happening is he basically comes to. And what we end up finding out is that Superman and Wonder Woman, much like Batman, are forced to relive these recurring dreams. Keep in mind, when Batman was taken to the Dark Multiverse, when he was forced to switch places with the Dark Knights, what this meant was that within the Dark Multiverse, he was hooked up to a machine of sorts. And what this did is it basically forced him to just experience all these terrible universes that exist out there, all these terrible realities where everything that's bad has basically happened. With Superman and Lois Lane, it's much in the same vein. Remember, when Batman was first taken, Superman and Lois Lane were there, and they were basically captured and defeated by Barbados. It was a single touch is all it took to take them both down. That was the immense power that Barbados had. But more so than that, Superman comments to Wonder Woman that he's basically experienced this time and time again. He's tried to topple Barbados, and every single time he's failed. He's fought alongside the Joker and Lex Luthor. He's fought alongside Mr. Miracle and Orion. He's fought alongside all these different characters in the DC universe. And every time he goes against Barbados, he loses. And the reason for that is because he was hooked up to this machine. He was experiencing basically a series of dream states. But with him being yanked back to reality at this moment, the question becomes, what do we do? What's going on? What's been happening in the time that we've been gone? It's been 7 days. The world's basically gone to pieces. Over the course of these 7 days, we learned from the Devastator story, for example, that he basically spread the entire Doomsday virus to everybody in Metropolis and essentially just started turning them all into Doomsdays. They're just kind of walking around and they're sort of mindless beings. Superman learns that, Jonathan Kent's fine, Lois Lane has been transformed. These are the kind of things that go on. It's basically this idea that everything's going to pot. The issue is that once he's told that Barbados resides within Gotham City, he immediately heads there to try to take Barbados out. And this is interesting because this is not usually something that we see when it comes to the character of Superman. Superman's pretty hardcore when it comes to his family. Woe betide the poor soul who walks up and harms Jonathan Kent and Lois Lane because they'll have to face the full unbridled wrath of Superman. But for the most part, he's still pretty intelligent. This moment right here where he just sort of flies off into the conflict is very indicative of like the new 52 Superman, young, headstrong, inexperienced. That Superman is emotional right now, feeling as though the world has been destroyed or at least is being laid waste to by all these different iterations of these evil Batman, these Dark Knights, all spearheaded by Barbados. And so as soon as he gets over to where Barbados is, where he gets relatively close, he immediately picks up on what he believes to be Bruce Wayne. And that is one of the coolest aspects of the Dark Knights, because remember, these are just different versions of Bruce Wayne from the Dark Multiverse. As far as Superman's concerned, they are Bruce Wayne, but the first person he encounters is Devastator Batman, who just wrecks Superman, immediately just like knocks him to the ground in one hit. After that, it's the Batman Who Laughs. Now keep in mind, Devastator Batman is basically Doomsday Batman. What would happen if Batman was infected with the Doomsday virus? The Batman Who Laughs is a lot more methodical. He's not really a fighter so much as he's a manipulator, a planner, and a schemer. And so in that regard, instead of just showing up and just beating up, Superman, so on and so forth, he for the most part lets Devastator Batman do all the heavy lifting. For the character of the Batman Who Laughs, it's a psychological war. It's mind games. It's messing with Superman. But one of the big things he does is he actually spills the beans on the nature of the Dark Multiverse. And this is something that we didn't know before. All we knew was that the Dark Multiverse was just there, that it was basically like two sides of the same coin. What the Batman Who Laughs says is that the Dark Multiverse has existed so long as there have been sentient beings. When the first being had their first nightmare, the Dark Multiverse began to take shape. The Dark Multiverse is nothing more than just the worst fears of different beings that have all just come to life. That's why there's an infinite number of worlds in the Dark Multiverse, because there's an infinite number of fears and nightmares that people could possibly experience. The Dark Knights represent only one facet. They represent the fears of Batman. They represent the idea of Batman being terrified of becoming Doomsday. They represent the idea of Batman being terrified of merging with the Flash and becoming a villain. These are all the things that Batman is terrified of, all the fears or all the nightmares he's ever had. But one of the things that the Batman Who Laughs says is, in every single universe that we're in every single reality that happens, Batman, sometimes maybe he kills the Justice League, sometimes he doesn't, but he always kills you. And so the idea that the Batman Who Laughs raises is maybe it's just a desire of Batman to destroy you, to take you out. But because it's predicated and rooted in fear means that it comes to fruition in the dark multiverse. And that's cool because it basically brings to realization this idea: if the Dark Knights represent one facet of the dark multiverse and they're only confined to some of the worst fears of Batman, what are the worst fears of Superman? What are the worst fears of Wonder Woman, of the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan? This is basically Scott Snyder drawing giant purple letters in a comic book saying, this is only the beginning. You'll start to see all these crazy stories coming out of existence in the dark multiverse because there's so much to be explored. It may be that there's somebody out there worse than Barbados, but in the midst of this battle, the Flash, Barry Allen, races in, grabs Superman, and takes off. And the reason why is because they basically bring him to a place called the Oblivion Bar. Now, a little bit of history here. With Marvel becoming such a huge competitor to DC in the 1960s, with like Thor and the Return of Captain America, Spider-Man, the X-Men, Fantastic Four, there was basically like this great gold rush of superheroes that was coming out of the comic book industry. It's one of the reasons why people say the 1970s running up to the 1990s, for that 20-year span, was one of the most prolific eras in comic books because publishers were just cranking out superheroes and comics all over the place. But back in 1969, with, it was DC Showcase number 82, a guy by the name of Jim Rook was created. The general idea is that he was one of the characters that sort of fell in line with the Constantine Swamp Thing-esque line of stories, in the sense they didn't really cross over with a lot of major superheroes. Instead, he was part of that darker mystic magic, basically the predecessor to what would become Vertigo later on down the line. In his journeys, he had stumbled across a place called the Oblivion Bar. And the Oblivion Bar was just kind of this place where different people would go to when they were part of the whole, like Constantine, different things like that. They would show up to that whole location. But it's basically one of the last safe places in existence. The problem with this is that in rescuing Superman, while all these members who had fought the Dark Knights and the origin stories of the Dark Knights, when all those characters were being whisked away by Dr. Fate at the end of the stories, this is where they were coming to. But because of the fact that they basically grabbed Superman and brought him here in the midst of his battle with the Dark Knights, while it was being observed by Barbados, what they've effectively done is left a magic-based breadcrumb trail. And so it's only a matter of time before they find out where they're at. And they've got minutes before the Dark Knights get there and all things begin to go into pandemonium. And so what ends up happening is we get this sort of quick rundown of the things that have been going on, in the sense that, the Murder Machine basically sent all these different versions of Alfred to Detroit, these, machine-based Alfreds. Of course, we read about that in the origin story. We read about how Red Death had basically initiated a Speed Force storm that kills everybody who comes into contact with it. That in all these origin stories, when these Dark Knights were popping up, in the respective cities where they showed up, they've basically been conquered. What we also end up finding out, though, is that from Green Arrow, Nth Metal harms these various members of the Dark Knights. It's their equivalent of kryptonite, and the only way to really defeat them is to use Nth Metal. But as we've covered, Nth Metal is just one of those very rare materials that exists out there, and there's almost none of it left. And so what they need is not just Nth Metal, but basically any of the metals that were used to bond to Batman to send him to the dark multiverse. So it basically turns into this idea where it's the hunt for Nth Metal alongside these other metals that are out there. The problem is that while this is going on, you also have Dr. Fate, you have, Mr. Terrific, Plastic Man, who's still in an egg. You have a lot of these superheroes who really haven't been seen in the New 52 that DC's only now bringing back in DC Rebirth, analyzing all these things out there and saying, okay, here's locations we can go to find these different aspects of these different metals. But one thing I want you to notice is that the location of one of these metals is in the center of the multiverse, also known as the Rock of Eternity. Now, those of you guys who know about the Rock of Eternity, I'm sure you're just like, yes! The Rock of Eternity, like one of the things being at the Rock of Eternity is a big deal because the person who resides at the Rock of Eternity is Shazam. And we have no idea where Shazam is. We know he was in like the Constantine book, but that was it. We've seen neither hide nor hair of him since DC Rebirth showed up. And so this seems to indicate the idea that even if it's only a cameo, we may have Shazam in the Dark Knight's metal book. What this does is it invokes the idea that the metals that they're hunting for are not just Earth-based. Despite the story largely focusing on Nth Metal and its involvement on the planet Earth, Nth Metal stretches across the cosmos, and there's a huge chunk of Nth Metal that resides within the dark multiverse. Now, the indication seems to be here that Carter Hall, basically Hawkman, the being that set all this stuff in motion in the first place, most likely he's being held in the dark multiverse, and the Nth Metal is with him. We're not 100% sure, but the other speculation offered by the superheroes is that Batman has that Nth Metal on him, and so Batman has it as a means, once he's able to escape the control of Barbados, to use it against the Dark Knights. Now, this is when Superman begins to step up. Superman's rationale is Batman needs to be saved, and Batman Superman's asking to be saved. The reason why he says this is because in that dream Superman was having, when Batman said Carpe Diem, there was a reason behind it. Within DC Comics, while it is currently a title at the moment and it has been in the past, you basically have what's called the Trinity: Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, the three most popular characters in DC Comics for the most part. The idea is that with the three of them being the Trinity, there was basically a sort of code that was set up between the three of them in order to ensure that if any of them was in danger, they could call for aid. In the case of Batman, it was Clark Diana, CD. In the case of Wonder Woman, it was Batman and Clark, it was BC. That was the pattern that they used. When Batman made the statement Carpe Diem, it wasn't saying Carpe Diem, it was saying CD, Clark Diana, come and help me. It was Batman calling for aid. Superman basically says, Batman's calling for our help, Batman's being held there, we have to get to the dark multiverse, we have to save him. If we do, then everything will be fine. But in the middle of all that, of course, one of the little Robins of the Batman Who Laughs shows up, and he's immediately taken out by a dagger of sorts, only for us to find out the person who threw it is Deathstroke. And that's cool, because it's basically Deathstroke being rolled in to this whole thing. Now, I firmly believe this is being done just because of the Justice League movie, but you know, Deathstroke, in terms of his role in the greater pantheon of things, it actually makes sense, because Deathstroke has for years used armor and weapons made out of promethium. It's a hallmark of his character. Promethium is one of the metals that was bonded to Batman to send him to the dark multiverse. And so much like a tuning fork of sorts, or two magnets, you know, that are basically pulled together, promethium can offer itself as sort of a tracking device to figure out these different metals that exist out there. And so what they end up doing is splitting into groups, going to Atlantis, going to middle of space, the Rock of Eternity. But before they do, Superman grabs the Flash and they race off to the Fortress of Solitude, because one of the things that Flash makes a comment on, and really even one of the things that Steel makes a comment on, is the Tower of the Anti-Monitor. This whole tower basically made its appearance in the events of Infinite Crisis. Now, when the New 52 first started in 2011, Infinite Crisis was wiped away, had technically never happened. What this does is it says, actually it did, that the heroes remember Infinite Crisis. They remember all those events taking place. And so it's kind of cool. More so than that, Superman has this really interesting plan with regards to how to get to the dark multiverse. If we use the Grand Canyon as an example, on one side is Superman, on the other side is the dark multiverse. In the middle of the Grand Canyon is the Phantom Zone, basically this massive prison that people are sent into whenever it is they're imprisoned by Kryptonians historically. The question is, how do we create a bridge that gets us through the Phantom Zone and to the other side where the dark multiverse is? Now, in my mind, because of the fact that the dark multiverse is on the opposite side of the positive multiverse, I would say it's not just the Phantom Zone in that huge canyon, so to speak. That you basically got the edge of the multiverse, maybe even the edge of the source wall. I have no earthly clue what's there, but I would say it's probably more than just the Phantom Zone. But even if it is, what it basically means is the Phantom Zone is not just this endless void that's out there. Instead, the Phantom Zone is a finite space. It's basically a giant room, more or less, where people are housed. It's not an endless expanse of a dimension or anything along those lines. So it's kind of cool. Superman's argument is, if we're able to use the Speed Force in conjunction with this giant tower that basically emits these different frequencies that'll allow us to vibrate through the multiverse, then what you can do is supercharge using your Speed Force and allow me to punch through. And that's cool, because that's exactly what happens. Superman basically races through, you know, Steel using his energy signatures to basically just start amping up the Tower of the Anti-Monitor, Flash using the Speed Force to supercharge Superman and sending him through there, basically meaning that for a moment in time, Superman gets the powers of the Flash, but Superman basically punching through and getting to the dark multiverse, what we end up finding out is exactly what we expected. This was a trap. It was never designed to actually allow Superman to rescue Batman. Instead of running into all these dark knights, what he runs into are all these evil versions of himself, these evil versions of Superman that exist out there. What ends up happening is Batman says, I warned you not to come here. When the song was played at the beginning of the story with our sons playing that rock band, you heard CD. The actual song was DC. Don't come here. And so it was awesome, because it's basically Batman who sent a code to Superman saying, look, do not come to this place. Do not come here. It's a trap. The reason why is because Superman is a living solar battery. He's the source of energy that they need to allow the Dark Knights to sort of open up this dark energy portal and literally engulf the multiverse in darkness. In essence, in Superman's rush to save the life of Batman, he's doomed the multiverse in DC Comics. Okay, so we are finally getting into Dark Knight's Metal number 4. This has finally come out. The way that DC's doing this isn't the way that you normally see comic books done, which is to say, when it comes to massive crossover events, usually you have like the main story, which is published either bi-weekly or published monthly. And then you have tie-ins, which usually just kind of come out. But the problem with this is that with everything going on in DC Rebirth, if DC were to follow the common trend, which is, the Dark Knight's Metal comic every 2 weeks, and then you have all the tie-ins, plus all the stories that are going on, it would actually be pretty overwhelming. So while we basically ran into Dark Knight's Metal 1, 2, and 3 being published, weekly, bi-weekly, what have you, and then in turn picking up with issue number 4, which kind of goes into this process of releasing it monthly more or less, we did have all these extra tie-ins, the origin stories, different things like that, which helped to sort of compensate and fill in the gaps. Now, one of the big questions that I see a lot from people is, when does Dark Knight's Metal take place? Now, Comic Historian did a video about this, so I'll have that video linked in the description. You guys can go check it out. But the long and short of it is that is, for the most part, believed Dark Knight's Metal takes place before Doomsday Clock. We won't really know until we get into Doomsday Clock full bore, which is to say we're 3, 4, 5 issues into it, and we basically have a good understanding of where the continuity is. So the cool thing about Dark Knight's Metal number 4 is that it takes this traditional role of Scott Snyder's storytelling. And what I mean by that is, those of you guys who read his New 52 run, who saw the videos that we did, Court of Owls, Night of Owls, Endgame, Death of the Family, those of you guys who, saw those videos or read those stories, you're very familiar with the way that Scott Snyder does his storytelling. For those of you guys who are not familiar, what he usually does is he does like, he'll say, here's how many issues it is, and then once you get to about the halfway mark, that's when it basically turns into like Empire Strikes Back. All the information starts flowing out. Everything that's happened so far gets consolidated into a really nice, neat package. The first half of the story is piquing your interest. The middle is explaining everything. The third is the conclusion. And even his whole runs go that way. But when you take like Dark Knight's Metal and you roll it all together, you basically start with Batman number 1 when it came to the New 52, and you run all the way up to Dark Knight's Metal. This filled in all the gaps of the Court of Owls. Why do the Court of Owls care about Batman so much, and all those different things? And so that's what we're going to do in this video. For those of you guys who find yourselves feeling a little confused or a little left out with regards to understanding everything that's going on, this should be able to explain it better than pretty much everything we've done so far, because it's designed to serve that purpose. And so initially what we do here is we basically pick up with the location of Superman and Batman, really more so Batman than anything else. Now, the funny thing about this is, remember, when it comes to the passage of time within the DC landscape, while DC does not directly hit on it, it's kind of this unwritten rule that time may or may not pass differently relative to what's going on in the universe as a whole, which is to say, just because it takes 365 days for a quote-unquote year to pass, which is really just the Earth going around the sun, it doesn't mean time passes the same way. People might age faster in a different universe, they might age slower in a different universe. When it comes to the Dark Multiverse, we don't fully understand it. But what we do know is that with Batman having been stranded in the Dark Multiverse and being held by Barbados' forces for what may amount to 7 or 8 days, within the Dark Multiverse itself, time has passed in decades. And so essentially, Batman's aged like 30 years since he's been in the Dark Multiverse. Now, kind of makes logical sense. But something else that I also want you guys to notice here is that where he is being held captive by these various forces, these Dark Multiverse versions of Superman, one of the versions you notice here is the Man of Energy. And this is really, really cool. So a little bit of history here for those of you guys who don't know. The Man of Energy is the guy who's in the blue and the white. Back during the 1990s, when DC killed off Superman, when they brought him back, it was like this massive backlash. People bought the death of Superman believing it was going to be this massive iconic thing, and it was in a lot of ways. And so with him basically dying, people were just like, oh my God, this is insane. And then DC brought him back within a year. And so people felt betrayed. And so much like Max Landis pointed out in his video on the death and return of Superman, it basically tanked the sales of his comics for years. In an effort to basically reinvigorate popularity in Superman, DC came along with the idea of splitting him in half. And they took the original Red Kryptonite story, where you basically had blue and red Clark Kent, basically good Clark Kent and bad Clark Kent, good Superman, bad Superman, and they turned him into like the Man of Energy. Now, I don't really remember the specifics surrounding it. I do know a lot of people hated it. They did not like it at all. But nonetheless, it was kind of an interesting thing. Now, one of the big questions people have is, how does the Dark Multiverse work? How do these characters work in relation to like the positive multiverse? That gets explained here. So all of this will make sense here in a little while. But one of the other things that goes on is the question people ask, why Superman and Batman? Is it really just because they're like the top two characters in DC? To a degree, that's true, but it's also because of the roles they play. Remember, with regards to the events of Final Crisis, the idea that Batman was thrown back in time, and then Barbados noticed him for the first time and basically said, I can find a way to enter the positive multiverse and stay there. The ultimate goal was to not only open a doorway, but to keep that doorway open. So what's the equivalent of keeping the door open? What's the brick at the base of the door? That's Superman. That's the role he plays. He's he's kind of like this cosmic battery, so to speak. Because of the fact that he's supercharged with solar energy, because he's so powerful, what this means is that when he was captured by the forces of Barbatos, he was a source of energy that was used to keep the doorway open. Now remember, the basis behind this is because of the fact that it all comes down to invasion. Barbatos leading his forces into the positive multiverse with the intention of invading it. The introduction of these dark multiverse versions of Superman, all that was designed to do is say, it's not just evil versions of Batman. There's evil versions of Batman. Presumably, there's evil versions of Wonder Woman. There's evil versions of the Green Lantern. Now again, we'll find out why that is, but the funny thing about this is that with Batman having been held for like the last 30 years or so within the dark multiverse, at least, perceiving himself to have been held for 30 years, the whole basis, the whole motivation behind this is he's seen virtually every possible scenario where he screws up. That's the torture that he's put through, is to see every scenario where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. As a result, of course, he's really kind of been able to develop not necessarily this sort of antibody, quote unquote, to the whole, experiment, but in the sense that his mind has gotten to a point where he's begun to be able to overcome it. And because of the fact that Superman is the source of energy used to keep the portal open, the main motivation of Bruce is to grab Superman and get out of there. Now, the cool thing about this is that what we end up doing is actually transitioning away from Batman and Superman, and we pick up in the Rock of Eternity. Now, the Rock of Eternity has been a pretty huge discussion piece for the Dark Multiverse. And the reason for this is because in the last video, in the last story, we had talked about how with the Earth in a lot of ways having been conquered by the forces of Barbatos, those last remaining heroes and even some villains like Deathstroke had basically banded together and say, we have to put our problems aside and we have to focus on saving the world as best we can. And so what they ended up doing, these last vestiges of people began spreading around to all these different locations, traveling to all these places in an effort to try to find nth metal, which is the only material known to be able to successfully defeat Barbatos. And so what ended up happening here is with the characters of Wonder Woman and with Saunders and with Dr. Fate, they traveled to the Rock of Eternity simply because they had picked up that there was nth metal within the Rock of Eternity itself. The characters of Deathstroke and Aquaman went to Atlantis because they found nth metal there too. When it came to Mr. Terrific alongside the Green Lantern, they traveled to the planet of Thanagar, which is where Hawkman was from. And then finally, you had the Flash and you have Cyborg who traveled into the multiverse to try to find help. And so again, that's probably the more interesting part of the story, is what that means with regards to those characters traveling out there. But picking up with Wonder Woman, the reason why the Rock of Eternity was so intriguing is because one of the big questions people have is, where is Shazam? We know Shazam operates out of the Rock of Eternity, and so if they were going to travel to the Rock of Eternity, then that would be the most likely case where we would see him. But when they arrive here, they're basically met with the representation of the 7 deadly sins. Now, remember, in DC Comics, the 7 deadly sins are basically kind of captured and contained by the wizard Shazam, the being that gave Billy Batson his powers. Now, of course, these guys function more or less as guardians, because remember, the Rock of Eternity does house a lot of powerful artifacts, but the Rock of Eternity is also a gateway. Think of it like a hallway of doors. If you go into the Rock of Eternity, you can access almost any universe within the multiverse. And so because of that, them arriving here is basically the activation of a security system. And so of course, with these representations of the 7 sins showing up and basically, trying to defend the city against them, it is kind of intriguing because you're talking about beings of immense power. But the whole idea behind this is, with these sins more or less defeated, then the question becomes, where is this nth metal? Now, of course, it's believed the nth metal stems from the mace of Hawkman. And of course, again, we'll explain all that stuff once we get to the whole origin of Barbatos. But the problem with this is that as they go through, Dr. Fate begins to sort of pick up on what's believed to be this kind of evil that's lurking down in the shadows. Now, we can interpret that in one of two ways. Either we can interpret that as that's just kind of the aura that nth metal puts off, or we can interpret that as Yuga Khan. And that's kind of the funny thing about this. Remember, when it comes to Yuga Khan, he's the father of Darkseid and the whole New Gods pantheon. But the whole basis behind this is, if Yuga Khan launched a campaign, he entered into the DC multiverse, so to speak, that ultimately he would basically lay waste to everyone. That's why it was when we covered Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps with the Fall of the Gods storyline, that when it came to Yuga Khan, he was still locked within the Source Wall. Had his forces been successful and released him, almost all hope would have been lost. Now, what we end up doing from here is transitioning over to Deathstroke and Aquaman. Now, again, this is kind of a funny moment here because Deathstroke is very much a devil-may-care character. And what I mean by that is he puts off the air of, I don't really care what goes on, don't really care about what you do, I care about what I want to do. But in reality, and one of the things that you're seeing now when it comes to Deathstroke Defiance, his own solo series in DC Rebirth, is that Deathstroke is actually a pretty deep guy. But the whole team up between Aquaman and Deathstroke is in a lot of ways a pretty interesting scenario, because where Aquaman is more or less, like, we're here in Atlantis, we're trying to find this nth metal, Deathstroke's like, don't have time for that. Don't much care. But with them searching for nth metal, because they basically basically hone in on the sacred tomb in Atlantis, Deathstroke just kind of plunges a sword in there and it's like, look, we don't have time for ceremony. The world's coming to an end. We got to figure out what's going on, only for them to find out that the casket is basically a portal of sorts that leads down into a whole other location, which they end up diving into. Now from here, we pick up with one of the more interesting concepts when it comes to DC, and we jump into Thanagar Prime. Now, of course, Thanagar is the home planet of like Hawkman and, Hawkwoman and so on and so forth. But the cool thing about this is that with the arrival of Hal Jordan, what we end up finding out is that Thanagar has basically been taken over by Onimar Sin, who, well, he's actually somewhat of an interesting character. When it came to the character of Onimar Sin, he appeared back in JSA number 23 in 2001, and he was created by David Goyer. Now, JSA back then was kind of like the counterpart to the Justice League, I guess the JLA story that was started by Grant Morrison. At the time that the JSA title was being written by like David Goyer and Jeff Johns and so on and so forth, Onimar Sin basically being brought in was designed to hit home with this notion that when it came to the planet of Thanagar, that it had very much a tumultuous history. And Onimar Sin was one of the people who had basically risen to prominence and tried on a multitude of occasions to conquer the planet on his own. Now, this basically ran into events like the Rand Thanagar War, which took place, as part of the whole, Infinite Crisis? I think it was Countdown to Infinite Crisis storyline. There were a lot of things that went into that in terms of, the whole history of the planet, so on and so forth, trying to kind of reshuffle the origin of Hawkman and Hawkwoman, things like that for the umpteenth time, however many times the DC's tried it. But as far as I'm aware, we're not really given this sort of gap that bridges things, which is to say, we don't really know how Onimar Sin came back. What we know is that he was defeated and just kind of scattered among the spaceways, and that was really about it. But somewhere along the line, he made his return. Now, originally, he was a guy who was imprisoned in an nth metal prison. Of course, what he ended up doing was basically channeling those properties into himself, consuming as much nth metal as he could to imbue himself with all these energies, which is what you basically see here, where he's got these, metal arm bands, more or less, for lack of a better word, that's composed of nth metal. The whole idea of putting it on himself was to attract these heroes here. And the reason why he looked to attract these heroes here was because while Barbados is, tearing everything up on Earth, the contingency plan of Thanagar was to essentially create this cannon that would obliterate the entirety of Earth should it ever begin to run awry. Now, one of the things this also hits home at is the notion that when it comes to what goes on Earth, a lot of other planets that exist out there don't necessarily trust humanity, and that's what's kind of interesting about this. But what we also end up finding out is that Onimar Sin has allied himself with Starro, and this is cool because this is a throwback to Justice League number 1 back in 1960. Now, of course, this also leads to, these various members here being more or less taken prisoner by Onimar Sin for the purpose of being used for his own ends. But it is intriguing because what we end up doing here is we jump back to the whole idea of Batman and Superman. Now, of course, with them having kind of left the dark multiverse, they look aged just like we would expect them to, but they also end up meeting with Dream of the Endless. Now, again, we talked about how Dream of the Endless was one of these various beings out there who sort of embodied these concepts where he was the concept of Dream. But what he ends up doing is he ends up grabbing Superman and Batman and basically taking them to a place called the Lucian Library. And this is interesting because what he basically tells them is that this is a place where everyone dreams. This is all their catalog dreams of the whole 9 yards. When you sleep at night and you dream, your mind comes here. You kind of walk this ethereal plane, more or less. But with dreams also come nightmares. And that's the cool thing about this is because Dream basically says, I cannot directly help you. I can't really step in and act on your behalf and fight alongside you guys. But what I can do is give you something more important. I can basically give you information. Now, something that I hope you guys notice here are the words that Scott Snyder uses, because what he's basically doing here is he's building up the whole DC cosmic landscape. And that's what's cool, because unlike Marvel Comics, DC's cosmic landscape is not really fleshed out. And Marvel is fleshed out pretty well, just because of the fact that you had stories from guys like Steve Englehart, Jim Starlin, who built a lot of the cosmic landscape, and Marvel decided to blackball him recently. You had a lot of cosmic building that's been going on for decades and decades. In DC Comics, you don't really have that. But the whole cool thing about this is that this is really kind of Snyder basically giving us the Crisis on Infinite Earths origin of the universe without explicitly telling us. The origin of the universe, according to Crisis on Infinite Earths, has been told so many times. We don't need to see the exact same thing of the hand rising out of the, beginning of creation and all that kind of good stuff. Instead, it's kind of like this brief run over. We're basically told in the beginning there was just darkness, and then from this darkness came life, and with this life came the positive multiverse and the antimatter universe. And so what you had is in the positive multiverse, you had the Monitor, who was basically designed to kind of, overlook everything and make sure everything was doing what it's supposed to. But of course, we also have the Anti-Monitor, who we know is, kind of like the harbinger of destruction, the death of the multiverse. But what Scott Snyder does here is he brings in kind of like this third being who just created universes. What this does is it kind of answers the question where life came from. These universes that were created were basically done by some being who existed down in the World Forge. And what this person would do is they would craft universes and send them out there. The most stable of the universes were basically allowed to go into the multiverse, the positive matter multiverse. The the unstable universes were confined back to the Dark Multiverse. It was basically a holding ground for those universes that don't work. The problem with this is that this World Forge, more or less, essentially had this kind of dragon of sorts, and this dragon would basically consume the various worlds that were considered to be unstable. Somewhere along the line, this dragon was corrupted. This dragon basically became a villain and then killed the Forger of Worlds. That dragon is Barbatos. Following that, the dragon in turn basically went on this campaign to expand its own power. The cool thing about this is that this hits home directly to everything that's happened so far, and that's why I say this will all essentially come together. The way this timeline seems to play out is that where this dragon, basically Barbatos, killed the Forger of Worlds, instead of these worlds just given quality control, more or less, the dragon kind of fell asleep at the wheel in the sense that all these worlds started going out there. Instead of them being consumed and destroyed, they just started filling up the Dark Multiverse, and that's why you have so many of these worlds out there. But somewhere along the line, what ended up happening here is that Carter Hall, basically when he was the original Hawkman, he encountered Nth Metal, and when he did, his main enemy was a guy named Hathset. When it came to the character of Hathset, he was looked upon by Barbatos, and Barbatos saw him as a means to basically enter the positive multiverse. When Barbatos made his move and used Hathset to enter the positive multiverse, he encountered Hawkman. This in turn led to a battle between the two. Now, of course, the Nth Metal Mace was used to defeat Barbatos, and that's where the standard comes from, that Nth Metal is the only material known that can defeat Barbatos and anybody else from the Dark Multiverse. This in turn sent Barbatos retreating. Because Barbatos retreated, and because of the fact that the Bat Tribe was formed, the formation of the Bat Tribe led to the formation of the Owl Tribe, which is where the Court of Owls come from. The Court of Owls are kind of a more extreme group of the Bat Tribe who believed legitimately in Barbatos and follow Barbatos' ideology that Batman has to be the means by which Barbatos can make his return. And that's why, ever since the Court of Owls came into existence, their main goal has to always been prepare things for the arrival of Barbatos by waiting until the time when Bruce Wayne becomes Batman and then imbuing him with all these metals, turning him into a doorway. All these things led to the arrival of Barbatos. And so because of this, this is where it all kind of comes to a head. And so where we end up having this idea that Dream essentially says, I can open a portal and get you to where you need to go in order to find this World Forge, in order to ensure that this is the only place that you can go to basically find the materials necessary to beat Barbatos. The other question is asked, well, what if he's conquered the World Forge already? What if the World Forge has been used and turned into a dark tool? If that's the case, then all hope is effectively lost. So again, it's kind of like this race against time. And so what we end up doing is we end up jumping back to Wonder Woman, back in this Rock of Eternity in the center of the multiverse. And what we end up finding out here is that Saunders has basically brought the brain of the Anti-Monitor under the belief that if it's thrown into this rift, more or less, within the multiverse itself, that it'll destroy the Dark Multiverse. It'll kind of create this feedback loop that'll lead to the destruction of the Dark Multiverse. When in reality, what she doesn't know is that if she throws it in there, it'll obliterate the entirety of the multiverse, because what it'll do is it'll see the return of the Anti-Monitor. Now, the return of the Anti-Monitor, of course, as we know, is basically the harbinger, the representation of the end of all things. If he's given a physical form, he'll obliterate all things in existence. He'll just start hopping through and destroying universes everywhere he finds them. But the whole goal is to keep that from happening. And so what ends up taking place is that where she's initially subdued by Wonder Woman, the brain basically bonds itself to her and in turn turns Saunders into Lady Blackhawk, basically turning her into this kind of evil being. Now, where Dr. Fate goes to intervene, what ends up happening is Dr. Fate is blasted with a shock of lightning. And where we end up finding out is that lightning comes from Black Adam, which is huge because this is, I was hoping it would be Shazam. But Black Adam is the main enemy of Shazam himself. Not only that, what we end up finding out here is that where Barbatos' forces had arrived on Earth and started conquering all these different territories where it was largely believed that either villains were in hiding or villains had been taken out or something along those lines, that not everyone did. Instead, Vandal Savage and Black Adam had basically come together and struck a bargain with Barbatos. What that bargain is, we don't know, but that makes sense. I mean, you're talking about Vandal Savage, who's one of the oldest beings in existence. He was there when Batman was first thrown back in time, and we kind of have to presume that he's well aware of who Barbatos is, just because of the fact that he's one of the immortal men who was brought together by Carter Hall, and Carter Hall explained everything that was going on back when that group was first formed. But Black Adam is a protector of his country first, and then worries about everything else later. And so if Barbatos shows up on Earth and says, I'm going to conquer everything here, it makes sense that Black Adam would strike a bargain to keep his people preserved. The other half of this is that Wonder Woman is no match for Black Adam if it's a legitimate fight between the two, because where Black Adam has all these godly powers at his disposal, Wonder Woman could be shot with a bullet and killed. And so it's kind of intriguing and it's kind of cool, because what ends up happening is that as this wraps up, we end up transitioning to the Forge of Worlds, to this place that Batman and Superman are arriving to under the hope that they could basically save everything, only to arrive there and find the Forge of Worlds was one of the first things that Barbados had basically conquered. And what this seems to indicate is that there is no hope. There's no conceivable way to successfully defeat Barbados. There's no way to forge any more nth metal. There's virtually no nth metal left in the positive multiverse. There's basically no conceivable way to win here. Not only that, what we end up finding out is that the person who's basically designed to stand guard for this Forge of Worlds is Carter Hall himself, Hawkman, who's been transformed into this wildly powerful being. Now again, how powerful he is, we won't know until, we get further along into the story, but it's cool because everything is hitting home to this point. There's no conceivable way to stop Barbados. How do they win? How do things go back to normal? How in the world can the day be saved when there doesn't seem to be a way to save the day at all? Okay, so we have about a month before Dark Nights Metal 5 comes out. And in truth, I'd actually kind of planned on holding Hawkman Found until halfway through January, and then releasing it and then giving ourselves about another 2 weeks before we could do Dark Nights Metal number 5. But you guys have been screaming for this, so I'll give it to you. Just be aware, there's no comics for Dark Nights Metal coming out for a month. Kind of how it goes, so. And it's kind of weird. I mean, there's nothing coming out. I mean, there's no tie-ins, no nothing. For the whole month of January, there's nothing but there's like no Dark Nights Metal of any kind being released. So it's going to be kind of a lull, but I guess that's what you guys wanted because you guys want this story now. So Hawkman Found is really, really cool. This is like a very Twilight Zone-esque episode. Fun fact, so before the ball dropped on New Year's Eve last night, we were watching the first 2 episodes of Twilight Zone because it's on Netflix. Myself and Benny were just kind of killing time, and we fired up the first 2 episodes. One of the guys who was with us, Mark, has never seen the Twilight Zone, and we were like, dude, that's crazy. The entire modern genre of like sci-fi thrillers with surprise endings was built on the shoulders of Rod Sterling's Twilight Zone. Like, it's one of the best shows ever in the history of television. So it just kind of astounded me, and we felt like giving him a hard time. But this is very Twilight Zone-esque in terms of how this works, because initially it just kind of picks up with Hawkman falling from the sky. Now remember, Hawkman was taken by Barbados, but we didn't really know what happened to him. All we knew was that there was basically this journal of Hawkman kind of going around, and doing all these different things where he was trying to track down the nature of nth metal. Because remember, for years and years and years in DC Comics, no one ever knew what nth metal was about. All they knew, it was just like this metal that existed and it had some properties to it, and different people used it for different purposes. Hawkman's mace was made of nth metal, you had Deathstroke who had nth metal armor, and that was really about it. It's not really until Dark Nights Metal came along that suddenly there was this huge expansion for what nth metal means and what it's about, what it's capable of, and all that kind of stuff. This story is designed to kind of provide the back end to DC, which we never saw. That it was basically somewhere along the line after Hawkman had basically discovered nth metal, and in turn was kind of thrown into this scenario where he was going to die and be reborn really until the end of time. Then his curiosity peaked. His question was, what is it about nth metal that puts me in this situation that I'm going to die and be reborn? That no matter who kills me or how many times I die, I'll always come back in a different body and live a new life. Dark Nights Metal is designed to explore that whole thing. And so really with Hawkman going through and trying to figure out what's going on, with regards to his first encounter with Barbados, defeating Barbados, different things like that, this led into him basically discovering that nth metal, really originates from the Dark Multiverse. And so in the Dark Nights Metal stories, issues 1 and 2 and so on, he'd walked through the portal and we never found out what happened to him. This is designed to provide that back end to fill it. I mean, it's very much a filler story. I mean, Batman Lost was a filler story. It's not really designed to move the plot forward so much as it's designed to say, here's just a story about what happened with one of the characters. And so initially with Hawkman just kind of falling from the sky, he really throws it in as a dream of sorts, simply saying like, I have this dream that I'm a warrior, I'm a Hawkman, and I'm flying through the sky and I'm fighting for what's right. And then I fall to the ground from the sky. Every single time he has this dream, he wakes up right before he hits the ground. And it's super cool because what this does is it kind of shows us what happens in this interim period between the time when he hits the ground and the time when he takes to the sky again. He's basically among a multitude of people who have all been taken captive. Now, the initial indication here is that Hawkman is not the only person to have ever been taken by Barbados, that there are a litany of people from all throughout different points in time who have been taken and thrown into the Dark Multiverse. And all all of them exist as prisoners of sorts. Now, each and every single day, these jailers, more or less, these Hawk people effectively show up. They grab some prisoner and they whisk off with them. And the goal of Hawkman is to capture one of them and finally make it to their ship, finally find a way to bring these guys down and essentially allow all these individuals who are held captive to go free. And it's cool because this follows perfectly in line with the nature of his character. Remember, because of the fact that Hawkman will die by whatever manner and whatever means. He'll die of old age, or he'll die in combat or something along those lines, and his essence will be reborn in a new body. He's fought in countless battles. He's one of the fiercest warriors out there in DC Comics. That's why if you go and you read something like Injustice, for example, Hawkman kept coming back. He was just like this fierce, battle-hardened guy who would keep facing off against Superman in Injustice. When DC released those line of stories, they grabbed Hawkman as he existed in the mainline DC set of stories and rolled the character over. So you didn't really see any major differentiation in the nature of how he was written. He was very much the same way. And so with this whole scenario, things play out exactly as we would expect them to. He's able to subdue one of these guys. He initially tries to defeat him. He can't really take the wings and use them for his own ends. So he literally just climbs up the side of a mountain and finally makes his way onto the ship itself. And again, it's this dream that he has. It keeps recurring. He always ends up falling. But in his mind, it's this scenario, not this time. And that's why it's so cool. Because what this indicates is that that's his biggest fear, that he'll always fall down. He always imagines himself going into this ship or trying to gain access to this ship, but ultimately end up being beaten. So it's one of these things where it's kind of conquering his own fears, conquering his own nightmares, and then ultimately, being successful and freeing his people. And so having finally stowed aboard this ship or, finally gained access is basically all these weapons that belong to all these people, all these maces, different things like that, and even the armor of himself. And so that's why he basically he dons his Hawkman suit, he becomes the hero we're most familiar with, and he begins this campaign to basically destroy these guys. Now, of course, this leads into a direct conflict with kind of like the chief of the Hawkmen, so to speak, kind of like their leader, or at the very least, one of the guys who were in charge, military-wise. But it is interesting because it's essentially the same idea that he's facing off against this guy. He's defeating this guy. He does what he always does, destroys this enemy, destroys all these different Hawkmen, all these different soldiers that are out there, so on and so forth. It's always the same thing. It's him defeating the bad guy, the nature of his character. That's why it's cool and that's why it's interesting, because it feeds into how we always saw Hawkman with regards to DC Comics. And so finally defeating this guy, finally getting aboard this ship, he sails up to the sky. He dons his armor, says, look, we are free now, sails up into the sky and starts crashing back down to the ground again. And that's when the realism of the situation begins to come into sharp relief. It's the repeating dream. It never ends. He never escapes from it. This dream that he has where he takes into the sky and he manages to lose his wings and come crashing to the ground, that's how it always happens. He's stuck in an endless, perpetual loop. So long as he's confined to this role of being the, guard of the World Forge, like we saw in Dark Knight's Metal 4, Hawkman will always have the dream that he'll take to the sky to defeat these people who are capturing, quote unquote, the individuals who are being held captive. He'll always defeat them and he'll always gain his freedom and he'll always crash back down to the surface again. It will always end that way. None of it's real. It's all a dream. No one else is being held captive by Barbatos, at least not that we know of. It's basically a way to keep his mind in stasis. It's the exact same thing that happened to like Batman. It's the exact same thing that happened to Superman before he was able to engineer his escape. It's the exact same thing that goes on with these characters time and time again. They're held captive and they're made to believe they have a chance at success. And that's why the actions and the abilities of Barbatos work here, because it's essentially breaking a person down. At the very least, it keeps them preoccupied and they're totally unaware to the realism of the situation. But it basically keeps them occupied. It keeps them kind of in stasis. In their mind, they're living a Matrix-like mindset. Everything they experience is real. Everything they experience is true. And it can break them psychologically. All the while, they're off doing something according to whatever it is Barbatos wants them to do. And that's why it's interesting. That's why it's so intriguing, because what this really does is it hints at the idea that because of the fact that, Hawkman is the guard of the World Forge, meaning he's basically the person that's designed to eliminate any threat that would show up and try to stop the actions of Barbatos from basically conquering the entirety of the positive multiverse while he's outside of the dark multiverse. It really throws in this idea that Hawkman, as he exists now, is the most powerful tool that Barbatos has at his disposal, the most powerful being he has available. I mean, after all, why would you give the keys to the house to somebody who couldn't protect it? Okay, I am coming down with a cold, which absolutely sucks. It blows balls so bad. And I just got back from Vegas and, well, I guess better to catch a cold after I get back than while I'm there or before I go. But we are picking up with Dark Knight's Metal number 5. And, God, Dark Knight's Metal is so good. I mean, this is, the story's incredible. The funny thing about this is that Scott Snyder is largely delving into the whole Grant Morrison meta commentary. But again, there are some pretty literal aspects to take to this story. But in the last video, one of the big things that we had talked about was that there was this kind of great race by the surviving surviving superheroes. You essentially had Mr. Terrific and the Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who took off to essentially try to find some version of Nth Metal out in the universe somewhere. You had Aquaman and Deathstroke, who traveled to Atlantis, believing they could access a portal that would take them to the location of Nth Metal. And then, of course, you have Batman and Superman in the Forge of the Dark Multiverse. Now, again, this really goes into like the origin of DC Comics, right? Which you're welcome to check out, or I guess to get caught up on with that fourth video. But it's been about a month or so we'll go ahead and rehash that a little bit. But the general idea here is that DC is going with this notion that there has always been a dark multiverse. And the dark multiverse is just a byproduct of the formation of the positive multiverse. That the positive multiverse has, its own Earth, and, each universe has its own Earth, and there's all these different planets that go on and all these versions of superheroes. But the dark multiverse basically consisted of different worlds that were effectively broken. For one reason or another, they were essentially broken. Now, DC seems to hit home at the idea that there always has to be a Batman, there always has to be a Superman, there always has to be a Wonder Woman, so on and so forth, and they always have to follow this kind of standard of what it means to be a superhero, quote unquote. The dark multiverse consists of worlds where that's not the case, where Batman becomes a villain, or where some superhero died when they weren't supposed to, whatever the case may be. Those worlds are effectively broken. We're not given a definitive explanation on what makes those worlds broken. We're just kind of left to our own devices to kind of figure that out and to compare and contrast the differences between the positive multiverse and the dark multiverse. But the idea was that Carter Hall, who's basically Hawkman, ever since he had first experienced his resurrection at the hands of being stabbed by Nth Metal following his death, he'd gone on this massive quest, this kind of, thousands of years long journey to discover what Nth Metal was. That was the question that he asked. Why is it that when I was stabbed with Nth Metal, that when Kira Saunders was basically stabbed with Nth Metal, that we basically became Hawkman and Hawkwoman, destined to die and be reborn and to meet and fall in love and repeat the pattern over and over and over again until the end of time? What is it about Nth Metal that makes that happen? And all of his journeys and all of his discoveries led him to the idea that Nth Metal originated from the dark multiverse. And so where he went to go in and investigate and figure out what was happening, somewhere along the line, he was transformed into the Guardian of the Forge as he exists here, a giant hawk beast. Now, this really kind of seems to be Scott Snyder borrowing heavily from Geoff Johns with regards to Infinite Crisis. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at Grant Morrison, you look at Geoff Johns, you look at almost anything Grant Morrison writes, and you look at Geoff Johns' Infinite Crisis, they're designed to be meta commentaries. The whole basis behind Infinite Crisis was that like Superboy Prime hailed from an era of comic books that didn't exist anymore, but it was an era where superheroes were tried and true superheroes. There was no moral ambiguity. There were no anti-heroes. It was Batman was a good guy, the Joker's the bad guy, Superman's a good guy, Lex Luthor's the bad guy, and that's the way it was. After the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, when Superboy Prime was shuffled off to a pocket dimension and basically watched the post-crisis landscape unfold, he began to become disillusioned with humanity, with the superhero population, and the result was that he wanted to quote-unquote fix it, but he was effectively corrupted by it. And that's really what seems to be going on with Hawkman. The idea is that the dark multiverse is so filled with evil and torment and terrible things that it's impossible to escape it. It's impossible to escape this kind of pattern of destruction. And so even if you're a being of pure good, even if you're legitimately a good guy like Hawkman was, and then you enter into the dark multiverse, it will corrupt you by whatever manner and whatever means, whether it's the hands of Barbados, whether it's just experienced with regards to the various dark universes or dark Earths, it will corrupt you and it will turn you into a villain. And the cool thing about this is that initially Bruce Wayne and Superman tried to reason with Carter Hall as this giant, hawk beast. Ultimately, he's so corrupted in the position that he's in, he can't really allow himself to break free. Now, we know by virtue of the Hawkman one-shot that it's kind of like an internal struggle that goes on here. The actual Carter Hall is living this kind of repeating idea that he's constantly trying to escape his confines and then crashes back down again, and he can never truly escape. But that's designed to be kind of a meta commentary on the idea that there is an inner struggle going on with regards to this giant hawk beast guy, this transformed version of Carter Hall. And that indicates the possibility that Carter Hall can be turned back to the quote-unquote light side, so to speak. He can go back to being a good guy again. So it's kind of like the idea there is redemption there. It's just a matter of trying to find it. Now, at this point, we switch over to a couple different things. We switch over to Aquaman, and we switch over to Deathstroke, as well as Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific. Now, with regards to Aquaman, the idea was that somewhere along the line, Nth Metal was used in the early history of Atlantis. And so the idea was to take that information and try to find a way to see if they could access this, Nth Metal, whether it was being made, whether it was being mined, whatever the case may be. Now, because of the fact that Deathstroke uses Nth Metal weapons, it kind of hummed in tune. And so he was basically a tracking device for Nth Metal that was out there. Hence the reason why he's there alongside Aquaman. Now, of course, once they enter into essentially the center of the Earth, what we end up finding out is that there was this point in the history history of Atlantis when Arion was the original king, and Arion had done something. He had basically brokered a deal that would save Atlantis, presumably for future repayments to be made later on down the line. The indication here is that when Barbatos in the early days tried to invade Earth and attempted to conquer Atlantis, where he was defeated by Hawkman, during this time, Arion had basically struck a deal with Barbatos, saying you stay away, I stay away, and future payments will be given somewhere along the line or something like that. We're not explicitly told what it is, but what we do know is that nth metal is available here. It's in a very, very small quantity, but it's what they need because nth metal is the only thing that can destroy Barbatos and his forces. And so again, at this point, switching over to Mr. Terrific and Hal Jordan, this all comes out of a brunt of the storytelling from the last issue, which is to say the return of Starro. Now, the funny thing about this is we talked about this in the last video. Starro is one of those villains where he's not really some super godly, powerful villain. He's more of one of those legacy villains. Starro was the first villain the Justice League faced when they first got their own solo series back in 1960. And because of that, because he's kind of a hallmark of the Justice League, kind of like this legacy character, he appears off and on again over the years. And so it's just really one of those things where like a writer will pay tribute to the history of the Justice League by bringing Starro in. Now, of course, Starro also has the ability to control the minds of others, which is really what's been going on here. At the very least, it's being used to kind of confund the mind of Hal Jordan, so he can't use his willpower and actually create constructs simply because he can't focus. And so the issue here is that where they're trying to find a way out of their captivity, one of the things that also goes on here is Mr. Terrific offers an explanation about the egg. Now notice this, Hal Jordan doesn't know what the egg is. He has no idea who Plastic Man is, which is kind of interesting, and it's very, very intriguing because Plastic Man did appear in the New 52, but what seems to be happening here is DC is eliminating that version of Plastic Man, and they're going with the original Jack Cole, well, not really even the original Jack Cole version of Plastic Man, probably the post-crisis from the Secret Origins number 33 or 88 or something like that from DC Comics. But they're basically going back to the post-crisis version, the classic version of Plastic Man. Now, Patrick O'Brien is one of the most powerful beings out there in DC Comics, and it's one of the things where he's often overlooked. That's why, like, whenever you see fans who will argue about like who can defeat Superman, one of the first things they'll say is Plastic Man, because he's virtually indestructible. The only thing that can really stop Plastic Man would be like extremely cold temperatures. He'd have to basically freeze him because he's effectively made of plastic. You know, in his origin story, he was effectively shot and he was exposed to chemicals that both, you know, covered his physical body as well as permeated his blood through the gunshot injury. And the result is that he's a virtually indestructible, malleable being. I mean, that's one of the crazy things about him. Plastic Man could enter the pores of Superman and just suffocate him if he wanted to. I mean, there's a lot of cool things that you could do with regards to his character. And so because of that, his character having made a return in the events of Dark Knight's Metal is a big deal, because what it means is that if he comes back to the full-on landscape, the Justice League will see the return of one of their most powerful members. Speaking of one of the most powerful members, Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific are met by a guy, and it's basically this idea, hey, look, you know, we're not helpless, that kind of a thing, you know, and when they ask the question of this one guard, who are you and why are you willing to help us, we find out this guard is Martian Manhunter, that Martian Manhunter is back in DC Comics, and it's a huge moment, and this is really exciting. This is a big deal. I'm really, really hyped about this. Well, as hyped as I can convey when I have a cold, but the cool thing about this is that Martian Manhunter is like at least as far as Superman argues in JLA number 84, 86 or whatever it was, the most powerful being on Earth. I mean, by Superman's own admission in DC Comics, in the JLA line of stories, Martian Manhunter is the most powerful being they have. And this is a huge moment because Martian Manhunter can shapeshift, he has telepathy, he has all the powers of Superman. I mean, it's incredible the kind of things that he can do. The fact that they have Martian Manhunter on their side is a big deal. The tide could turn. And even if the tide doesn't turn, they certainly stand a better chance now than they did before. Now, at this point, we switch back over to Wonder Woman. Now, of course, Wonder Woman had infiltrated or at least shown up at the Rock of Eternity, which of course, as we know, is in the center of the positive multiverse. Now, one of the things that's talked about here is basically the Earth, quote unquote, sinking. One thing to keep in mind is that when it comes to the formation of the multiverse in DC Comics, it's basically an upside down pyramid. And so if you knock the bottom piece out, if you remove the bottom Earth, everything else will come tumbling down. And the whole idea of Barbatos and his crew is to basically sink the main Earth of DC Comics down into the dark multiverse, and by extension, everything else will follow. And so it's effectively conquering the multiverse. That's what they're looking to do here. And so when they had penetrated the Rock of Eternity, they were met by the arrival of Black Adam. Now, for a lot of people, it was a little disappointing because they were really hoping Shazam would show up, because that is the base of operations for Shazam himself, is the Rock of Eternity. That's where he resides out of. The other half of this is that Kendra Saunders, Hawkwoman, was working as part of a group called the Blackhawks. The idea was they were basically figuring out the multiverse. They were trying to figure out what nth metal was when everything all started popping off in the first place. And so the result was that she, alongside Wonder Woman, had showed up at the Rock of Eternity, but she had acquired the brain of the Anti-Monitor. And by some reason or another, when she fell down, the brain effectively overtook her and then turned her into a version or to a soldier of Barbatos. And so she's basically a dark villain here, which is actually kind of cool because Black Adam is nothing to scoff at. Black Adam is highly dangerous and exceedingly powerful, but it is cool because this hits at the nature of Wonder Woman. And this is something that we've seen time and time again in her publication history. It's always the same with Wonder Woman. She will fight until the bitter end. She'll never give up. She'll never stop. And so initially, she is kind of overtaken by Black Adam and kind of knocked into a room where she discovers the nth metal mace of Hawkman. Now, where the mace itself isn't really enough to like destroy Black Adam. I mean, it'll knock him out, just like anything would if it's hit hard, if he's hit hard enough with it. The nth metal mace is what Wonder Woman and Kira Saunders were searching for in the first place. So they basically achieved their goal. They have one piece of the puzzle. And so, of course, where Wonder Woman's knocked out, she's essentially shot by the Batman Who Laughs. And this is where we end up finding out all these pieces are falling into play. That where the Justice League had gone out, where the remnants of the superhero community had gone out to discover what little bits of nth metal were sent out there, that was all part of the plan. It wasn't an accident. The way we know that is because when we're meeting up with Aquaman and Deathstroke, when they're able to get the machine to basically spit out a bit of nth metal, they're immediately both taken out by Black Manta. And Black Manta has allied himself with the Dark Batman, just because of the fact that he was essentially promised, when this is all said and done, you will rule over worlds, you'll rule over the oceans of all the worlds in the Dark Multiverse, and basically all the Atlanteans will be under your control. And that's what he's been shooting for. Individually as a character, that's what Black Manta's been shooting for. The death of Arthur Curry and the conquering of Atlantis. It's the one thing that Arthur Curry values most, and as a result, it's the one thing that that Black Manta looks to take away. From here, we end up picking up with Plastic Man and with Green Lantern and with Mr. Terrific and Martian Manhunter when they essentially escape the confines of Starro, with Martian Man's help, and they show up to a Phoenix cannon that's designed to basically blast the core of Earth and essentially, provide light, thereby bringing it back up, keeping it from sinking in its entirety. That's part of that meta commentary thing. As the Earth fills with darkness, quote unquote, it'll sink further into the multiverse. And so by hitting it with light, it'll come back out of the dark multiverse. Because of that, what we end up finding out is, again, this was all part of the plan. And this all comes from the Batman Who Laughs himself. The Phoenix cannon being located by Hal Jordan, by Mr. Terrific, and by Plastic Man and Martian Manhunter, that was part of the plan. The evil Batman were waiting on that to happen. The location of the mace, as it was discovered by Wonder Woman, the Batman Who Laughs was waiting on that. They were all waiting on these members of the Justice League to locate these artifacts because the Dark Knights couldn't find them on their own. Because if they went in there and then somebody used them against them, then they could in turn be easily defeated. That's the whole idea. What they needed is people to go and locate it, not realizing they were being tracked the entire time. It's pretty ingenious. Now, of course, where Kira Saunders goes to attack Wonder Woman, as Lady Blackhawk, Wonder Woman uses the Lasso of Truth. The Lasso of Truth effectively wakes up Lady Blackhawk to who she really is, and Kira Saunders basically allies herself back again with Wonder Woman. The problem with this is that with Wonder Woman sitting down and saying, okay, we now have the mace, we have this piece of nth metal, we can use this on Barbados, let's go through this portal and let's farm Barbados and let's take him out. What ends up happening is instead of being taken to Barbados, they're taken to the Dark Multiverse. Specifically, they're taken to the Dark Multiverse where there's all these evil soldiers that Barbados has called forward, which is what he did at the beginning of the story. He had effectively sound the trumpet of battle and drawn in all these Dark Multiverse forces, all these evil versions of Two-Face, these evil versions of Superman and Superwoman from all these different locations, these versions of Darkseid and Bane and the Flash and the whole 9 yards. And now it's basically Wonder Woman and Lady Blackhawk against these virtually insurmountable forces. And so in truth, this is really Wonder Woman just kind of resigning herself to her fate. And she says, if we're going to go out, if we are going to die in this battle, then let it be a glorious battle. Let it be a battle where people hear our cries from now until the end of time. And they let out this war cry that's something to behold. And that's what I love about Wonder Woman so much, right? Like Wonder Woman kind of looks around and she's like, okay, so like we're gonna die here, all right? But we're not gonna roll over. Like the hell with rolling over. We're gonna take out as many of these guys as we can. Wonder Woman is such a badass. That's what I love so much about her character. She is she is a one-man army in so many ways. And so we're just kind of left on this massive cliffhanger. Is she going to be defeated just like everybody else? What chance does Wonder Woman stand against all these forces of Barbados? In truth, my money's on Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, like you push her to the brink, like you push her to the point where she feels like she's backed into a corner, dude, she'll wear your ass out. Like I am I am such a fan of Wonder Woman. Woe betide the poor soul who believes they could take her out. She's pretty badass. Okay, so continuing our discussions on the Dark Multiverse, we pick up with the Wild Hunt, and this is actually really, really good because one of the questions that I've seen from you guys, and one of the questions I've been wondering myself is, how does Barbados seize the multiverse? That's the overarching goal of Barbados when it comes to like everything that goes on in Dark Knight's Metal. That Barbados, you have like the whole World Forge and everything that's really was designed to kind of create worlds, create universes, and then send those out into the multiverse. But those universes that were deemed to be too corrupt or too evil were quote unquote discarded. But the idea was that with Barbados, kind of abandoning his post and then seeking to effectively conquer the multiverse, the question was, how would he pull it off? Because he tried it once before, right? Like we talked about that in Dark Knight's Metal before in the previous videos. He was defeated by Hawkman, and then that led Hawkman to really ask the question, what's the nature of this nth metal which sent him on his whole journey? When it comes to the multiverse, the issue was, how do they take it? I mean, there is like a heart of the multiverse. There's a place that you can go where you can effectively kind of synthesize a poison of sorts that would spread throughout the other worlds. But the question is, how are they going to pull it off? Is it really just Barbados going there and then just kind of like shouting really loud and then just dispersing his power across the cosmos? Is that really how that whole thing works? Well, the cool thing about this is that this answers the question. This really kind of gives us an explanation of how it is the multiverse will effectively fall. Now, one thing that we do here, at least how we initially pick up, is really like, it's kind of strange with the origin of Detective Chimp. With regards to this origin, it seems to me that DC is grabbing a combination of a couple different things. The first is DC Comics Presents number 85, I think, back in 1981, and then the Days of Vengeance storyline. Now, the DC Comics Presents stories, actually, I think it's 35. Now that I think about it, I don't think it's 85. But anyway, the DC Comics Presents story is actually pre-Crisis. That's before Crisis on Infinite Earths, so we don't really have to run with that. Days of Vengeance was basically a story that was written by DC as a lead up to Infinite Crisis. Remember, after Crisis on Infinite Earths, DC still had a lot of continuity errors, and so because of that, a lot of the stories like Zero Hour Crisis in Time and things like that were designed to kind of wrap up those stories, or at the very least provide new origins or updated origins for characters that didn't really have them after the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And for the character of Detective Chimp, that was one of those things. And for the most part, this origin seems to fall closely in line. It even goes all the way back to like Rex the Wonder Dog back in 1952. I think it was number 4 with John Broome and Carmine Infantino. But there was the whole idea that basically Detective Chimp is just like a chimpanzee that was taken by a guy named Fred Thorpe. In this instance, it seems like he's kind of stuck in a shanty town, or at the very least, some sort of a carnival attraction. But the idea is that somewhere along the line, you ended up having Fred Thorpe, who was basically killed, and there was no real understanding as to why. Instead, Bobo, really is what his name is, was just kind of there as an attraction, and he was simply just a simian. He was just a chimp. There was really nothing special about him. But following the death of Fred Thorpe and the idea that he effectively left the cage unlocked and gave Bobo a chance to escape, he ultimately came into contact with Rex the Wonder Dog. Now again, this really goes back to 1952, and that's why I say DC's grabbing all kinds of different things, all kinds of different aspects from over the course of the publication history of Detective Chimp. Back with Rex the Wonder Dog in 1952, this was really one of those things we've talked about before, where DC was kind of focusing more on like science fiction as opposed to traditional superhero stories. And for the most part, Rex the Wonder Dog was actually really popular. Like he ran for like 46 issues or something like that. It was a huge deal. Like people loved his character. But effectively, what ends up happening is that Detective Chimp is taken to the Fountain of Youth, which basically grants him eternal youth, as well as the ability to communicate with all form of animals that are out there. And this, of course, leads him on a quest to basically, figure out who it was that murdered Fred Thorpe, which ultimately led to the incarceration of those guys. 2 were executed and 1 was killed in prison. But this kind of set Detective Chimp on the path of becoming a detective. Now, one thing to bear in mind about his character, and the reason why you really haven't seen him a whole lot in DC Rebirth, is because for the most part, when it comes to Detective Chimp and the various magical creatures, he's kind of intertwined in the whole like Vertigo side of things. So like Trigun and like, Hellblazer and like the Spectre and things like that. Detective Chimp is kind of like that other side, that whole magical side that we've talked about before, that doesn't really cross over all that often with the main superhero lineup of DC. And so what we end up doing is we basically end up finding out a lot of this is taking place on Black Hawk Island. Now remember, Black Hawk Island was the residence of Lady Black Hawk, essentially the girlfriend of Hawkman. And the idea was that somewhere along the line, you ended up having, again, Hawkman going on this quest, and then you ended up having his girl basically staying behind and trying to figure out everything that was going on. Hawk Girl, for lack of a better word. She was trying to figure out everything that was happening. Now, where her journey led her alongside like Wonder Woman, taking off to like the Rock of Eternity, trying to figure out what was going on, going to the heart of the multiverse. What this does is it basically says there are still survivors here. There are still beings who are kind of floating around. And one of these guys is Professor Morrow. Now, Professor Morrow is the creator of Red Tornado. And Red Tornado was basically the Vision before the Vision in Marvel Comics. So he has like all these really cool abilities and different things like that. But it's one of those examples where DC kind of created the standard, and then Marvel basically took it, copied it, borrowed it, whatever phrase you want to use, depending on how much you like or dislike Marvel. But the fact remains, when it comes to this whole scenario, because of the fact that the events of Dark Knights Metal have meant that reality is effectively breaking down inside the main DC universe, what it means is that this is having a wide array of different effects. In some instances, there's a physical change in reality itself. In other instances, when it comes to characters like Detective Chimp, his intelligence is effectively starting to go away, where he's basically reverting back into a simian again. So it's just one of those things that kind of feeds into the collapse of the universe, so to speak. The problem with this is that what they're also doing is they're basically trying to get in touch with something called the Ultima Thule. Now, Now, the Ultima Thule we've talked about before, and that was really part of Grant Morrison's Multiversity. When it came to the whole Multiversity line of stories, and we have a video on this that you're welcome to check out, so we won't go super in-depth into this, but when it came to Multiversity, the idea was that Grant Morrison wrote Final Crisis, and where Infinite Crisis brought the multiverse back, Final Crisis made the heroes aware of it. And so what Grant Morrison wanted to do with the post-Final Crisis landscape was basically tell stories of the multiverse. And it was a way for him to just kind of continue writing for DC and do it in a way that didn't really impact the main DC universe. He could just kind of tell these crazy, zonky stories, and some of them were actually really, 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 really good. But the whole idea is that the Ultima Thule is a vessel that's used to travel from one universe to the other. Because remember, in DC, universes are separated by harmonic frequencies. That's how like the Flash, kind of jumps from one universe to another, is that he basically vibrates at the frequency of another universe. So if you were to sit down at a piano and you were to hit one of the keys, that sound would be like the main DC universe. And if you hit another key, that sound might be, the Injustice universe. And if you hit another key, that sound might be like the DC cinematic universe. And as long as you can vibrate at that frequency, at the sound of that note, you can travel to that universe. Again, it's really interesting in terms of how it works, but it can be a little confusing if you're relatively new to it. Now, in between all these different universes is what's called the bleed. It gets kind of crazy and it gets kind of wild. I've always likened it to like blood cells, in the sense that you have like red blood cells that float around the human body, and the red blood cells are just different universes. The blood that carries the red blood cells is the bleed. That's basically the space in between. And that's how you travel. You can usually jump into the bleed and then go throughout the bleed and then travel to a particular universe and then vibrate at the right frequency and go into that universe. That's what the Ultima Thule does. But what they're looking for is the House of Heroes. And the House of Heroes is where the Multiversal Justice League resides at. Remember, we covered that both as part of Multiversity as well as the whole lead up to like Superman Reborn. This idea that there is kind of a Justice League that exists out there that's composed of various forms of the superheroes that we've seen from all throughout the multiverse. A female version of Aquaman, you have the President of the United States on one universe who's also Superman. There's a lot of these cool themes that go on with those different groups. But the idea of Flash and Cyborg was to travel into the multiverse, or really alongside Raven, was to travel into the multiverse and find help. Now, this was kind of DC teasing the idea that maybe there's superheroes who were trapped out there in the multiverse, or at the very least, just bringing back those multiversity concepts. But what we end up finding out here is that in addition to them basically traveling to these other universes, they're also being tracked by the forces of Barbados. And this is cool because what Barbados's forces are doing are firing these various missiles at the Ultima Thule. Now, I want you to keep in mind, because that's going to be very, very important. That's going to be a major thing when we get later on down the line towards the end of this story. But traveling into the multiverse, what ends up happening is that because they're effectively under attack, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, so like we got to get out of here as fast as possible. And they basically end up showing up in a universe, or I guess on an Earth, where everything kind of exists in the realms of like pirates and things like that, where you have like Pirate Batman and, the Pirate Justice League and different things along those lines. But it is cool and it is interesting because this brings into sharp relief the nature of Raven. With Raven basically being the daughter of Trigon, being the daughter of a demon, her powers are vast and they're extreme. And it is really cool because where you end up having Dawnbreaker Batman who shows up, basically, once they start to board the ship and they start attacking everybody, what ends up happening is that Raven actually seizes control of them. And that's cool. And I mean, look at this. That's what's so beast about this. She's like, my dad's a demon, make your little constructs and we'll see what happens because you do not scare a daughter of hell. And that's why people love Raven, because Raven's one of those characters where if you go back and you read her comics, she's like kind of like, emo, and she kind of mopes around all the time and she's sad. But like, if there's anybody you want in your corner in a fight, it's Raven. Like, she's hardcore. And it's so cool because it's one of these things that takes the Dark Knights by surprise. Like, they don't initially realize what's going on. They're kind of shocked by the whole thing. Like, how is this girl able to, seize control of my constructs? The other half of this is the nature of how it is the Dark Knights were able to transition from, into the bleed and basically chase this group from one universe to the next. What they've done is they've basically empowered their ship using a miniature universe that hasn't really grown into its infancy yet. And what they've been doing is using a massive amount of power to keep this universe contained, to keep it small so it can be used as an energy source. If this power were to be released, if this control were to be destroyed more or less, the universe would just start growing rapidly, and just start forming life and different things like that. And it is kind of interesting because what ends up happening here is that where you have like Barry Allen, who's basically trying to find this universe and essentially destroy it, once he locates it, uses his super speed, gets around the Merciless, a lot of these guys, he's met by the arrival of Red Death. But this is cool because Red Death shows up a second too late, like a split second too too late. And Barry destroys this universe. And what it means is that Red Death is basically blasted with all this energy of a positive universe, and it kind of shifts his polarity, for lack of a better word. And so instead of Red Death basically being an evil version of like Batman who became the Flash, instead the Red Death becomes a good version of Barry Allen with the Batman persona cast off, who becomes the Reverse Flash. So it's awesome. It's so cool because I'll be honest with you guys, he looks amazing. A golden version of Red Death? You cannot tell me with a straight face that does not look awesome. Like, that looks so beast. I want to see Barry Allen in that. You know what? I want to see Godspeed in that outfit. That's how I want to see Godspeed. It looks so awesome and it looks so cool. But what this means is that this version of Barry, I guess this Red Death, is really like a good guy now. It's kind of shifted him to becoming a positive being. Now again, that's because the evil Batman persona was sort of cast off. And that's the important thing to bear in mind here. These Dark Knights, they're basically Bruce Wayne, or a version of Bruce Wayne that succumbed to evil. When it came to Red Death, he was two beings. He was Barry Allen, who was merged with Batman when Batman used Barry Allen and entered the Speed Force, kind of used Barry Allen as a key to jump into the Speed Force and then merge them together into a singular being, with Bruce Wayne being the dominant personality. With that Bruce Wayne essence kind of being obliterated by all the positive energy that's there, what it means is that all you have left is the Flash. Now, this kind of begs the question, is this an answer to how it is you can destroy the Dark Knights and destroy Barbados? It is, but it isn't. This was a singular universe, a baby universe that was used to basically destroy a Batman persona, to kind of wipe it away by exposing it to all this positive energy. It's entirely possible DC could use that, but the problem you run into is that it sort of brings in the idea that you'd have to like destroy everything. You'd have to obliterate the multiverse in order to destroy Barbados and then bring the multiverse back. And even then, it seems like there'd be no guarantee the multiverse would return the way it did before, or that Barbados wouldn't return the way he did before. So again, it is pretty ambiguous. I mean, this is part of this, I imagine, is kind of like the Grant Morrison aspect of the story coming out, as opposed to Scott Snyder or Joshua Williamson. And it is pretty interesting, and it does work. The problem with this is that in order to basically destroy the sphere of expansion, so to speak, of the Dark Knights, somebody has to stay behind and basically allow this baby universe to kind of grow and to continue to expand and all that kind of good stuff. The issue with this is that when the various members who were here, the actual Flash, Barry Allen, Cyborg, when you have Raven, when they all basically depart after the quote-unquote defeat of the various members of the Dark Knights, we end up finding out this was all part of the plan. The various missiles that were being fired at this group by the Dark Knights, they contained baby dark universes. And so what this means is that the group has basically traveled with the Dark Knights following after them. They traveled into the bleed, and all these dark universes are going to start spreading throughout the bleed and impacting directly with the positive multiverses. So again, it's crazy because it kind of brings in this idea that like, this is how things have been going this whole time. And that's what ends up happening here. Back on Black Hawk Island, we end up picking up with Detective Chimp. And again, where his mental faculties are kind of eroding, where he's becoming less and less smart, with the last little tidbits of, knowledge that he has, he basically frees Red Tornado, because his idea is Red Tornado knows something. There's something that went on here that led to him basically being captured by the Blackhawks. And when he was originally released, he started shouting things like, "You open the door, you open the door, you have to close the door." And then they shut him down immediately because he started going awry, but he was never allowed to finish his thought. And so the idea of Detective Chimp is, let Red Tornado talk. Let him tell us, at the very least, what he knows and what's going on. And so what this does is it brings in the idea that all of this has happened before and all of this has happened again. The whole idea was that when you had the original journey of Hawkman, Carter Hall, who went on this journey to find out what was going on with Nth Metal, that all this basically took place. That what you had was Carter Hall learning the nature of Nth Metal, learning about the Dark Multiverse, learning about the desire of Barbados to enter the positive multiverse, that there was a mission just like the one they went on, where it was Red Tornado and all these forces who went into the bleed, who were trying to find a way to basically eliminate the sphere of influence of Barbados, or at the very least, figure out what was happening. The result was that his forces were almost successful, but Red Tornado and company were able to close the door off. The issue is that Barry Allen and them haven't done that. They opened the door for Barbados to come in, and now it's effectively too late. There's really no way to stop the collapse of everything. Instead, it's all basically going to come crashing down. That this last little vestige of hope they had of being able to get out into the multiverse, of being able to find help, to find people who could basically take out Barbados, that it's all essentially gone. That there's nothing really there. That once they make it to the Hall of Heroes, the Hall of Heroes has been corrupted. It's been completely and totally taken over. And so it's wild, because it basically means there's nothing to help them here. It seems like there's no real hope. But what ends up happening is that in these last few minutes, the group basically discovers Earth 53, an Earth that's not supposed to exist. And when they do, we end up having like the mind of Detective Chimp that's basically kind of teleported away. It's essentially grabbed and then taken to this new universe. universe whereby everybody is an ape. You have like Monkey Batman and Monkey Aquaman and Monkey Superman and so on and so forth. And these guys are effectively going to be one part of the many groups who exist out there that are essentially going to take on the force of Barbados. That seems to be the conclusion that Scott Snyder's going in, that the heroes that resided in the Hall of Heroes, that multiversal Justice League, are likely still alive, and they'll likely be found, which means we'll probably start finding other Supermen from other universes. I really hope we see the return of Shazam, but it'll be kind of like this almost Final Crisis-esque scenario where we'll have like this huge amalgamation of superheroes from all across the multiverse who will show up and try to take out Barbados. But that just kind of seems to be the case.
Oh my god, dude, this story, man. Like, dude, Dark Knight's Metal, man, dude, this story is absolutely bonkers. I'm sorry, Marvel. After reading Dark Knight's Metal and reading like Doomsday Clock that's going on right now, and knowing what comes next in DC with like the new Age of Heroes and Justice League No Justice, I'm sorry, Marvel, you can collect your prizes at the door. DC has won. I've been reading Marvel Comics for years, and Marvel Comics will always be the foundation by which my love of comics was built. But I mean, this race is over. Like, this race is a marathon, and DC is 3 miles ahead. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay, so like this is the final video. This is the grand poobah, the whole kit and caboodle, you know, the whole thing. And like the last video ended with like this Wonder Woman basically being transported back to Earth with Kendra Saunders, and Earth having sunk down below the membrane, basically Earth being in the dark multiverse. It's really just like pandemonium, and it's one of these things where it seems like all hope is lost. And it's kind of funny because Kendra Saunders initially takes this stance, right? Like Hawkgirl or Hawkwoman, whatever you want to call her, basically takes this stance of like, look, we can keep fighting, but like if we keep this up, we're just gonna wear out and we're gonna die. There's nothing we can do here. Either we have to abandon Earth or we somehow have to find a way to rally the superheroes. But the whole idea of Wonder Woman is that they need Batman and they need Superman, because, you know, Batman is like the brains of the operation and Superman's a powerhouse. In order to like have the full-on Justice League combined in a way that will allow them to like topple all these different versions of the evil Justice League from across the cosmos, the only way for them to win is to combine the full totality of the Justice League. But Batman and Superman are basically stuck in the bottom of the World Forge at the top of this great mound, and Wonder Woman's trying to make her way up there. The issue is that like for every one step forward, it's like one step back. They basically make no real progress. Now, a lot of this is because of the fact that like the forces are massively overwhelming. I mean, you're talking about a huge army, and they just keep coming. It's just overwhelming odds designed to wear them down. But remember, Wonder Woman will fight to the death. Like that's the nature of her character. Like she fights and fights and fights and fights until she dies. And so what we do is we pick up with Hal Jordan and Mr. Terrific, because remember, they have Plastic Man at their side. And this is cool because Plastic Man's just been an egg the whole time. Like he's basically been just kind of like silent the whole time. And like Mr. Terrific is like, look, you have to do something. Plastic Man, like you have to activate, you have to do something, because he's a force to be reckoned with. I mean, in my mind, Plastic Man can beat Superman. He can just throw himself into the nostril cavity of Superman and just like fill up his lungs with himself and suffocate him. There's a lot of different things that Plastic Man can do to topple the Man of Steel. And so because of this, like having Plastic Man on their side would be huge. And where Mr. Terrific is like, dude, you have to do something, man, like turn into a dinosaur, turn into a bulldozer, turn into like anything, do something, like activate, do something and help us out here. And that's exactly what Plastic Man does. He snaps up, like immediately activates and just like, he's like, how about all the above? And like turns into everything. And it's, dude, it's so cool to finally see Plastic Man act, because he just starts wrecking all of these forces, just starts like rolling through them all. And it's cool because like for Plastic Man fans, you know, who have been waiting for his character to come back, this is like their moment. And it's really exciting and it's really, really cool. And so like Plastic Man just basically dominating all these guys, what it does is it offers the opportunity for one, the whole like, I guess the tuning fork basically, you know, that was part of the whole like Infinite Crisis storyline. You know, it allows for the tuning fork to be exposed basically where Barbados reigns. And then it also allows for like an opening of the actual World Forge for Wonder Woman and for Kendra Saunders to dive into. And so Wonder Woman's response is, we have to get down here, we have to find Superman, we have to find Batman. But once she gets down there, of course, with Kendra Saunders holding on to the lasso of truth, once she gets down there, all she finds is Carter Hall as Hawkman, who's basically the dragon of the World Forge. What he's essentially done is replace Barbados with the way he was before. And this is awesome because initially she tries to reason with him, but no one could, right? Like Batman couldn't, Wonder Woman couldn't, Superman couldn't. The person who can is Kendra Saunders. Like when all this happens, like Kendra Saunders
Saunders basically jumps down. But before that happens, it's crazy because you end up having like Barbados kind of toying with Wonder Woman, saying, look, he's lost to you. There's nothing you can do here, and all hope is lost because all your forces are lost. And then we basically meet with the arrival of like Cyborg and Raven and the Flash, and they bring with them like all these Batmen from the multiverse. And notice it, one of these Batman is actually Batman from Superman Red Son, and it's so cool. But with Wonder Woman getting down there, she basically dives into what's left of the World Forge. But the person who actually comes down and basically distracts Carter Hall for a moment is Kendra Saunders herself. She jumps down and says like, you are Carter Hall. And this matters. This is important because remember, the love between Kendra Saunders and Carter Hall, it spans all time. Like it spans for thousands of years. What this does is it changes the circumstances a little bit. It changes the reason why they haven't found each other after the quote unquote death of Carter Hall and even the more recent death of Kendra Saunders, but they're destined to come together. And so that's why this works. Instead of like taking that concept and just making it run of the mill, it's Carter Hall's been lost to the Dark Forge, but the love between the two always brings them together. And that's why this works so well. It's so cool to see that happen. But then suddenly we end up having Wonder Woman who basically re-emerges with Superman and Batman who look absolutely amazing. And what we end up finding out here is that this armor they're wearing is actually 10th metal. It's basically metal that exists inside the World Forge himself. This is the metal that basically sculpts all existence. Everything that exists is composed of this metal. And it's so cool because what Carter Hall basically kind of gives us by way of this journal is that 8th metal is like the metal of the gods, right? You know, the metal of like the Olympian gods and different things like that. 9th metal or 9th metal is dark energy. It's basically metal that allows the powers of Barbados and the Dark Knights to permeate and to grow and so on and so forth. 10th metal is what all existence is created from. And so they're basically wielding the power of reality itself. And it's cool because Barbados sends his guys in and like they immediately start punching through and wrecking everybody. Now from here, Batman jumps on one of the Joker dragons and basically takes off. He manages to hold off a handful of forces, throws, you know, various forms of this energy at the members of the Justice League and gives them the armor. But notice this, Scott Snyder says that like this metal, because it's tied into the existence of all things, if a person chose to, they could create anything they wanted to. They could literally remake reality itself. But again, Scott Snyder doesn't go that route of just recreating all things in existence in the sense of just like destroying everything, destroying all of reality, wiping it all out, all those crazy reality warping powers, conjuring things out of nowhere. It's more toned down. At least at the moment, it's more toned down. And so again, Batman essentially like takes off and we basically have what's left of the Justice League being rescued by other members who have been given this 10th metal by Batman. You end up having like Hawkman who shows up and basically like attacks Barbados at the last minute to try to like take him down and eliminate whatever power he has. But at this point, we switch over to like the final part. He basically calls out for his for the Batman Who Laughs because this is the final part of the plan. It's basically just like a multiversal bomb is what's going on. Now what we end up finding out is the person in bandages is actually the Over-Monitor. Now the Over-Monitor in DC Comics is like a Grant Morrison creation. And when Grant Morrison wrote Final Crisis, or really like Countdown to Final Crisis, what he established was that in the beginning there was just kind of existence. You know, and existence was on like this giant blank piece of paper is the example most everybody uses. And the Over-Monitor is kind of like the being that set everything in motion more or less. Like the Over-Monitor is responsible for all creation essentially. And so because of this, like the Over-Monitor being taken by the Batman Who Laughs is kind of cool because what this does is like the Batman basically, you know, he says you're left over from like the first multiversal crisis. And so where Scott Snyder addresses this guy as the Over-Monitor, what this guy actually is, at least as far as I can tell, is just the Monitor. Basically, this is the Monitor from Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's what it looks like. If I'm correct about this, what this means is that DC is basically saying like this Over-Monitor has been there the entire time and that the antithesis, basically the opposite of this Over-Monitor is the Anti-Monitor. And so essentially the goal of the Batman Who Laughs is to take like the power of the Dark Knights, combine it with the brain of the Anti-Monitor and essentially like detonate this entire bomb. And what this bomb will do is that by extension of using the antimatter power of the Anti-Monitor and using the reality warping more or less power of the Monitor itself, it would cancel everything out. It would basically erase all antimatter and all positive matter, meaning the multiverse in its entirety would be totally obliterated. It's another Crisis on Infinite Earths in terms of like what it is that the Batman Who Laughs is looking for, to wipe out all things in existence. But where like the Anti-Monitor in Crisis on Infinite Earths wanted to like destroy all positive matter universes and replace them with antimatter universes, what the Batman Who Laughs and Barbados want to do is wipe all things out. So there is no positive or antimatter, there's simply just darkness. And it would allow them to live in darkness. Now, what they do with that would probably be left to just like the positive multiverse being filled with all these evil worlds from like the dark multiverse is most likely what would happen. It would basically be like having an empty space filled with a whole bunch of new universes and so on and so forth. But then Batman suddenly arrives here. Now this is cool because inside of this cave, basically Batman's 10th metal is essentially non-existent. It doesn't really serve any purpose and it's kind of wiped away. It doesn't really have any power here. What you end up having is Batman facing off against the Batman Who Laughs. And the funny thing about this, and the reason why this works, is because remember, the Batman Who Laughs is Bruce Wayne. He's not the Joker. He's Bruce Wayne. It's Batman versus an evil version of himself. But this fight is brutal, but it's cool because what this means is that, like, the Batman Who Laughs is willing to do things that Batman's not. And so because of the fact that he's willing to take that next step, because of the fact that he's willing to fight dishonorably, like he basically ends up winning. And so where he pulls out the gun that was used to shoot Bruce Wayne's parents, he kind of taunts Bruce a little bit and says, in every universe that exists out there, our parents always die the same way. They always get shot in an alley. It's an absolute truth of the multiverse. You will always fail because you as a good guy are not willing to do the things the bad guys do. And so they inevitably will always win. And so the implication here is that the Batman Who Laughs is going to shoot the actual Batman himself. And where Bruce says, fine then man, just like pull the trigger and be done with it, suddenly the Batman Who Laughs gets shot from behind. And Bruce is like, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to him. And that's when we find out the person who shot the Batman Who Laughs is the Joker. Dude, oh my God, dude, this is so beast. Oh my God, Scott Snyder, man. See, this is why I say, man, Marvel, collect your prizes at the door because you have lost. This is like the coolest, this is the coolest moment in the whole story. Seeing Joker pop up out of nowhere is amazing. And it's funny because like what happens is Batman and the Joker team up. And the whole time this happens, Batman tells the Joker, we will not speak of this. You will tell no one about this. You will not tell anybody we teamed up. You will not tell anybody that we fought against the Batman Who Laughs. We will go back to being enemies after this. But seeing the Joker and Batman team up against the Batman Who Laughs is one of the coolest things ever in the history, like really in terms of all the DC stories I've read. It's one of the coolest things to ever happen here. But ultimately what ends up happening is that the Batman Who Laughs basically makes his escape, but not before like having bits and pieces of him chopped off, like the Joker chopping off fingers and things like that. And the Joker's able to get the upper hand here because what he says is like the Batman Who Laughs is Bruce Wayne, but because it's Bruce Wayne from a different universe, from the Dark Multiverse, it doesn't think like the Joker. He thinks like Bruce Wayne would think. He just happens to be insane. He can't expect what the Joker's gonna do, or at least Joker and Batman teaming up, because it's nothing bad. It's something that Batman would never normally do. So it is cool because despite the fact that he is crazy and he has been infected with a Joker toxin, he is still at his core Bruce Wayne from a different universe and thinks like Bruce Wayne would from that Dark Multiverse. So it is really intriguing, but ultimately he ends up taking off. Bruce Wayne chases after him, and this basically leads to the battle returning back to where Barbados is at. Now, from here, what you have is Kendra Saunders, who actually takes a dagger of 10th metal and punches a hole through Barbados. But because of the fact that the bomb has basically been deactivated, because of the fact that Barbados's forces are basically defeated, he's like the last man standing. He's really the only one left. And where Batman, where his 10th metal armor reactivates once he brings out the Overmonitor and brings the Overmonitor to everybody else, it's almost death. Is what this is. It's almost guaranteed death because what you have is the Overmonitor basically saying the metal that you wear is tied into all things in existence. Basically, like they're gonna pull a Goku from Dragon Ball, creating a spirit bomb and drawing all this energy off of all things in existence. That's basically what it's going to be. And that's exactly what happens. The Justice League comes to the realization that them fighting against Barbados on their own won't work because what they need is essentially to rise the Earth out of the Dark Multiverse to have any real measure of a chance, because in the Dark Multiverse is where Barbados is at his strongest. So they're basically fighting him at his peak, and where a few tools like 10th metal may help, in the end, it won't guarantee victory. And so what they end up doing is basically channeling all this energy and bringing Earth out of the Dark Multiverse and back into the positive multiverse. And when that happens, it sets the stage for them to be able to defeat the Anti-Monitor. Now, initially, we don't actually find out what happens. Instead, what we do is we basically see them reaching out across like the entirety of the multiverse to all these different worlds, reaching as far out to the source wall. Now, this is a huge deal because there are a lot of people who are tied into the source wall. There are a lot of people who are confined there. But what ends up happening is that as they start to reach out, eventually the source wall crumbles and it shatters in its entirety. And when it does, waiting on the other side is just a massive source of energy in the form of a hand. So we don't actually find out what's there, at least not right now. Instead, we end up switching to an epilogue. And what this epilogue does is it kind of brings together a party of like Bruce Wayne and Wonder Woman and the various members of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter. It basically brings all these characters together together. And Bruce Wayne kind of runs over a little bit about what happened, kind of this conclusion that things basically return back to normal, that Barbados is chained up at the bottom of the dark multiverse, which was done by the Overmonitor himself. But the issue with this is that what you have is you basically have like Batman finally offering this explanation and this revelation in terms of what we missed out between like the end of the story and where we picked up here, or at least the end of the battle and where we pick up here. And what Kendra Saunders says is that after Carter Hall returned back to his normal self, but before he collapsed, of exhaustion, he had basically scribbled down images and different things like that. And this is how DC leads into the new age of heroes, leads into like Justice League Lost. What they basically say is that there are things that are going to be coming back here, that what had essentially happened is that where Batman and the various members of the Justice League had this 10th metal, that subconsciously they had recreated things that they didn't remember, but that had always been there. It's basically a way for DC to say that where like Dr. Manhattan had come along and modified the minds of these various superheroes, subconsciously, those memories are still essentially there. And they had tapped into those memories, not realizing what they were doing, and started bringing back people that weren't really supposed to be there or that had been wiped out when Dr. Manhattan had changed everybody's memories. All these beings that have long since been forgotten, that have long since been lost, are starting to make their return to DC Comics. More so than that, what's basically been happening is you've had like a whole host of beings with new abilities and new powers who have basically been woken up. And so what this indicates is that with the source wall being shattered, what's happened is that things beyond the source wall have suddenly started making their way in to the DC universe. So it's like blowing up a dam and watching water just cascade in. And with all this new power starts to come beings like Damage, starts to come like all these different characters that are basically reimagined from former characters, or whatever the case may be. But this sets the stage for Justice Lost, for the various versions of the Justice League teams who are going to be created for the purpose of tracking down these various things. But the fracturing of the source wall, the destruction of the source wall, indicates that like the main foe that all these guys are going to be facing off against, the main bad guy of the Justice Lost line of stories, will most likely be Yuga Khan, the father of Darkseid. That's the indication I get here, but it's not an absolute truth. So you can just kind of roll with it. But ultimately, where Superman and Wonder Woman ask Batman, what kind of a plan he has, what they should expect, Batman simply just says, it's cool, I've got a plan. And that's when we end up finding out that what Batman's done is he's drawn up the schematics for the return of the Hall of Justice. One of the old school place where the Justice League hung out at, their base of operations. It's cool. Like it's really, really exciting to see this kind of thing return. But anyway, if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and yeah, I will catch you all later. Peace.